felt they deserved saving Yoruba land from being totally submerged by the Fulanis by their victory in Oshobo War of 1840 and Ijaye War of 1862. Kiriji War that took its name from the booming motor sounds of European arms first for so long because the Industrial Revolution in Europe provoked high standards of slaves. The 16-year Civil War also caused the emergence of new powerful kingdoms like Ibadan and the rise of powerful personalities like Oluyole, Ogunmola, Koromi, Latosha, Shodeke, Fabunmi, and Dengbe. One of the fallouts of Kiriji War was that of creative political and leadership structure in Yoruba land that was blend federalism and the autocratic monarchical system. Western Spring Television identifies Kiriji War as a watershed event.
Nigeria still has some breathtaking natural areas and national parks. These forests and wild places help maintain healthy ecosystems, clean rivers, rainfall, and even the oxygen we breathe. But if we allow our wildlife to be poached and our forests to be cut illegally, we may lose this forever. So let's do the right thing. Tell your families and friends not to buy illegal bushmeat or illegal timber from our protected forests. It's time to save our wildlife and forests in order to protect our natural heritage. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
All right, thank you for staying right with us. You are the right place at the right time. And of course, I'm not alone. I will never be alone. YNBL. I hope I get that right. For Liverpool fans. Good morning.
No, you didn't.
You never walk alone.
YNWA.
YNWL. Although they are walking alone, you know. But it's good. Good morning, Evelyn.
We're walking alone.
Yeah, have you not been walking alone?
Well, welcome on board, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a
Right.
beautiful Friday. TGIF, thank God it's Friday. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, welcoming you especially to this edition of Morning Spring.
All right, talking about working alone or not working alone for sport lovers, especially EPL, there is a club that pride themselves as being the Reds, whatever red they are, But it's okay. Let's move on, in a manner of speaking. This
Is that
morning.
not your club?
What?
Is that not the club you support to?
Liverpool.
No.
No, I go with the winners.
Red Devils.
Eventual, perpetual
What's your
winners,
club?
classy.
What club are you supporting?
We have a job to do here, so let's stay focused to that. So, trust in it, I'm sure many enemies are enemies within and enemy in my talk back. They are just everywhere. But then we are victorious.
From the
glory. So. All right. Daily Trust is my first point of call this morning on the airline segment. IPOB. Military seeks extradition as Finland jails Ekpa. Remember him, Simon Ekpa. IPOB military seeks extradition as Finland jails Ekpa. That is, one developing story there. Due to one thing and another, a judge in Finland has jailed him, sentenced him, by the way. And so the military are looking for him, possibly, as a nation rather, the military of Nigeria said to come and answer some questions. All right. And, the manner of speech, the manner of talking, the incitement that this man is known for is one thing that, has not been helping, especially in the southeastern region, because as a person of influence, one way or the other, there are persons who listen to him, bluntly, naively, and most of what he has been saying has not been towards development, even of that region. The military have said, give him to us, let him come and answer some questions there. All right, Palestinians welcome ICC's arrest warrant for Netanyahu. I saw the global furore yesterday when the Hague, the court in Hague, the ICC, issued a warrant arrest for Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, and his defense minister as well, Yoav Gallant. They said these two men, they don't have them, alive now because they must answer for war crimes. Okay, and it is this kind of story depends on who you are asking and who is. Many persons have said as well, there is and some of his associates, and then he hasn't been arrested. Nobody has taken him, although he as well, if you check his schedule, there are places he goes to, there are places he doesn't go to. So now, it's like he's even. The ICC has said, Benjamin Netanyahu, you have Gallant, you are men of interest, and so we want you. Evelyn.
Well, I'll say that
due to the war in Gaza, actually,
yes, we definitely will definitely be hearing more and more of this because of the horrendous actions happening there, and that's the issues of people dying because of those wars.
Collateral damage.
Exactly. So I know definitely, like you said, there have also been judgment or against Vladimir Putin of Russia. So some people would say it's just part of the war. It's just part of the things you hear.
That comes with war.
Exactly.
Sadly. People have been dying, actually, women, children. When places, hospitals, schools are shelled because of the information that, terrorists or militants are using the place as a shield, and the military will go after it, and whatever comes with it, these are the issues as well. Now, Palestinians welcome ICC's arrest warrant for Netanyahu. Below that, girl, 13, beat classmate to death in Kogi. That's horrific. Bizarre to hear a 13-year-old beating another classmate to death. How? A case of anger taken too far, or just coincidence, or just accident? I used to say sometimes anger is bad, actually, but then it's part of emotion. But when it's uncontrolled, then it's very bad.
Exactly.
But some person, I'm not making a case, I don't even know the detail of this story, but I'm just saying generally that sometimes when death happens between two people, sometimes the killer, quote unquote, sometimes how to kill that person, but because of rage, anger, and then excessive push. The person hits the head or falls or trips down and falls, or the person with underlying, health issues. And these are some of the things. So, it is what it is. A sad one. A 13-year-old, has killed another one in Kogi. Sad. Now, Kano government reunites 76 freed teenagers with families. Remember the story. And away from that, ACF suspends chairman Usman over unauthorized statement. ACF, that's the Arewa Consultative Forum, wielding a big steel against their chairman for unauthorized statement. Here, Arabs reject 6-year single term for president and government. Okay. And Critical Arms, NEC raises committee on national electrification, NEC. Okay. And lastly, ex-Fedeco scribe Amadou Kurufi in Katsina. You could call him the last of the Mohicans, proverbially speaking, because you talk about Fedeco, the Fedeco used to be the election organizing body before it was changed to INEC. And the scribe has died and he has been buried. There is a popular hymn that says, only remembered by what you have done. That will be all from the front page of the Daily Trust. Evelyn.
And from the Daily Trust newspaper, we head on to Vanguard's newspaper this morning. Terrorism. Presidency mom, DHQ thrilled over arrest of Simon Ekpa. For others, with some riders here. Government of Finland arrests Simon Ekpa for crimes related to terrorism. We have nothing to say yet, says IPOB. Why we cannot, all right, I'm going to see this. Why we can't comment now, says presidency. And DHQ excited, hopes Ekpa will be extradited to Nigeria to face justice. You know, the commander always giving out directives and orders from all the way from Finland to the southeast. You know, we've heard that he has been arrested in Finland. Away from that, 2/3 of households lack money for healthy food. This is coming from the NBS survey. Reps reject bill on 6-year single tenure for president governors. That particular bill has been, you know, a bone of contention for months now. But we hear that the House of Representatives has rejected the bill of a single 6-year tenure for president and governors. So is it that we are doing better with the two tenures, an elected official having the right to a 4-year tenure? That's 8 years in total. Although some people have said that it's supposed to be 4 years, then the people will give you the benefit of another 4 years. But when politicians come in, they're already talking about 8 years. I've not really seen someone that comes in and says, "Oh, I'm just here for 4 years. After my 4 years, I'm done." A whole lot of them, you know, they just calculate the 8 years. They say, "I'm going to do 8 years." Even their handlers and the supporters, they tell you, "Oh, after the 8-year tenure of so and so person." And you're wondering, when did we have 8-year tenure for governors or presidents in Nigeria? Well, it's 4-year tenure rather for 2 times. NAS okays Tinubu's fresh request for $2.2 billion external loan. And in the world of sports, 2024 CAF Awards, Nigeria women dominate with 15 nominations. That's a good one. Top strip, we strongly support Tinubu's reform, says IMF MD. In 2025, while we are proposing 3 trillion naira budget, Governor Sanwo-Olu speaking there. Tax reform will be on the side of Nigerians, says NAS. Ogoni 4 versus Ogoni 9. The blame game continues 30 years after. Of course, you know what happened in Ogoni land, the spill and all of that. It's sad that after 3 decades, we still have this conversation in our mouth, especially as to the cleanup. That'll be all from the Vanguard newspaper this morning.
All right, straight to The Nation. The Nation newspaper. Here, Tinubu relief measures for the poor, small businesses to go on. Again, Tinubu relief measures for the poor, small businesses to go on. With a rider, tax reforms designed to further stimulate the economy. And 3 states get ultimatum to decide on state police. Kwara, Kebbi, and Adamawa listed. Right, and we have this picture just beside that, which has to do with the governor of Lagos State, Jide Sanwo-Olu, laying the 2025 appropriation bill before the House of Assembly in Ikeja, that's in Lagos capital, yesterday. All right, and here Sanwo-Olu proposes 3.05 trillion 2025 estimate. Work to start on green rail line. Okay, the blue rail line, the red rail line, and then now the green rail line. Okay, 3.05 trillion naira 2025 estimate. Work to start on green rail line. No wonder Lagos is touted to be the 5th, virtually the 5th largest economy in Africa. For a state subnational to have a budget of, in excess rather, of 3 trillion naira. That's a lot of money. And by the way, what Lagos generates, in a day, sometimes, eclipses what many of the states generate in a month, and it's okay. And here, moving on, some of the highlights of that particular document. Capital expenditure, 1.766 trillion naira, that's 59%, and the recurrent, 1.239 trillion naira, that's 41%. 59% of that proposal is meant for capital expenditure, while 41% is meant for recurrent expenditure. And bottom strip in red, ACF suspends Osuman for 2027 comment. And page 4 of this paper has life jail for drug offenders. Life jail for drug offenders. And top strip, Defense Headquarters, Ekpa's arrest in Finland, victory for anti-terror battle. Ekpa's arrest in Finland, victory for anti-terror battle. You know, many persons will say, why are you guys rejoicing that possibly what you might not be able to do if actually the guy is here? That's the opinion of some persons. You are happy that a foreign nation is doing that, but then others will flip the coin and says the world is a global village, it's a global community, and so whatever it's posing terrorist, tendency, not just tendency, act in a country, then definitely other countries should be aware as well. And House of Reps throws out 6 years single-term bill for president. Again, House of Reps throws out 6 years single-term bill for president. Even let me ask you, where do you stand in all of these 6 years single term? The proponent of that particular bill has talked about inclusion, so that the presidency it's not just about the 6 year, it's about rotation as well. So this region has it, use your own 1 year, the next region has it, use your own 1 year. 6 year single term as well. But the reps are not having it.
Well, there have been arguments for and against this particular bill. Some people believe 6 year tenure is better because the person who has been elected has time to work. He's not thinking about a second term because he knows he doesn't have a second term. So, the old calculation of when they come in, they use the first year or first 1.5 years for litigations and all of that. Then they use 1 year for governance and the last year for politicking for the next election. Some people believe with a 6 year tenure, the person will be able to sit in well and work. But personally, I believe that it doesn't have to do with whether it's a 6 year tenure or a 4 year tenure. Let us work on our structure and our systems. Right. Because you get a 6 year tenure and you still have the same old stories of using probably 1.5 years for litigation.
They even only have 6 months now.
You understand? Then the old blame game and all of that will come in. Then the person is already looking at, appointments of commissioners, the whole politicking around that, or ministers in whatever case it is. Then the last 2 years, politicking. So I believe the 4 year tenure that we have with the benefit of the person coming for a second term is good. Because if the person is not good in the first term, the electorates, the people have a choice to boot the person out of the office.
If it's a single term of 6 years, that means the people are stuck.
Are stuck with the person. So
in a functional system,
yes,
then that's where the National Assembly should come in, isn't it? In a functional system.
In a functional system, whether it's a 4 year tenure or a 6 year tenure.
And if the person is not performing or doing something atrocious, it could be impeached.
In a 4 year tenure, the person also can be impeached. Well, how many governors have you seen being impeached? So I do not think it will also work when we have a 6 year tenure.
It's neither here nor
not
there.
in the elongation of the tenures. It's
how about the rotational part?
Working as a system. Yes, because of federal character, I believe in rotation.
So every part having a shot.
Yes, I think
Southwest.
we should work with that. Rotation is good.
All right. Okay. That's it. But the reps have, thrown it away. Now, here, Senate approves 1.77 trillion naira external loan request. This is the part where you say again, $2.2 billion or so on this matter. And lastly, BOI support for MSMEs, others cross $5 billion. Support for medium and small, scale businesses. That's it. And that will be all from The Nation.
From The Nation newspaper, let's head on to The Punch newspaper this morning. Anti-Tinubu comments. ACF suspends chairman as Afenifere others back president. With the rider, Tinubu inherited Buhari's economic policies. Ohaneze, middle belt. Others reply ACF. Now, we have that same situation of blame games and, you know, putting the blames on the past administration, irrespective of the fact that this present administration and the immediate past administration are from the same party. You know, we still have that old blame game. Buhari came in for 8 years. It was blame game of the 16 years of administration of the People's Democratic Party. And now we have an APC administration continuing from where an APC started and still blaming another APC. I mean, it just tells you.
Of which the current president was the national leader of that same party. Many of the guys, or let me say some of the guys in this administration were in the former administration in different capacity. The same party blaming whatever is happening on, the candidate of the same, a president that emanated from their same party who spent 8 years. And people are complaining now. The current administration is saying whatever is happening, it was given to us by our predecessor in the same party.
Exactly. You know, Femi, if you sit down well and study administrations or Nigeria's governance and democracy from 1999, you will have an inclination as to what a particular administration would say. In fact, you can predict what will happen, what they would say, their response to different accusations and allegations when they come out. It's so predictable.
It's all about blame game.
It's so predictable.
How are we not talking about leadership, capacity, and possibly ineptitude? Just say it as it is and stop throwing whatever. I'm not sure Aradua, God rest his soul, blamed Obasanjo for anything. And Goodluck Jonathan didn't blame Yaradua for anything. The blame game started in 2015, when there was a switch from PDP to the APC. And the APC is even still blaming itself. The same party, the same people, almost the same people rather, are still saying whatever you are saying with us now, it was done by the other party. I mean, the other, some persons will have been saying, oh, maybe it's the same. If actually it's another party that is in power right now, will say, oh, it's that party that didn't know how to do it. You guys were there. And in fact, the president told his predecessor that he was going to continue from where he stopped. Recently, a few months ago, there was an occasion that had two of them, and President Tinubu praised President Buhari to the high heaven. Again, true Democrat, this and that. And it is what it is right
It's
now.
politics. It's Nigeria's politics. It is what it is.
But this is about governance, actually.
Yeah, it is. Let's move on. Serial grid collapse, NEC panel to boost power generation in states. Lagos 3 trillion naira 2025 budget prioritizes infrastructure, tourism. Visiting US-based Nigerian bought 9 drugs before death. Visiting US-based Nigerian bought 9 drugs before death. This is according to police. And winners get 77 million naira. In Zenith Bank Tech Fair. Top corner, ECWA's terror charges. FG presses for extradition as IPOB disowns Biafra agitator. When your own disowns you. PDP postpones NEC meeting as North Central insists on chair. The whole rancor in the People's Democratic Party is not ending anytime soon. And people are telling the opposition, especially the PDP, can you get your house in order and really be an opposition to this particular administration? But it seems...
But they are not the only political party.
They are the major opposition.
NNPP should do that. Labour should do that. In fact, Labour said they are ready to do that.
They are the major opposition. So
what made them major? Because they have been government before, right?
No, not that, because they own the next highest number of seats in Parliament, in the National Assembly. So
even
that makes them
levels.
Yes, so that makes them the major opposition, and they also have more states that are governors. So, but then other oppositions can do the work, but people really think the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, should put their house in order. And 21 states enroll for AFDB 850 billion naira agri scheme. FG governors decide on state police next week. What will the verdict be? Let's wait and see. That will be all from the newspaper this morning. And of course, from the newspaper review segment, we go for this briefer. When we return, it will be us speaking to a very critical issue, that affects us as a country. Talking about the appropriation bill. The 2025 appropriation bill is out, and it is in the sum of over 49 trillion naira. We have an analyst that will help us dissect and make us understand what this particular appropriation bill is all about and what Nigerians should be looking towards, what questions they should be asking the government. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be an insightful discussion right here on Morning Spring.
Our pangolins are in crisis. They need our help. Hundreds of pangolins are killed for their meat and scales every year. If we continue this way, we risk losing them forever. Tell your family and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins, because protecting nature protects us all.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast. Detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Badamasi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Kwenkele was a natively corrupted version of peculiar mess, his bombastic English language style often used to sculpt proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42. Western Spring Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on this show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Up to 75% of all new human diseases come from animals. Ebola, anthrax, and monkeypox all came from animals. And as more dead wild animals are being transported to our cities, we risk introducing another disease outbreak. This will affect our health, economy, and well-being. So say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Can you imagine the feeling when you get your news as they break with facts and clarity? Our news are reported as it is.
In Africa, and all those who masterminded the way it happened, we have to pay a price.
Enjoy Western programs, projecting culture and tradition to the world. Brought to you as the break and recapped every hour for your update.
Fellow Nigeria, how to improve your welfare is of paramount importance to me.
Produced and brought to you in a unique way never before seen.
Western Spring
and Western Spring Television. Television is coming home in your color and culture.
Ahmadu Bello Prince Royal was born 6th of December 1910 at Rabba Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usmanu Danfodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate in the beginning of the 19th century. Ahmadu Bello raised the bar of political consciousness in participation when, in 1944, he engineered the establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Ahmadu Bello for his charisma and political sagacity, which provided easy passage for his kinsmen to assume political and administrative positions in Nigeria's post-independence era. The distinguished elder statesman and Sardauna of Sokoto has his face on the country's 200 naira currency as a mark of honor to one of the architects of Nigeria's independence. Western Spring Television identifies Ahmadu Bello as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back. It's a conversation on Morning Spring. And for today, we are going to focus on the 2025 appropriation bill. 47.9 trillion naira has been proposed for the year 2025 by the federal government as the budget for the year. And, this year we've also had the budget being passed and, implementations here and there. I usually say that we are in the season of budgets because states also have been forwarding their budget to the different state houses of assembly, and the federal government, the big guy, I should say the big boss, is also not left out as it has proposed a budget of 47.9 trillion naira for the year 2025. Now, some details about this particular budget. The budget was actually approved by the Federal Executive Council last week, Thursday, and it is approval for the medium-term expenditure framework for 2025 to 2027 with a proposed budget of 47.9 trillion naira for the year 2025, as I mentioned earlier on. And now the budget pegged the price of crude oil at $75, exchange rate at 1,400 naira to a dollar, and projected oil production of 2.06 million barrels per day. And also that particular budget added that the growth rate of 3.19%, which is expected in the second quarter, will help the government to tackle inflation, strengthen economic resilience, and provide more support. There is new borrowings, by the way, of 9.22 trillion naira to finance the budget deficit in the 2025 budget. To help us make sense of all of these figures, we are joined live virtually from the United Kingdom. Mr. Samuel Lloyd Atiku joins us from the United Kingdom this morning. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me on the program.
All right, now we are in the season of budgets, appropriation bills, as I mentioned earlier on. But before we delve into this particular 47.9 trillion naira appropriation bill, I'd like to ask you, are you concerned that a new budget is already on the way when we are yet to get the reports by the federal government spending for this year, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 of the budget for 2024? In fact, some people say that we are yet to also get the report for quarter 4 of 2023.
Yeah, I think it's concerning when you think about if you read the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I think it's expressly written in there that government should be transparent around how they are spending resources and how they are collecting resources. Not just because of transparency, it also helps with planning. For instance, if we have an idea what happened this year and last year, I mean, it's still terrible that we don't know much about what happened last year. That's 2023. Of course, 2024 is almost winding down. This year, we know very little of what has happened. It's very difficult for you to look at the plan of the federal government and say, okay, 2025.
Mr. Atiku, are you still with us? Okay, we definitely have lost connection with him, or try to reconnect so that we can continue the conversation on the proposed 2025 appropriation bill that, if passed and assented by the president, would become the 2025 budget. 47.9 trillion naira is the figure that it's at, and Mr. Atiku was trying to make a sense of the fact that we have not been able to have a report on the 2024 budget. How did we fare in the 2024 budget? What were these monies that were appropriated to different things? How were they utilized? Budget have spoken on this. A lot of CEOs also have spoken on this matter, asking the federal government for a performance report of the 2024 budget, because we need that to forge ahead. Femi, it's not just about bundling figures together and appropriating these to that to this. It's also about knowing that what we appropriated at the last budget cycle was used for what it was used for, and it was followed to the letter.
Exactly, and that's what that is the real meaning and definition, and how you're supposed to be with governance. Actually, accountability, probity, and planning as well. How has it done? 2024 budget, the expenditure, if I can recall, was put a budget of the renewed hope. Actually, it had a proposed expenditure of 27.5 trillion naira, an estimated revenue of 18.32 trillion naira, and this is part of what we are looking at this time. How has it performed? Different MDs of the government, carrying out the performance of these budget, and of course, it has been said. Who asked Mr. Atiku for that as well? That and it's part of it as well, but maybe it should be enforced. And in fact, one person of the House of Reps are mandating it that the president should be made, to give an account before you present the next the budget for the next year, you should be able to come and present, the budget performance for the running year. In as much you want to do the January to December thing, by November, you should have it, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, at least, you know what you have done. The MTEV is there, medium and long time, budget, the expenditure 2023 to 2025. Now we're in the middle, 2024. What has it been? How much was budgeted for education? How much was released? What has been done with that money? It is what it is as well. In fact, some will say maybe it's similar to what is done in other climes called the State of the Union address, especially in the US, where you come to the table. Everybody that matters in governance will be there, legislature, at different levels, cabinet members, everybody to hear what you have done with it. But in Nigeria, it's more like, let me go and give these people what they have to work on, and then the ministers, MDAs will be called to come and defend when it's done. But, if there's anything called scrutiny, that's the way, because it appears that whatever we see after the assembly, National Assembly might have sat, or after they sit on budget, doesn't look like anything like scrutiny. Closer scrutiny has been there, because afterwards, we get to see different insertions, different places. We have had, for different administrations, what is called budget party as well, where some kind of things are put into other places, unvetted or unnoticed. And many persons will say it's for ulterior motives because those things are not brought to the fore, they are not defended. Or maybe 13 million naira or trillion naira, or let me say it in a more realistic term, a particular MDA is bringing 14 billion naira, and that has been agreed by the National Assembly. It has been defended. By the time it is worked on and now given to the president for assent, you will see that 14 billion naira all of a sudden has grown to 14.5 or 15 billion naira, which wasn't the agreement, when it was being defended. And that was what I think was popular under especially first time of President Muhammadu Buhari, where he talked about party himself. And if I had to reject a particular budget to say, I can't sign this, you guys should go and rework it. And, that is what we are seeing at this time. Do we get to the level where we will not have anything like padding again? Do we get to that level where you know that anybody coming to drop a document to defend a particular document called budget, they are ready? And it's not only the president that will do that. Any MDA that is coming, all of them should come with their performance. A minister is coming. What has been done before? How much money was released? Because money being earmarked for a particular ministry doesn't mean all of it will be released as well. And for the ones that have been released, what have you done with it? What's remaining in the purse of that particular ministry? Because we learn actually that's the way it is done in some climes, here, allegedly, by the way, that in a particular fiscal year, any money that's not spent normally should be returned to the treasury. But how those things are shared, we learned, is between the big wigs. This is how much is remaining, and then it's shared in a way. We don't want to have a nation like that, even though that is a convention, a sad one, even though that has been the way things are being done. But then we think we can do better. Now that the president has said this is where we are going, that's why we're having this conversation.
Of course, that's why we are having this conversation. We go for this break. When we return, we'll reconnect with Mr. Samuel Lloyd Atiku so that we can have further our discussion on the 2025 appropriation bill. Do not go anywhere. Morning Spring, we'll be right back.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time. with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Welcome back. It's still the conversation on Morning Spring, and we return to conversation on the 2025 appropriation bill. What we need to know, what questions we should be asking, what Nigerians should focus on, what they should ask their representatives at the National Assembly to focus on. We have reconnected back to us Mr. Samuel Lloyd Atiku, who would continue with this conversation. Welcome back, Mr. Atiku.
Yeah, thank you. Sincere apologies for what just happened now. Yes.
Okay. Before that connection tripped, you were making a sense out of the fact that we are yet to get reports on quarter 1, 2, 3. Of the 2024 appropriation bill, 2024 budget of Renewed Hope, which was 28.7 trillion naira. I'd just like you to finish your thoughts on that.
So I think I was talking about the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which did state how government should behave, although they are not punishment for not, if you don't take those steps. Of course, the Fiscal Responsibility Act do not punish you, but it did spell out what fiscal responsibility means. And so it's sad, number one, because if you have very limited information on what happened in 2023, you don't know what happened in 2024 in terms of your fiscal outlay, in terms of what you spent and how, and then you could actually simulate and say, okay, this is what is happening. It's very difficult for you to plan for 2025. Whether you're a business, whether you own a small business or you're a teacher or you're a student, you need to be able to think and iterate through this process. I think that's the essence of the budget. The budget is about having a clear, maybe it's our commonwealth, right? We are all contributing into a pot, and then we're spending out of that pot, number one, to improve our livelihood, to make sure that things are going on appropriately. But if we really do not know what we're spending on, it's difficult. But that's the first big issue. And of course, those are transparency issues. The second big issue also is to begin to question. You remember, there are a series of reforms that people are going through that whether we like it or not, that affected every household in the country.
Yeah.
Subsidy has been taken out, a whole lot of things have been taken out. And so the budget, giving us information on what is in the budget, how you spent it, what the revenue outlook look like, I think it helps you understand whether the direction of travel, if you think about it, whether government's intention for introducing some of those reforms are actually yielding results. So very, very limited information to ascertain that. So when governments do our reforms are yielding positive results, how do we know that? It's difficult. That's just word of the mouth. We need evidence to actually compare those words with evidence, and those evidence seems to be missing. So those are the big issues that we just clearly raised. And finally, to say that if you look at international conventions, for instance, if you look at the Global Initiative for Fiscal Transparency, you look at the IMF framework for transparency, you look at the World Bank framework for transparency, you leave that. I talked about the Nigerian Independence, which is the Fiscal Responsibility Act. If you look at the African Union Convention around public finance, all those things talks about how government should behave. And one of the key things there is publishing your in-year report, your budget implementation report. Unfortunately, we've not seen that for the last 5 quarters. And that becomes very sad and very, very painful if you look at it in that perspective.
Okay, let's look at the proposed budget now. 47.9 trillion naira for the year 2025. Yes, we do not have all of the details as it is now, but of course we have some parameters already out. 47.9 trillion naira compared to the 28.7 trillion naira in 2024. What do you think? When you first got that figure, what was the first thing that came to your mind?
I think a couple of things. I can talk about 5 things that comes to mind immediately. The first thing is, one, compare with, first remove the effect of, I'll call it the effect of the devaluation of the currency, and see what that money can buy. That was the first thing I would typically do. And so when you look at the 47.9 trillion naira budget, it looks so big. But when you actually remove the effect of inflation devaluation, you will notice that it's actually the lowest that we've had since 2018. And that shows how far we've fallen apart as a country, how the purchasing power of people had been eroded, and also how the purchasing power of government had eroded. Essentially, in 2018, when we're doing about how much is our budget in 2018, the value of that budget is still way higher than what we have today. And that tells us something, that it's not just about the money, it's about how we preserve our money. And that we've talked so much about that we need to ensure that monetary policies, fiscal policies, to ensure that the wealth of the people, the money in the pocket of people, are kept in their immediate state. If you have an inflationary environment, you get this. Essentially, what it means is that what 100 naira we buy in 2018, you cannot buy it again. So if you are constructing a road maybe for 10 billion naira before, you will need it close to maybe 80 to 90 or even 100 billion to do the same road. And we could see it is simple. Look at the bag of rice before, how much it costs, and look at it today. So that's how project also works. So it's not about how big the money is, but in terms of what the money can actually do. And unfortunately, what the money was doing in 2018, today, even despite the fact that we have 47.9 trillion naira, we can't actually do it. That's the first one. The second thing is about the economic growth and the projection. If you look closely at the medium-term expenditure framework that's been published, that's what was approved, and then that shows the framework itself. You will notice that, yes, the government was projecting a growth rate of 4.6%, and they are also benchmarking oil price at $75 per barrel. And then we are looking at oil production eating 2 million barrels, 2.06 million barrels per day. Now, those projections, whether we like it or not, again, are overly optimistic. Based on, if you look at the economic reality we find ourselves today, the economy is not just going to jump on Okada and start riding at 4.6. A lot of things need to go on. And if you look closely at inventories of manufacturers, it is up. You remember a few days ago, there were a lot of manufacturers complaining that things they are producing, they can't sell it. Because yes, rightfully so, people don't have money to buy some of these things.
Yeah.
And so what has happened in terms of your economic policy to drive that up, that is low. We need to look at that. Then the oil price benchmark of $75. When you look at it on the flip side of saying, okay, maybe there will be a geopolitical crisis in the world and that could push oil price up. Yeah, maybe you achieve that. But when you look at the production numbers, I don't think we've invested enough in our upstream sector to begin to push oil to 2.06 million barrels per day. Even when we had most multinationals, I mean the OICs here.
You feel it's not achievable? It's too optimistic.
Yeah, that's the second thing. The third one is the debt. I mean, we can come back there. The debt ceiling, we are raising it, and that's scary. So that I don't talk too much about them, we can always circle back. We look at oil revenue itself, and then we compare with our exchange rate assumptions. Remember, a big chunk of that oil revenue will be going to domestic production. We know, I don't want to mention them of complaints and all those things. Those are contextual issues. So how do we manage both? And what is happening there? We cannot get clarity. Finally, they talked about a lot of social welfare spending that they put in there. The question is that how much of that will drive job creation? How much of that will actually go into reducing poverty? How much of that will actually improve the social welfare of people? There are big question marks that we need to answer. And those are the key 5 things I look at when I look at the budget in the initial phase.
All right. Now, assuming an inflation rate, you had already mentioned the parameters. Now, let's talk about the inflation rate, which that particular bill puts at 15.8%. And we know the inflation rate right now is above 30%. In fact, it's 33.88% as of October 2024. That's, there are people who believe, and also institutions that believe that this is unrealistic because it's a drop by 51%. Is the federal government expecting inflation to crash by 51%, in the year 2025?
Now, I mean, there are question marks around inflation, but for clarity, when we talk about inflation rate, we are only comparing the price of 2024 against 2025. So inflation rate is not looking at the base effect of 2023. So it's only comparing what happened in 2024 against what happened in 2025. So a lot of variables will need to change significantly in 2025 for price to actually collapse. So if the bag of rice today is 80,000, what the government is essentially saying is that it's most likely going to grow by 15% by this time next year. They are not saying that price of things will reduce or something. So it's going to grow by maybe 10 naira. So it becomes 90,000. So that's what they're saying. Now the question is that attainable? To get to that level, a lot of things will happen. First, we need to strengthen our monetary policy institution. If you look closely at the central bank's website today, and you go and examine how much money the monetary base, whether it's expanding or shrinking, that's how you know whether. The economists, there are different reasons why inflation will go up. But one of the major reasons, we all know about that, is the monetary effect itself. The central bank continues to expand our monetary base. And we saw this budget again this year. It's a lot of money when you look at it in naira terms, meaning that, we may have those challenges. So I'm not convinced, just like you have said, that we will be able to rein in on inflation this year. It's going to be a tough order. And to get inflation down to 15% is not. I know during Obasanjo's era, he was able to achieve that within a space of 3 years. But if government is estimating that within 18 months, they will push inflation down to 15%, I don't know how they will do that. But for me, looking at the numbers I see in front of me, I would say that's an overly optimistic projection.
All right, thank you. Let's look at some variables, some benchmark, as compared in these proposed 2025 budget document and 2024 as well, which is the running year. At the time, 2024 budget was known as the budget of the renewed hope, because that was the real budget, apart from the supplementary of 2023 when it came in, the budget that runs January to December, of which you could say this is his own budget, talking about President Bola Tinubu. Now, in 2024, the dollar benchmark was put at 800 naira, to a dollar. Actually, it was 750. It was National Assembly, I think, that raised it to 800 naira per dollar. And from that time, from January 2024 to this time, we all know what happens, what has been happening with the rate of the naira to dollar. But it was officially pegged at 800 naira per dollar. Now, in 2025, the same benchmark has been put at 1,400 naira per dollar. From 800 to 1,400 naira per dollar. That's a difference of 600 naira. Now, how realistic was the 800 naira, and what was the impact of the dollar benchmark of 800 naira to a dollar in 2024? Now, the proposal has been put at 1,400 naira. Now, the benchmark for crude oil per barrel, oil price benchmark, which is the thing, has been put at $75 per barrel for 2024. For 2025, $75 per barrel. And an oil production target of 2.06 million barrels per day, So looking at that, how realistic are we doing? I'm not sure we are doing 2 million at the moment. Now we have put it as $2.06 million. 2.06 million barrels per day. And with the oil theft going on unabated, especially through our rivers at, on the IC rather, at the south region. But for 2024, I think it was put at $77 per barrel. I stand to be corrected now. Now, these are the issues. 77 for 2024, $75 per barrel in 2025 proposal, and put at 2.06 million barrels per day. We're not even too close to that at the moment. And then $800 per dollar in 2024, 1,400 naira per dollar in 2025 proposal. How do you see all this playing out? Carrying it from 2024, those benchmark into 2025. Article.
Yeah, it's dangerous because again, you're planning to fail if your variables as best as possible. That's what we call that's how you build the credibility of a budget. When we talk about budget credibility itself, your budget, your projections should ideally, that's the global standard,
right,
should be plus or minus 5%. That's the only acceptable benchmark. Once it jumps outside of that, they typically look at your budget and say, oh, your budget is actually not credible. That's how we think of budget and global tennis, whether anywhere you go in the world. I mean, in businesses, if you are actually employed as a management accountant and then you project the revenue of an organization, and at the end of the day you are doing less than 50%, you most likely not have a job after that episode. So to be clear, again, the exchange rate projections for last year, I think it was clear to everybody that looked closely at it that it was overly optimistic. When you were saying 800, nobody, I think it was just based on the belief that the Naira will somehow find thrust and then it will push back down. But on the flip side of things also, we need to remember that Nigeria also makes substantial amount of its revenue. If you look closely at the oil revenue, it comes in dollar terms. If you look at VAT, even VAT, most of the value-added tax components, right? You have two. You have the import component and then you have the domestic, I will call it the foreign exchange component, and then you have the domestic component. The foreign exchange component of VAT also relies on dollars. So if government is saying now we are going to make 800, now they are making per dollar, now they are making almost 1,600, 1,400. I think it gives them more revenue on the long time, right? We call it gains. But in terms of planning, it tells people that, yeah, there are credibility issues here. Why are you doing this? What is happening? Meaning that maybe your microeconomic variable are falling apart. And that's not good for planning. Overall, I think if you look closely at the revenue, based on what was submitted to MTEF, the medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal term paper, if you go on the website of the budget office there, I think they give us a clue as to how much revenue they've made. They said they've made close to what they projected, meaning that they're doing about 23 trillion. We don't know the breakdown. Of course, they did some breakdown. We can't really ascertain because of accounting issues. We need to see the numbers from the budget office. But going into this year, my fear is that if we continue this in this trajectory of building, I will call it, we are planning to build, you're planning to build a skyscraper and then you're putting it on the foundation of a boy squatter. Of course, it's going to collapse on its head. People, foreign investors will look at you and see you as unserious. Remember, a lot of construction companies that are looking to enter into Nigeria, maybe to construct certain things, they will have to look at some indices. They want to look at what is government trying to spend on construction activity. And then you want to calibrate it in dollars, right? And then based on that, you can plan whether to buy more equipment, to bring in more equipment to actually support in case you win some contracts. Now, you can't bring in those equipment, you can't do all those things because you really don't know what government is doing. And that's not good for planning. In the same vein also, if you look closely at the road close to you, if government is saying, I'm going to construct a road very close to you there, and you're a small business, maybe you're a baker, and then you're already thinking, oh, if government is going to build a road in this place, of course, the people that are the construction worker there will most likely like to eat bread than are going. Why not let me just expand my business, bring in more oven and all those things? That's how you think as a businessman. That's how it's done all over the world. And based on that, you project and then you begin to look for funding to expand your business. But if you are not sure whether the road won't come to fruition, right? It means that you fold your hands and then you keep waiting, and then you keep waiting. And if the road gets in there, you can't quickly move to address that issue, and then we create this glut and all those issues. So those are the challenges we have with how the fiscal regime in Nigeria is. And I'm sorry to say that in 2025, I think we continue on this trajectory again. And it's not healthy for the economy. I think the government should do better in terms of how they present their plans, the kind of information they are providing around those plans, and then more importantly, making sure that you are as credible as possible. It's better for you to tell, it's better to tell your family, oh, my salary is 40,000 naira, let's plan 40,000 naira, than to go and tell people that, oh, this year I'm planning to make 3 million a month, whereas you are just barely earning 30,000. And then everybody goes into this happy mood. They say, oh, frenzy. My dad is going to earn 3 million per month this year. And then you go jumping around. All of a sudden, you come back and then you say, oh, it's only 30,000. Then what happens next month? Then people's trust, you begin to lose trust in that government. All right. And then that's what degenerates into many things.
Yeah. Away from the figures, at least for now, let's talk about, the way of doing things properly. Due diligence. Many persons have been said. In fact, it took the House of Reps to call out the president to say it's appearing late. You should have presented this budget. In fact, the thing is, in as much you are running a January to December, that's the proposal, a kind of budget, for the fiscal year, we should be having these, around October, you should be doing the presentation. But at that time, the president was outside of the country for a private visit, for medical, whatever, all kind of junketing around. And the House of Reps officially had to say, we are waiting. This thing should be done. And, many persons have been fearing, economists, social analysts have been saying, what kind of a job can we do? The president made the presentation, less than a week ago. And what kind of due diligence can we do if actually we want to run in January to December, just few weeks, or just over a month to the end of the year? The National Assembly will soon go on recess. We know sometimes they do things beyond the plenary, but then what kind of a job can they do? This thing was just presented in November, and the unity is almost upon us. Do you fear, because that's the fear of many, that we might have a repeat of the yay and nay kind of budget passing, in which, MDAs and their handlers will just come and you won't see the proper work of scrutiny. Even when they have said they have scrutinized, you still see some insertions, some funny insertions, like when you see like an MDA of the government, like Oceanography Agency, constructing roads, distributing something in a village that doesn't have anything to do with them. Do you fear? And, let me add the second angle to it. The political influence that the executive has on this National Assembly, because that's the notion in so many fronts to say the president, the executive has an overbearing influence on this National Assembly. Now that the proposal has been made in November, what kind of job can they do? Can they get to any part where they will raise their hands and say, this and this and this, we are not comfortable with it, we will not have it? So the time of presentation on one hand, the political overbearing influence of the executive on the National Assembly on the other hand.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right. You are absolutely correct. I think it's and that's why, the National Assembly also, whether we like it or not, they cannot absolve themselves of the blame. I recall in 2022, 2023, when Nigeria actually did improve on the Fiscal Transparency Index. The reason why they improved was because they published, number one, the budget was presented very early, and then it allowed the National Assembly to go through the process and then pass the budget by January. And because the budget was passed in January, I think most of the in-year report was also released on time. And based on that, Nigeria actually leaped. In fact, we were actually the leading country in terms of how we jumped in the world in terms of fiscal transparency. Now and the Minister of Finance at that time, Madam Zainab, did mention that one of the key things to actually ensure this continue was to pass the organic budget calendar, to compel the president to present the budget as at this time, And that helps also the National Assembly to actually pass the budget at this time. Now, for clarity, in the US, for instance, the budget for next year, 2025, was submitted very early in 2024. So the whole work of the National Assembly, the Congress in the US, is to deliberate about that budget throughout the year so that you ensure that every little corner are touched. The whole work around the oversight and all those things goes into it. And even at that, there's no guarantee that the budget will be passed by December. To tell you the kind of work that goes into this. I'm not saying, yes, we should adopt that kind of system. But if you're presenting the budget, I don't know, if you're presenting the budget maybe tomorrow, gives you very limited time. And remember, the budget is not just the document of the president. It's the public document itself that people, everybody should actually talk about. You need to engage the government about. If your community is not covered in the budget, you raise your query with your National Assembly, your representative. Now you're giving people very limited time to talk about. That's one. The second thing I'll talk about is this. Even if you go into the budget, the budget is divided into two broad ways. The way we look at the budget, we divide it into two broad. There's one, if you look at, for instance, if you look at the last year's budget, 24 trillion. That 24 trillion is not everything that is under the control of the minister. People think about the budget and they think about a ministry. There are two types. You have the service-wide votes, and then we call it capital supplementation budget. And then you have the ones that are directly controlled by the MDAs itself. The budget that is controlled by the MDA is less than 50% of the budget. So the real big bulk of the budget, which is sad to say, it's actually even redoed in a lot of secrecy. For instance, I can give you a good example. If you look at the crisis that had happened in Nigeria, if you look at the Dasuki issue, the money he was able to get and steal, I don't know, so that I don't preempt people, that he was accused of stealing, the truth is that it was taken from the service-wide votes. If you look at the issues with the grass cutter issue, it was taken from the service-wide vote. So most of the corruption case that you see comes from the service-wide vote. And if you look at the service-wide vote, there's no breakdown. There's no breakdown in the service-wide. So you can't really articulate to say, this is what happened. And that's why the National Assembly needs ample time to discern what is happening within that service-wide and capital supplementation account itself. That's the second big issue. That's why you need more time to actually interrogate this budget. Then the third issue is also to ensure that there's fair distribution. When people accuse people, we have NABRO at the National Assembly, there's the National Assembly Budget and Research Office. They typically will look at the budget and break it down by geopolitical zone so that they could actually say, okay, the whole concept of equity, diversity in how we spend funds, and inclusiveness is actually enshrined in the budget itself. Unfortunately, for you to look at the budget, remember in the budget you have over 20,000 projects. How do you ascertain where this project is coming on? And you need time to do all those things. You can't do it in 3 weeks and pass the budget. So all these things put together, again, raise that big question. Why are we bringing our budget? It's sad. My own take is this. The National Assembly needs to pass the organic budget calendar. We need to say, okay, the president needs to present the budget, whether it's October, and we will pass it by December. If we know we have 3 months, let's plan based on that 3 months. And definitely that 3 months we will call it the budget months. And then we can go and interrogate this budget and ensure that the document that come out of that process is something that will power the country. Me personally, I don't believe that the kind of budgeting we are doing in Nigeria today is actually giving us positive outcome as an impact person. I think we need to shift towards program-based budgeting. And of course, that's a big discussion for another day. Yeah. But yes, we need ample time for planning. Unfortunately, I don't think we're having that this time around again.
All right. Unfortunately, we are out of time this morning, but definitely we'll bring you on board to discuss to the key parameters and also the details of the budget in the different ministries when we have them. Thank you so much, Samuel Lloyd Atiku, Research and Impact Evaluation Associate at the University of Bristol, United Kingdom, for your time, your analysis and submissions this morning.
Thank you once again for having me on the program, and happy anniversary to Western Spring. It's happy I know what you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, enjoy the rest of your day. All right, these are the kind of conversations we have, and we speak to facts, we speak to issues, and we are not, we do not hold back when it comes to speaking to facts and issues. Thank you so much for being a part of our world. We'll make a return next week, Monday, for another interesting time on Morning Spring. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. And of course, ensure to stick around for Spring Trends coming right after this broadcast.
Yes, and as you already know, it's our second anniversary. Actually, it's the anniversary week. You might, follow us on all our social media platforms, please. Instagram, Facebook, and X. And also on our YouTube channel at Western Spring TV. Western Spring TV. Like, share, comment, drop, your impression of us, especially in the last 2 years, for us to do better. Thank you very much for staying with us for the last 2 years, and thank you for so many years to come. Femi Ojo is my name. Big shout out to the production team. See you tomorrow, God willing. On Monday, rather. Bye.
I am Josh Too Funny. I'm a comedian and I like to make people laugh.
Fly up.
But it's not funny that we're losing our unique gorillas. We only have around 100 left, and they are threatened by habitat loss and traps set for bushmeat. So please say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged. Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba village near Iseyin in Okeogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first storied building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to 1 million images in a million brains. People say video killed the radio star, but Osun State, radio is very much alive and thriving. It is not just tuning in. It is about tapping into the endless possibilities of the human imagination.
Welcome to Rave 91.7 FM, where the airwaves come alive with a symphony of voices, music, and ideas.
Nestled in the heart of Osogbo, this station isn't just a broadcaster, it's a storyteller, a magician weaving dreams in the minds of its listeners. As Peggy Nonan aptly puts it, radio allows us to paint our own pictures, to create our own words with every spoken word and every note played.
Inside the walls of Rave FM, the magic happens. From the crackling energy of morning talk shows to the soul-stirring melodies of afternoon playlist, every moment is an invitation to explore, to dream, and to connect.
Whether it's news, music, or lively discussions, Rave 91.7 FM is more than just a radio station. It's a companion, a confidant, and a catalyst for change in the community. Fast forward 7 years from the birth of Rave 91.7 FM, a beacon of youth culture and innovation, and we'll find ourselves just a couple of days away from a momentous occasion, the birthday of Western Spring Television, WSTV. With hyper-local reach and language, WSTV speaks directly to its audience in a 60-40 mix of Yoruba and English language, ensuring that everyone feels represented and included.
Built on a tested and trusted system, WSTV upholds the value of truth and integrity, serving as a beacon of objectivity in a sea of media noise.
We reflect on the journey that brought us here, from humble beginnings to a trusted source of information and inspiration. WSTV stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us as we continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave the way for a brighter, more inclusive media landscape. Western Spring Television, where every story matters and every voice is heard.
We are glad that you made it a date with us right here on Spring Trends on Western Spring Television. On Spring Trends, we speak to trending issues on social media. Who is trending, what is trending, whether you're trending, and we get to take reactions. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. I welcome you especially to this TGIF edition of Spring Trends. Femi Ojo is here. The man who doesn't want to walk alone but still is denying his club.
Talk your mind.
If it's sure for you, which club are you supporting?
I feel sure.
Which club? Talk. They lost now. All these are the issues.
Which
of the clubs?
For national security reasons.
This guy is a Manchester United fan. I had to laugh.
So what if?
My viewers, they understand.
Who are your viewers?
They understand.
You get viewers.
How can you be a Man U fan? What's your BP, this thing? What's your blood pressure? Hope it's not that high.
Have you seen me today?
Okay.
That settles the matter.
Please say hi to the people.
Good morning. Anta Shilaya. Let me ask that way. You know, that language is always a sweet one to me.
Yeah.
The Hausa language, right? And very easy. So, how do you do? Good to have you join us today to talk about these two.
Okay. Let's go on to business. First story this morning is on, politics and governance. There are some disgruntled supporters, pseudo spokespersons of President Bola Tinubu who really are speaking up right now because they believe that there was a decision made by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that they believe that is not strategy as people would have it, but it is a slap on those who supported him through thick and thin, who withstood all the insults, all the abuses, all the curses from oppositions during the build-up to the last election and even after. Watch this video and we'll come back to take reactions.
Those who apologize for everything, who apologize for everything, they say it's strategy. I think it's, it makes people who walked, we won this election, the last election, with the lowest margin since 1999. Every other president has won by more than 50% of the votes. Yeah. We won with less than 40% of the votes. So for me, well, as a Catholic, I believe it's just the will of God. It's a border based by his supporters in the back and bringing in people who insulted. How do you call a president of a country a drug dealer? I mean, Daniel Bwala is a lawyer. He has no evidence, not a shred of evidence, that our president is a drug dealer. He called him a drug baron. Then how does a president now appoint such a person? We were the ones defending him. Then this person...
We were the ones defending him. So how come he will now appoint somebody that said the president is a drug baron, is a drug dealer without any evidence? These are the issues.
Madini.
These are the issues.
I'm telling you.
And that was Mr. Jesutega Onokpasa. And if you know him too well, Mr. Onokpasa is one who does not hide his mouth, especially when he's on any interview. He speaks, and he's a huge supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, passionate one. Especially during the but, this Daniel Bwala's appointment as a spokesperson to President Tinubu, so many people are not having it because they're asking, Mr. President, what about us that paid the price, that withstood all of the oppositions, the insults and, disgrace and embarrassment just for you to become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And now you're bringing in the opposition. Although some people believe it's a strategy by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to infiltrate the People's Democratic Party, which is considered the major opposition in the country. If first it was Wike, then we had
Segun Showumi 3 days ago said it was Tinubu that was breaking PDP.
I saw that video.
Now it's Bwala that they are using.
So it's a whole lot. First it was Wike. Then we had the DG campaign of Peter Obi, Donyo Kupe. Now Daniel Bwala. Even before Daniel Bwala, there was some other person from the PDP that
Bwala who said give Tinubu 30 years, he won't do anything.
Let's take reactions. Project Fix RC says it's funny how you found your voice just when he ignored you and hired Bwala. Watch him change his mouth once to push some candy to him. And Ibrahim _Luwatosin says no one should ever take this man seriously again. He's such a clown, talking with two sides of his mouth. And Meckins 042_ZY says LOL with the laughing emoji there. More to unfold. No one is leaving. You have to stand on his mandate. Yes, and lastly, King_Promise says I can see pain in the heart. They don't leave you behind. 2027 shall come. So, Femi, do you think this is coming? Definitely, this is coming from a place of disappointment. But do you think this is coming from a place of someone who has given up on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and he feels betrayed?
That's the language.
By what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Because he feels, if you saw the first round, not this one is official. There was one that I wore t-shirt, right? Like this, and he did a video for himself. I'm telling you, it will show, say, I know this spy. And he was saying, my name is Jesutega. It's not just about appointment, me. Jesus is taking care of me. I don't have any issue.
Jesus is taking care of
me. So it's not just about that. It's the fact that they feel betrayed. That if there is any need for any addition, the president had a retinue or pool of people he can pick from.
When I'm there.
Not from, he didn't even say it for himself.
Tell me,
but
we know.
Mr. James Utega. But, you know, if you know his antecedents, one passionate, sold out person to the Tinubu campaign thing. Before the election, you know, after the election, he has defended.
Yeah.
So you now wanted to do appointment. You now went to pick people who fought you during the election and called you those names that he said, drug baron thing. And the same Bwala said, give Tinubu 30 years. He will not do anything. You know, Daniel Bwala is, you know, Yoruba will say, "Oh no, my father, actually, may our daily food not come from difficult places, or may we not find it from difficult places." He said what he has said. Life goes on, and the president. One thing is this: there's one thing you can't take away from Tinubu. He has reasons for everything he does. That's one thing. It might not be noble to some persons. It might not be open to some persons. But for him to accept to work with Bwala, there is something
a political strategy.
Call it whatever it is. It's not just because he loves Bwala. It's not just because Bwala is the one that can spin narratives or that can speak the most grammar or English. He has many of them. And by the way, trust me, Bwala will not be the only person that will jump ship.
So you think of that, this appointment of Bwala was or is to use him?
There is more than meets there. I may not be categorical with that, but there are many of them who spoke against the president who are now speaking for him as well. You think they will give a appointment and he won't use? You see the switch after some time. So that's where it is now. You know, when the check is fat, people can do so many things. And he speaks to the fact that it's not just about ideology, anywhere belief is. But I think the appointment of Bwala is not because it's the best as what he does.
Now,
there is more than
there are people that also
and that's why James Utega he feels betrayed.
There are people that also have issues with the fact that Mr. President is having so many spokespersons.
Yeah.
Like, I think 3 now. We have
official.
Daniel Bwala, we have Bayo Onanuga, and who is the third person?
But Mr. Sunday Dare.
Yes, Mr. Sunday Dare, the newly appointed one.
And they have been given, this one on public and
yes,
this one
but then we see that there would be an announcement from the presidency. Mr. Sunday Dare will drop his statement. Bayo Onanuga will drop his statement. And Daniel Bwala will say, see, these people that are dropping statements, I'm the main guy on the block.
Whenever they want to release the proverbial attack dog, they release all of them, actually. You see the Obasanjo rebuttal, everybody gone blazing. Ta, 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 ta. It's not ta, 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 ta. This one is boom, boom. So that's the way it is. But then all of them have their roles. But then are they really needed? What exactly do they do?
3
and they are not the only 3. We have SSs and SAs. They have the ones that are speaking, that are assistants, that are aides to the president, but working with the vice president.
You know, last administration, we have Femi Adesina and Garba Shehu
managing.
And people thought, why do we need to have 2 spokespersons?
At that time, they say one is for the president, one is for the presidency. But this one, the 3 of them are for the presidency, you know. And I think it shows that this president or this administration, they are big on media. They are ready for anything you people will throw at them. They are ready.
And the appointment of these people, I mean, if you look at the portfolio of those that are appointed, these are big media guys. Sunday Dare, Bayo Onanuga, these are people that have had their stint.
Daniel Bwala.
Yeah, they've had their job as
they've
media.
Done well for themselves.
Exactly.
Actually, you can't take that away from a Bayo. You might not like him. Many persons think he's too caustic, you know, and he's too direct. Or maybe now he will be more posh in his analysis or something. But it's what it is. They are spin masters, and that's what the job entails. They are to speak for the presidency. So you never see them castigate or agree to any slander against government. That's one thing that people should know. Their allegiance is not to the Nigerian people. Is to the president.
All right, so we have Wike, Wike, we have Donyo Kupe, we have Reno Mokri, we have Daniel Bwala in the back.
I say we? Who are your we?
Okay, I'm talking now in context.
Please,
so the question is, who's next? Who is next? Who is next to be or to get into the bag of Mr. President? Because it seems like it's just picking them and throwing them in and saying, so you just come
maybe
here
an
and picking them in and throwing them.
Really?
We'll wait and see.
Would that be impossible? Oh, you are waiting to see.
We'll wait and see. I'm not accepting. I'm not saying it will happen.
And you are not denying.
I'm not denying.
Jesus is Lord. What happened to the fourth estate of the realm in the gutter?
Fourth estate of the realm. I am not denouncing being a member of the fourth estate.
On our second year anniversary.
Don't put words into my mouth.
What?
We'll wait and see.
If Mr. President gives you an appointment,
then you wait and see my response.
Let me see. Let me ask you here.
No.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Are you Mr. Nakpasa? Sorry.
Wait
are you
now.
Mr. Daniel Bwala?
Are you denying or confirming?
Are you Mr. Daniel Bwala? Wait and see my response and my reaction.
Jesus.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Allow Mr. President to give me the offer.
You are even calling.
You would wait and see if I'm going to accept or deny.
With your full mind.
We move on to the next story this morning. And of course, it's also with a video. Now, Bode George, Power Bode George is speaking, and he has advised Atiku Abubakar not to contest again in 2027. He says, my advice to Atiku is that he is old. He will be 81 years old in 2027, and he has been contesting for presidency since 1993. And he says it's time for him to calm down and act like an elder. We'll watch the video and come back to take reactions.
Now to Atiku, my advice is this. You will be 81 years old in 2027. And you have been contesting for the presidency since 1993. This is the time for you to calm down and act like an elder. I appeal to you in the name of the Almighty Allah that you serve. Take it easy and leave everything for posterity.
All right, that is Power Bode George giving his piece of advice
from one part to another part.
Waziri Atiku Abubakar, asking him to back down for the year 2027, calm down and act like an elder.
Atiku, calm down, calm down.
Go and release the song. But then let's take reaction. Dr. K. Afideve says, Atiku caused the problems we are facing in Nigeria because of his bad advisors for his ambition. Colluding with APC was his greatest problem. At this time, he should support a widely loved candidate. And Tunde Alobe says, truly, age is not on Atiku's side, but he is still PDP's best candidate for the next presidential election. 2027 is Atiku's best chance of achieving his life ambition of becoming the president. Bode George is working for Tinubu. I said it. Isn't that Power Bode George is also in the bag now? I do not know, but Tunde Alobe is making reference to that. And we move on. Abubakar AM says, with due respect to Chief Bode George, leadership is about vision and the will to serve, not age. Let the electorate decide who they believe can best lead the nation, regardless of past attempts or age. And still, Tunde Alobe, Bode George should keep his advice to himself. He knows Atiku is best chance in 2027. This same man said he will leave Nigeria if Tinubu becomes president, and later turned around to say Tinubu begged him not to leave. What do you think? Do you think this appeal by Power Bode George is because he knows that 2027 is the best chance for him to clinch that seat he has been eyeing for decades now? Or you believe he's just speaking in the interest of the opposition so that they do not lose out in 2027 again?
Number one, these are my elders.
Yeah.
But the advice is coming from one part to another part. It's a papaly kind of advice, actually. And I think many persons will say if it's genuine, he should seek audience with Atiku and tell him he shouldn't be doing this firstly, publicly.
But we are not aware if he has actually spoken to him.
We don't know, maybe
privately.
he has done that. But then Atiku has the right till he kicks the bucket. Whenever God says he's ready, and just like any other person, to do that. Age is not a limit. But then, and I think if you check the communication tone, you are saying he should leave it because age is not on his side. After all, he has been contesting.
Since 1993.
Is that you are appealing and then you are
Mocking.
shooting somebody, actually. So I'm not sure. That's counterproductive. You can't be making such an appeal and you are trying to shade him as well.
You don't think that is a reason? He's telling him you have been doing this since decades now.
If you want to appeal
just
to somebody,
allow it go.
Appeal to their sentiment, appeal to the reason in which you are telling them, not making them feel there is serial loser. In 1993, was not on the ballot. He sought to be the candidate of the SDP, but that was given to the aspirant. So, will you say really the ambition might be there, but it was never on the ballot till, you know, after he left office as the vice president, and then he went. Although many persons will say Atiku was one of the issues as well, especially after teaming up with the ACN, you know, back in the days before it became even the APC right now. But then it is right, although many persons agree as well to say, sir, you have tried. Maybe you don't have to be. Maybe you might be a kingmaker. But many persons will say Buhari tried, was on the ballot for 4 times before he got it through the amalgamation of the CPC, ACN, and part of the NPDP that became the AP. So he has the right as well. When many of them are now abusing him, Buhari tried 3 times. Even this president say, Olule, Ojakini, Olule, Ojakeji, Olule, Ojaketa, Wanke, and I told him, you know, you want to be president, but you know, in the manner of speaking. So everybody has their right to be whatever they want to be. But if actually he should still contest, I think his children, his family, should do that. And people that are close to him, that I trust, to speak with him with his chances. Maybe yes, maybe no. But then he's right. That many persons say, but they judge as well. Sir, shouldn't you be resting somewhere? You know.
He's an elder statesman.
Be as a politician, really. He talks on state matters, but he talks as a PDP person. But these are the persons that worked against the same Atiku. Pabode George was in weakest camp, you know, saying, oh, something has happened. So you know, imagine people that work against him are now appealing to him to stand down and tell him that Shebi has been failing since 1993. I'm not sure that's the way to go.
And you know, some people also believe that Atiku gave the seat to APC in the last election because he could have actually allowed a Southerner to emerge as the presidential candidate of the PDP. But because of
the
his
integrity
ambition,
group, the Wike group said that is their own ground.
Yes. You remember that Wike was almost clinching that ticket at the PDP primaries until Tambuwal. Exactly, Tambuwal stepped down and all his voters went to Atiku, and you know, we got Atiku as the presidential candidate.
Has not been holding
at all,
and Wike is not having it.
So we hope that Atiku Abubakar would, you know, live up to his name and what he says it is. That is a unifier, and unify his party first. If you want to unify the nation, you have to first unify your own household. So people are calling on Atiku Abubakar to bring those people back together, listen to them, deliberate on issues, and unify your party so that you can come forward in 2027 as a united front.
But then how united will it be? Will Wike work against his employer in 2027?
Well,
that's one thing.
We wait and
I think
see.
it can work as well. Imagine an Atiku Abubakar saying, I'm just, you know, postulating, to say, guys, I'm doing a world press conference, and let me categorically state it, I'm not running in 2027. Let's start the work of reuniting. I think it will make a very big statement because many persons that are angry against him might come in, but then politicians do whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
and that's PDP problem. APC have their own. Labour that said, Labour, you know Labour. Labour said they are ready to be the opposition. Ordinary Aburi. I don't mean ordinary.
We have to go now.
But they have their issues. But then, if all this power, tussle and whatever is towards giving the people, this person is struggling. Labour is going to give Nigeria the best, and they mean it. PDP is doing the same, APC doing the same, AA doing the same. They be Nigerians for happy. But then.
All right, that's the show this morning. Thank you for being a part of our world. We'll make a return on Monday for another interesting time on spring trends. And by Monday, the anniversary would really have kicked in because our sister station, Rave FM, also would be celebrating 9 years of existence. That will be on Tuesday.
The award-winning back-to-back.
The 26th of November. So you can see that it's an anniversary stretch for us.
And we need already.
Exactly.
The second year of Western Spring Television. So it's a jiggy moment.
Thank you, people. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Bye-bye.
Imagine a school where learning is fun and every child is empowered to succeed. Welcome to Bishop Felix Owolabi International Academy, where young minds are nurtured to become leaders of tomorrow. Our passionate teachers and state-of-the-art facilities make learning adventure. From academics to sports and from sciences to arts, we offer a well-rounded education that fosters creativity, critical thinking, and character development. With an average class size of 24 pupils and teacher-student ratio of 1 to 10, we pay attention to each child. You can take advantage of our home away from home boarding house, in-house school clinic with qualified personnel, ICT unit with internet connectivity, among others. Registration is now on at Bishop Felix Owolabi International Academy into pre-nursery, nursery, primary 1 to 6, JSS and SS classes. Come, avatar of our facilities at number 1 Faith Triumph Drive, Bahangati Hotel, West Bypass, Ring Road, Osogbo, Osun State. For inquiry, please call 0913-756-6375 or 0803-829-4796. Bishop Felix Owolabi International Academy, making the most of life.
Saints assuming the mantle.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Pass over to the collective side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, Eccentric, as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on this show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. You will be sharing your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 108 on Star Times.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on Star Times.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, back and past, the old fact are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words flew across borders, stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With few of the 50 lions left, they could extinct in the next few years. From lost habitat and prey, and snares for illegal bushmeat, cleave sell to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the raw alive, because poaching steals from us all.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Demola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Hello and welcome. Yes, welcome to Pertinent Questions on Western Spring Television, Agombelewo, Osogbo. It is my first as alternate producer of this program, and so I can't afford to say happy birthday happy new year to everybody who is a viewer of this program. Yes, incidentally, my co-presenter has the 1st of January as his birthday, so if I decide to call it a birthday, I'm not 100% wrong. This is the first time we're coming your way in the new year, which is 8 days old. All I can say is that it shall be well and profitable to us all by the grace of God. We will waltz through the year, 365 days, 8 of which we have spent with a confidence and a hope that is anchored on God. My guest on the program today is a lady. She's one woman who is of many parts. In both secular and unsecular fields of endeavor, she has proven to be able to hold her head straight Mrs. Aduke Obelawo is my guest on P&Q, Pertinent Questions. She is the Osun State Coordinator, I should say. Rather, she is the Osun CSDA Information, Communication, Training, and ICT Officer in charge. That's not the only field. She is also a lady who is into gender mainstreaming. She's a lady who loves to empower the girl child and everybody in particular. She's also a pastor. She runs a church. She's a mother and a grandmother, I should say. Mrs. Aduke Obelawo, you're most welcome to Pertinent Questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon. And very well done.
Thank you. Today, we want to look, I'm more or less going to be in the conversation mode because I will try to touch as many parts. I've described you in about 4 or 5 different parts, a woman of those parts. And I want to pick on at least one aspect of each for our presentation today. Let me say Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, sir. The same from me.
Right. What are harmful traditional practices affecting homes and in particular children? What are they?
Thank you so much, sir. When we talk of harmful traditional practices, we are talking about the practices that are passed down by our forebearers. From generation to generation, these practices are passed down. They are construed, do I say, they are preconstrued in a situation of ignorance.
Okay.
They never knew they are going to be harmful to the people. So when you talk of harmful traditional practices, we are talking about practices that are detrimental to the growth, to the development, and to the life of individuals, especially women and children.
Now, these traditional practices, you mentioned especially women and children, that presupposes that men also are affected, or boys, I should say. Is that so?
And when we talk of traditional practices, you know, we are in a patriarchal society where we see men as being superior to women, right from the time of our fathers. In fact, they are the ones that brought us to the level we are, because they felt that because you are a woman, because you are a girl, you cannot be equal with the man or the boy, the male child. And so it doesn't affect men so much as it affects women, because all those practices, they are put in place to checkmate women, to put them at the background, you know, to subjugate them. But as we go by life, as we go by this development, societies are changing. These practices were discovered to be, why are we here? So many of them. You know, for instance, in the past, you know, when you are born this part of Nigeria, you have to carry some marks on your face.
It didn't matter whether you were a boy or a girl.
It didn't matter whether you are a boy or you are a girl. But as time goes on, we discover that it is no longer relevant. You know, what is the meaning of the marks? And if you have our father, they say, they will tell you that, so that you will not get lost. Maybe it is what you find that you know that that you can say, okay, I'll find it. If you get lost and they don't see you, where would they see the mark that is on your face? We now grow to that level that we discover that this is irrelevant in this generation. And so it died naturally like that, even without nobody campaigning about it. And it died naturally because it affects men and women, boys and girls. That's why I said, when you talk of traditional practices, it affects the female gender.
Yeah, more.
More.
Because with boys or the male gender, you have only been able to tell us about facial marks.
Okay, there are so many of them.
Are there some others? Tell us.
Oh, there's many others. For instance, now, widowhood malpractices. Female genital mutilation is one of the harmful traditional practices.
Yeah.
Wife battering. You know, you use your wife, you see your wife as a commodity. You know, as someone, you equate, in some cases, you equate your woman, your wife to your child, to your children. The way you can discipline your children, the way you can deal with your children, you deal with your wife. You know, many others like disinheritance. She's never profitable in the father's house, in the mother's house, in the husband's house. They say women are not to inherit anything. Even where there is no male child, you know, they prefer it like that, you know, that you don't inherit. They will look for someone somewhere that's a male that is related to you in one way or the other to be entitled to the inheritance. Okay, cousin. You know, so women are not allowed to inherit things. Even owning of properties. Whatever you own, in those days, you are not permitted under your husband's wife to have properties because of our tradition. How could you have property? How could you build house before your husband built house?
It was an abomination.
It was an abomination. You know, like child labor. You know, we said against women and children. When you talk of children, it affects boys, it affects girls as well. So when you talk of traditional practice like child labor, you see a child that's supposed to be in school, hawking from morning till evening, you know, from one village to the other. You see them at the motor park, you see them at, and you throw them into the labor market at an age where we're supposed to work for them and make sure that they get the right footings in life. So there are many of them. I talk of tribal mark. I talk of, you know, there is what we call body scarification. Body scarification, like the one.
Yeah.
They now modernize it to call it tattoo.
Tattoo, yes.
They call it tattoo now. Yeah. You know, they are harmful traditional practices.
If they were harmful, would the younger generation turn it from scrallination to tattoo?
They are harmful.
No, I'm trying to ask that question.
Yes, we listen together. They are harmful because anything that brings out blood from your body is harmful. So many things can be introduced into your system unknowingly. You know, but you know, our boys, the generation that we are in, everything they see, why are they wearing rags? Why are they wearing rags? And they call it crazy jeans. They just fret anyhow and they behave anyhow. So
that is not a traditional thing.
It is. The one I'm talking about is traditional thing.
Yeah, I'm getting your point.
It's traditional. When you, in fact, when you give birth to a baby, be it a man, a boy or a girl, you must have some traditional mark. So that anytime they want to circumcise that boy or that girl, someone must come around to collect the blood in form of marks on your face. If you look at my face very well, you see some of the marks I have on my body. It is a collection of blood because of the one that is being circumcised, so that it will not be too painful. Out of ignorance. Ignorance. So most of these traditional practices we are talking about, they are preconstrued in a situation of ignorance. There is nobody to question it. They just pass it down. And when you ask, why are we into these practices? They will say, they will tell you, it's our father's tradition.
Yeah, in those days.
In those days.
With this scrallination that we spoke of, it was always used to know where Mama Aduke came from. You are not a young lady. It's where you came from. Sometimes they will put there the town that the person came from.
They even put dates. And because of the fact that most of the circumcisers, they are illiterate, sometimes they
turn it over.
They want to write 1960. They will write 19, you know, things like that. And come to think of it, who will now open my body to see the mark? They are there.
Yeah.
my tummy. And the man that did it, after doing it, he put okay. Okay, that is satisfied. From my chest down like this. They are traditional practices. Someone just sat down somewhere and felt that this thing, we must be doing it. And without questioning the person, the source, or the...
No, it was a concept. It was an idea to
beautify.
No, not necessarily beautify, but to make sure that the society didn't lose its creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme. But when we are talking of life...
I'm not holding brief for it.
I know.
I'm just saying, at that time...
At that time, that was what is vogue.
Today you have your passport to identify you. You have your BVN, etc. But they didn't have anything like that.
Picture, I have everything.
They didn't have pictures then, when they started.
Well, I don't think they started it on the note of identification. They just felt that this thing is good for our women. This thing is good for our boys. For instance, female genital mutilation. God did not prescribe it. No religious book prescribed it. It was just maybe one person. I feel they just sat down. Oh, if we don't circumcise our female, they will be promiscuous. They will just be jumping from man to man, you know. And let's checkmate them by chopping off that organ that they believe is the most sensitive part of a woman, whereas it is not. It is not. You know, experience has shown us, people's testimony have shown us that in a woman there are so many charging points. Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I got that word from our, you know, campaign efforts on radio and television. Someone just called and said, there are so many charging points on a woman.
Not only
the genitals that you are chopping off, that you are cutting off. You know, if you cut the genital, are you going to cut the breast?
No.
So we will touch their nipples, they are gone. Are you going to chop off the nipples? So touch the back of their hairs like this, they are gone. Are we going to scrape their hairs?
Or the tongue.
Or the tongue, Are we going to cut off? You know, they didn't know the implication of what they were doing.
Okay.
As I used to tell people, as my father was not wicked, I have the best father in the world. If he knew that it would affect me negatively in one way or the other, my father would never dabble into it.
Like some other good fathers.
Good fathers, like some other good fathers.
That's the time.
And that's why our campaign effort is yielding dividends.
Okay.
You know, parents are now knowing because they didn't know. They did not know the implication. They did not know that this thing has no benefit. They thought it has benefit, but doesn't have benefit. Because those that we circumcise, they are the most promiscuous.
Evidence has been led to show that.
Yes, they are the most promiscuous. I'll give you an example. The Inter-African Committee conducted a survey many years back at Ojuelegba in Lagos among the commercial sex workers. We discovered that more than 90% of them, they were from one part of the country that I will not mention. And they were the ones that were into promiscuity. And if they are not circumcised, even before you gave birth, you are pregnant and you are not circumcised until you become pregnant, before you give birth to your child, you must be circumcised.
Wouldn't it affect the little baby?
And even if you manage to escape that, if you die, they will circumcise you before they marry. In that part of Nigeria. And they are the ones that are into commercial sex work. They are the ones that, you know, and even here, those that we circumcise, we see how they enter and they find themselves carrying unwanted pregnancies. And we have circumcised them. So circumcision is not an antidote to promiscuity.
Okay. This program is not essentially a campaign. But I can understand you because it's an issue that bothers society. You have always been a campaigner, especially equality, gender equality. What is the difference between someone who is a feminist and who is the other who is a gender equality campaigner?
Let me start by saying that they are interwoven. but we can also separate them.
All right.
When we talk of feminism, feminism involved women fighting for the rights of women, women protecting the rights of women. We discovered that over the years, the rights of women were being, infringed upon. They were not being recognized as human rights. The human rights of women were treated as if they are lesser being, And so some people have to stand up and be their mouthpiece, speaking for them, being their voices, galvanize support for them to make sure that what ought to come to them gets to them. Yeah. You cannot pay me less because you can't pay me less because I am a woman. When we have responsibilities and we are involved in responsibilities, men and women alike. When there is benefits of that responsibilities, I must not be treated as if I am lesser than the person that is a male counterpart. We are talking about the rights of women. In the olden days, women don't even have rights over their own body. Yeah. They don't have rights over their own body. They don't have rights over their properties. They don't have rights over their children. So many things like that. When you talk of education, there is particular area they can go. They cannot touch some other areas until people that are feminists rise up and say, this cannot continue. This cannot continue. What is good for the youth is also good for the other. So don't say because she's a woman, okay, well, no money to go to school, you sit down. Even when she's better academically than the male counterpart. And then we can see the result of all the efforts of the feminine.
In those days it was that the woman needed to be prepared for the kitchen.
They are meant for the other room.
The kitchen and the other room.
The kitchen and the other room. But you are saying no. And so when you talk of feminism, feminism is when you see women rising up to speak on behalf of women folk, that this thing cannot continue. Because if it continues, it will be like that. It means my daughter will, experience everything that I experienced in life. My granddaughter will do that. It cannot continue like that. So that is feminism. When you speak out for other women, like the Aba women of 1929, that are yachted, when there was excessive tax put on women in the north, they rose. They said, no, it cannot continue. About more than 10,000 of them went to the streets to protest. And then we have results. So it has been there. Feminists have been working to ensure women empowerment, women, mainstreaming into issues. But when we talk of gender, gender is a social construct. We construct it well through growing and growth and then interrelationship. When we were born, you see a boy and a girl walking and playing. They never knew whether you are different from
Ignorant.
me.
They didn't know anything.
As they grow up now, we now construct this gender. And we now assign responsibilities. There are some roles that are biological, that cannot be changed. Although science is proving us somehow now, we have a man now carrying pregnancy.
But it's always with challenges.
It's with challenges. There are some roles that are biological. A woman is the one that can carry pregnancy, that can breastfeed. A man can spoon feed. When you talk of gender roles, there's no role that a woman and a man cannot do. So gender campaign now is to ensure that in whatever we do, we put on our gender lens.
Gender lens, okay.
Gender lens. That this in my action or inaction and inaction, what impact will it have upon male and women, upon male gender and upon female gender? You look at it. When we want to do anything like we are in Western Strength Television, in your programs, I know you are gender-sensitive people in this media outfit. And whatever you do, you want to interview people, you want to bring up people, you want to set up committee. How many men, how many women? That's gender issue.
Yeah.
Look at it. You don't put...
Well, you have to be gender sensitive.
You have to be gender sensitive and gender compliance.
Okay.
You look at it. What percentage goes to male gender? What percentage go to female gender? Even in appointments, even in employment. You look at it. That's what we are talking about. But because it was not so in the past. But the effort here, effort there, is what brought us to the level we are today. And we now discover that these women that we are looking at as people that must be at the background, they have something to offer. Yeah. They have brains. They went to school. They are enlightened. Why did you send me to school? My father sent me to school so that I can stand soldier to soldier. I can stand as far with the male of the boys or men, you know. But if I now go to school, I am enlightened and I am exposed, you want to treat me as if I am a lesser being? No. So that is what informed gender campaigning that we are doing. And the things, the narratives are changing.
Yeah, I want to know one or two. What challenges have you faced, and to what extent has percentage ratings? Are you satisfied with what you have? I know Oliver Twist concept is always there asking for more. How much has this been tamed?
Yes, we are not where we used to be. You know, the first baseline survey that was done in Osun State in 1997-98. It's a national baseline survey of harmful and positive traditional practices. You know, we discovered that Osun has the highest prevalence rate, 98.7%. But as a result of efforts that we put in, the support we get from development partners like UNFPA and UNICEF Joint Program, they really did fantastic work in Osun here and some other states in Nigeria. So the prevalence rate is reducing by the day. Today we have 45.9% as against 98.7% of them. You know, so they are
narrowing the gap.
We are narrowing the gap. We are narrowing the gap. The rate is going down. It is not as very high as it was in the past. And thank God for all other, the support of everyone, including you, sir, including Rave FM, including Western television station, you know, the media, the youth, the civil society organizations, the NGOs, development partners, you know, plowing resources into it, making sure that we campaign, we speak out, we speak up against all those harmful traditional practices. So they are dying. Some are dying natural death.
Okay. Some are dying artificial death.
When I say natural death, for instance, the issue of female genital mutilation, you know, we have traditional circumcisers. And then we have the medical people, the Jews, the patent medicine store, medicine people. They are the ones that are circumcising our children. But it is traditionally, that area is dying.
The Olola.
The Ololas. The old ones are dying. The younger ones are not so interested. So that's why I said some are dying naturally. Some are dying because of our efforts that we are putting in to campaign against them, to mobilize the people against the practice of female genital mutilation and every other traditional practices that are harmful to our development, to our living, to our every aspect of life.
Thank you. You have always, when I say you, people in your group, you talk about empowerment. What is empowerment? Why do you focus your empowerment on gender-based?
Empowerment is, you know, bringing people up from the level they are. Below to an appreciable level. Okay. You know, we said that in the olden days, women are at the background.
Yeah.
They are not to be here, to be heard. They are to be seen. They don't have a voice. But today, through empowerment, they can now talk. You know, not until recently, the issue of rape. People that are raped, the culture of silence kept them there. They are just passing through the agony, the brain trauma, you know. But now, because of empowerment, they are now speaking out. They are now speaking out. And because people are now speaking out, the rate of
rape.
That's not what I meant. People committing suicide.
All right.
It's going down because once you speak out your problem, it is half solved. It is believed that it is half solved. So people now speak out to let them know that this rape thing, it happens everywhere, even in the house of God.
Yes, yes.
Even among so-called men of God. When I say so-called, the men of God that are not real men of God, they are not men of God.
They are men of men.
They are men of men. They just call themselves men of God. They are men of men. You know, we now know that every church has to wake up. Pastors have to wake up. Parents have to wake up. You don't just leave your children in the hands of nobody. That anything can happen at any time. Even your female children, you have to open your eyes very well to ensure that nothing is going on under your nose in your own house. Father, you know, we have all those nonsensical behaviors going on. And so with empowerment, the society is now aware of it. We now see that it's a societal problem. Societal problem. In fact, there was a time they declared a state of emergency. And she says Sokoto, I think Sokoto is now promulgated a law that if you rape, they will castrate you. Just to let them know that raping is bad. You are destroying life. The life of that God so much plays high premium on. You are just destroying them, maiming them, killing them while they are alive. And so that's part of empowerment. And it has to be gender-based because we now have males that have been raped.
Okay, by women.
By women. But the rates, you can't compare it. Very minimal. Very minimal.
Because it is women, very few of them.
Very few of them.
Who do that.
Male also rape male.
Yeah, because today the world has gone
to something else.
Yes.
To something else. So it has to be gender-based. Based on the prevalence rates amongst gender. Some has to be gender-based, some are not gender-based. For instance, now when you are talking about boys going to school, you go to the East to campaign it. You know, it's a gender issue.
Yeah.
When you
because
talk of,
they are not going to school much.
They are not going to school. They are into business.
Yes.
When you talk of girls going to school, you go to the north. So it has to be gender-based. I was going to Abuja one day, and we stopped over, and then I saw those boys and girls, beautiful girls. They were selling kuli. I said, why? You didn't go to school? The boy said, we went to school. Guys, they said, guys don't go to school here. I said, why? They can become commissioner tomorrow. The boys laughed. They said, commissioner for kuli. Minister for kuli. You know, so that's why it has to be gender-based in some situations.
Well, we moving towards breaking the show up. Just one last question on that. Are you getting those I will call, because it must be based on volunteerism. Are the young men and women today volunteering to serve the way some of you elderly have served?
Well, we have some of them. We have some of them that are serious, the serious type. We have them volunteering with NGOs, CSOs. We have some at Value Female Network, very vibrant NGO in Osun State, recognized worldwide. You know, we have some of our female and male youths serving there. We have some with VAS, Value Reorientation and Community Empowerment Organization, VAS. We have some there. We have them all over. But the largest percentage of our youth, they are not ready to do any for volunteering. You know, they want money, money, quick money, easy money, which is not it. Exposure can take you to any level. Exposure. If you have right exposure, it can take you to any level. But that kind of exposure they don't want. The exposure they are interested in is the one that will bring a quick money, instant money.
Well, maybe later on the show you will have the opportunity to talk to them, because it will give you an opportunity to talk to young boys and girls, especially in this new year. That will be much later. For now, we'll go on break. We have ended with part 1 of our presentation. The part 2 will come. Don't you forget, as a viewer, I have with me in the studio Mrs. Aduke Obelawo, a gender empowerment, a feminine crusader, a mother, and an award winner. Is a multiple award winner in the field, one of which is the African Hero Award presented by the Global Skill Hub, United Kingdom. We'll be back. Thank you very much.
Aminatu, the legendary Queen of Zazzau, is best known to historians as Queen Amina of Zaria, an old world town and capital of the Hausa state of Zazzau. Amina was a great warrior and the first woman to rule the ancient kingdom of Zazzau. Her 34 years as queen witnessed an unprecedented expansion of Zazzau by conquest. Queen Amina of Zaria belongs to the class of Amazons by the might of her army and her strength of conquests. She opened Zaria to tribes to have initiated kola nut cultivation in the ancient kingdom. The Hausa Muslim figure was born in 1533 and died in 1610 at the age of 77 years. Folklores remember Aminatu, the Queen of Zazzau, as a brave, smart and talented leader, whose giant statue now adorns the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria, while many educational institutions bear her name. Western Spring Television identifies Queen Amina as a watershed character in history. Fumilayo Ransome Kuti was an educationist and advocate of women's rights. She was recognized for her vitriolic comments against colonial policy of taxation as it affected the Nigerian women. Bere, as fondly addressed by her women followers, Fumilayo championed the initiation of universal adult suffrage, which gave an unprecedented leeway for women to contest elective offices and power to exercise voting rights. Married to a foremost educationist and teacher, Israel Oladoto Ransome Kuti, the first president of Nigeria Union of Teachers, Fumilayo Ransome Kuti was the mother of children who inherited her spirit of activism. Olufela and Be Ololari, the former, a renowned musical legend. She was the first female student of Abeokuta Grammar School and the first female to own and drive a car in Nigeria. The award recipient of Member of Order of Nigeria MON and Lenin Peace Prize, was born 25th October 1900 and was killed on the 13th April 1978 by rampaging road soldiers in Lagos. Western Spring Television identifies Fumilayo Ransome Kuti as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back to the second part of our presentation today. In the studio with me is my guest, whom I described much earlier, the beginning as a lady of many parts. One part of that you have already seen, a women's empowerment crusader, a giant one who has been winning awards in all those fields. This second half of our presentation will focus on Mrs. Aduke Obelawo as the project officer in charge of information, education, communication, and training at Osun Community and Social Development Agency. We'll also have a way of looking at her talk about her role as a pastor. That will be much later on. CSDA is a community development-based outfit. You are the lady in charge of project, in charge of information, education, communication, and training. What is community development? How does your establishment encourage it?
Community development is a community empowerment.
Okay.
Community development is when there is provision of social infrastructural facilities in the communities that can make the lives more meaningful to the rural dwellers. Any efforts that is carried out in a given community to ensure that the lives of the dwellers are made better is known as community development. Community development is empowering community in such a way that they are able to take their own development in their hands. You know, that is community development.
Okay. Recently, your organization marked Community Day in Osun State. It's just about 2 weeks old. The governor sent in a representation in the person of the deputy governor. It looks like you do these things annually. What statement do you always want to make yearly in this carnival-like presentation that you present to the people?
So many statements.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, the Community Development Day celebration is an avenue for communities to come together to have community cohesiveness.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is an avenue to give feedback.
Okay.
For instance, our own agency now, we are agency of government, of state government,
mm-hmm.
being supported by the World Bank. And then when we intervene in communities and we have results, Community Development Day is an avenue for us to showcase results. You know, if you say, God sees me, let men also see you.
Okay.
Is an avenue for us to let people know that the money that is being plowed into the agency to assist communities really get to communities, and communities, they didn't swallow it.
Okay.
They use the fund released to them to carry out their projects that are their fitness. Projects that are their fitness, because the system we use is known as community-driven development approach, wherein the community at the center. We put them at the center. You know, it is they that will tell us what they lack.
Not you, the authorities, telling them.
Not the authority, not the state government. The community are the one that will say, okay, this is what we lack in our communities, and this is the order we wanted it. So when we assist them, and they would say those things that we can call as output. The outcome is the effect of the output in their lives. No, so we cannot just keep on telling people that we did this, it has brought about this. Nobody will call him or herself, you know, poor marks. So, but let the beneficiaries come together and then interact with them. Before the Community Day of this year, we call the media. Go and meet their daughter inside the stadium. Go and ask whatever question we want to ask the community. Go and ask them. Go and hear from the horse's mouth. And you were there, sir. You saw how happy they were. You saw how they are singing praises about, about the government. So they are not rented crowd. They are people that have benefited. They are people that appreciated the work that the state government is doing in their various communities. So it's an avenue for feedback. It's an avenue for encouragement. You know, to encourage them to take their development in their hands. The government cannot help them for forever. It can't be a forever thing. The government is there. There are so many things at the table of the government. But when they are encouraged, that with light that you have in your community, with the water you have in your community, with the school to raise your children, your life must continually be better. So what is your role, your responsibility? Is a way of letting them know. It's a way of getting their, getting them being more committed, to be more committed. And it's a way of saying thank you to God and thank you to the funders.
Okay, you mentioned in passing that I was there. Yes, I was there, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the entire organization for celebrating me on that day and inviting the Deputy Governor to assist me in cutting the cake.
You're a man of honor anytime.
Thank you.
So when you now talk of your birthday, falling into that day, you left your comfort zone to come and do your own, your responsibility to the community. You must be appreciated. I thank God for our governor, thank God for the deputy governor and the commissioners that were there and they celebrated you. You are a celebrity anytime.
Thank you.
We are proud of you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. The community contribution, before long, in the last few years, it used to be 10%. Now we know it as a matter of fact that it's been reduced to 5% as an incentive to them. How has this affected communities coming to you for one project or the other?
Thank you so much. You know, the community counterpart contribution was reduced from 10% to 5% because of the kind of program we are doing now. It's an emergency program, to cushion the effects of COVID-19. The project we are doing now is known as CARES. CARES, COVID-19 Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus. And so if you say we want to reduce the impact of COVID-19, then community cannot be asked to come up with 10% again. Let it be reduced. So the authority at the World Bank at the federal level, they reduce the counterpart contribution to 5% so that community can be able to afford it. And the implication of that is that we have so many expressions of interest on our table now, more than 1,000. On our table, people that are begging us, come to Macedonia and help us. We need your intervention in our communities. Different, even the projects that are not within the scope that we are looking at under Osun CARES. That some projects are not there, like electricity is not there. Civic Center is not there. People are still bringing expression
because for many years you were running.
We were running all those things. So many communities that doesn't have light, they are pressurizing. Those that doesn't.
And you carry their plans to government.
So I thank God for the governments that we have. They have hearing here.
Okay.
And they are doing good.
Time is not on our side, but I mentioned that and described you as a woman of many parts. One of them is the fact that you are a pastor heading a church, Victory Life Ministry. Where is your center?
I'm the location minister at Victory Chapel, Abere.
Good. The question is, do men feel free to come under your ministration today, in all honesty?
Thank you so much, sir. What is important, what I saw in it is that people that are called by God are different from people that call themselves.
By men.
By men. When you carry grace and you carry anointing, and people are under your administration, and their lives are being transformed, they will be forced to, cooperate.
They are getting what they want.
Through God. Through God. They see there is a physical thing. The effect is seeable, you know. So they respected me, and I'm getting maximum cooperation. Initially, you know, they were women. How can a woman lead a church? But when they saw results, only a proof would deny proofs. So, so when they see the work that God is doing, I thank God for the assembly where I am pastoring. They are fantastic people. They are good people.
You're a great woman, and, that's why I call you the hard bargainer.
Thank you, sir. And let me tell you this. The effect of the church in the community is being felt by all. The Kabiyesi Alabere of Abere did his 1 year remembrance of his coronation. Towards the tail end of last year. He chose our church. He came to our church to do Thanksgiving. He's a Muslim. He is a Muslim.
But he has heard much of the impact of the church under the administration of a lady.
So he has to come. It was a very great event.
Good. We thank God. You are a mother and a grandmother. The world, our nation, tell your grandchildren and sons and daughters, put them the year 2024. It will be our last question. What challenge? How do you want them to see their country and face the challenges coming?
Thank you, sir. I like to talk to the youth out there at this juncture to be very patient and be focused. Don't cut corners. If you cut corners, you are cutting short your life. So be focused. Develop yourself. If there is no white-collar job, there are so many things you can be doing to keep your life, you know, alive, you know, and to better your lot. Don't look for shortcuts. Have God. Go to God. You know, they say go to God. To me, I'm going to say go to God. Go to God. Enlist yourself in the ministry of God.
And there are many ministries.
And many ministries, you know, so that your capacity is built. The Church of God, the religious center, be it mosque or church, they are a place of reformation, a place of empowerment, a place of exposure, a training center. Once you are trained and you are channeled into the right path in life, you can never fail. You can never derail. Align yourself in the ministry of God, in the work of God. Be closer to God. Don't shun every peer group influence that can turn you to something else that God has not made you to. You have the potentials. Youth, they have the potentials. They have the energy. You know, channel it right and be focused and be patient.
I'd like to thank you very much.
And believe in that there is dignity in labor.
Thank you very much. This is not this is a studio and not a pulpit. But thank you. That has been a lady of so many parts, as I described her, Mrs. or Pastor Mrs. I can now call her so, Aduke Obelawo.
Thank you,
Project Officer in charge of Information, Education, Communication, and Training at Osun State Community and Social Development Agency, CSDA, and a Woman Empowerment Campaigner. Thank you very much. That's about all we can afford to bring you on today's edition, which is, from my own perspective, the maiden edition. We have so many weeks to come. The year 2024 has just begun. This is week number 2. We will see you subsequently. I'm Adeto Esheshitualamo, thanking you for being with us. Goodbye for now. God bless us all in the new year.
Yes, sir.
kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yà ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television, ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Ajé láago 2 ọ̀sán.
Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akànjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n. Àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòròsàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàrà ń fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Gbẹ̀bíró kílẹ̀mọ̀ dahoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálukú bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Gbẹ̀bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkótó òbéèrè sí wọn. láláì fi kan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ tí wọ́n gbé bá àlejò tí gbẹ̀rù mọ́ àdéhùn Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀rì ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. Gbẹ̀bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi 2% ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty property eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀‐èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Bẹ́gùn ọba jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ̀ẹ́ni jùjọ ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní fọ́jú rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Ohùn Unlimited nínú ìmọ̀ ìpolówó ọ̀rẹ́ yín sílé àtẹ̀tún sí mo rẹ́ ní kejì ẹ lè pè mí nítorí pẹ̀lú mi aṣọ ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè ó sì ìtùnú ẹ wà kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Ohùn Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 ibẹ̀ ni Ohùn Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàpùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
mo sọ fún pé ẹ máa wo Ohùn Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn ní gùn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable wa, a kí yín o, ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí. Bàbá ní a kí yín pé ẹ káàsán kò jayòpa àjayòpa ń bẹ̀. Bàbá sì kí yín pé ẹ káalẹ́ ńgbà míì àjayòpa. Torí nígbà tí ẹ bá ń wo ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní gbogbo aago 3 ọ̀sán ọjọ́ Ẹtì. Àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ a máa wáyé ní gbogbo alaalẹ́ ọjọ́ Ajé tó túmọ̀ sí pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá láǹfààní láti wo ti ọjọ́ Ẹtì ẹ máa wo àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ tí ó máa wáyé ní gbogbo alaalẹ́ ọjọ́ Ajé. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable wa kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ẹ̀ka ìròyìn àti ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ ní ilé-iṣẹ́ Western Spring Television ló ń ṣe agbátẹrù ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Nínú ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń kópa ìyẹn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá nù ilé àti àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú mi nínú kulu ní àyín tá a ti jẹ́ honorable ẹni a bá sì ń pè ní honorable ẹni àpọ́nlé ẹni àyẹ́sí kò wáyé kíró èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àbùkù ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè dá họ́wùhọ́wù sílẹ̀ tó lè dárúgúdù sílẹ̀ tàbí lọ́rùn iwájú pọ̀ mọ́ ti pàkọ́. Nínú ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká bẹnu àtẹ́lu ẹnikẹ́ni a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká sọ̀rọ̀ kò bákùngbé a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká ti ọwọ́ òṣèlú ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tàbí ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́sìnjẹsìn bó àwọn nǹkan tí a bá ń gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòólé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò torí ẹni pàtàkì ló ń jẹ́ honorable a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká mọ sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹsá ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú orílẹ̀-èdè ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣúyọ lójú ọpọ́n ètò ọrọ̀ ajé lójú ọpọ́n ètò ààbò lójú ọpọ́n ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lójú ọpọ́n ètò ìlera iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn àtàwọn ohun amáyédẹrùn lóníranran nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò òun náà la wà yìí o níkànnì Western Spring Television ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń wò wá a wà lórí ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí StarTimes DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bákan náà làwọn èèyàn ń wò wá lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáyé lórí YouTube ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ọjọ́ tòní Adébíṣẹ́ má ṣe àgbà ọ̀lẹ náà ní o torí Adébíyẹyìn mọ́ṣí náà kọ́ àgbà ọ̀lẹ ni wọ́n ń perú wọn èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé mo kí yín o fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò nínú ìjókòó ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ tó kan gbogbo wa tó kan gbogbo ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí tó kan gbogbo ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ yòówù tẹ́ ẹ bá wà tẹ́ ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa la gbé yẹ̀wò ní ọjọ́ tòní ọ̀rọ̀ tí yóò tún ṣe wá láǹfààní tí yóò jẹ́ kí afàyàfà ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà afàyàfà ìpínlẹ̀ yòówù tẹ́ ẹ bá wà tẹ́ ti ń wò wá kó wọ́ kúrò níbi ìtàná látùgbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ẹ jẹ́ kí honourable wa kan bá wa nawọ́ sókè dáàbá kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí honourable mi bá wa kéjì àbá náà honourable Jamiu Semi mo ti rí pé ẹ ti nawọ́ sókè ó yá o.
mo kí abẹnugan lé o mo kí akójànú lé mo sì kí akọ̀wé ilé náà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ọlọ́ọ̀nìjọ́ dàrú o. èmi ni honourable Comrade Jamiu Semi láti ìlú Ìnísà tí mo ń sojú odò Ọ̀tìn South àti ọlọ́ọ̀dá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo jẹ́ mọ̀mọ́ àgbà fún gbogbo ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí pátápátá mo dá àbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lè tò ní nísànsàn kọ́lọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
àmín ẹ jẹ́ kí honourable wa kan bá wa kéjì àbá náà ọ̀dà honourable wa tó nawọ́ sókè wọn.
èmi honourable Abdulkarim Ritaro láti Ẹdẹ mo kéjì àdàbà náà.
kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lé.
ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò.
kó ká lè mọ gbé jókòó dáadáa. lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu honourable Jamiu Semi láti Ìníṣà tí honourable Abdulkarim Ritaro láti ìlú Ẹdẹ kéjì àbá náà ni mo ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé tòní.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
bí iná ò bá tán láṣọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tán lè kánná ọjọ́ ti pẹ́ tí àwọn èèyàn ti ń kọminú kọmi òde látàrí ọṣẹ́ ṣùtá àti làlúrí ńláńlá tí àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin tí wọ́n tún ń pè ní aṣalu aṣabólà tàbí ókọ míì ń ṣe ní àwùjọ wa ó di mímọ̀ fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò pé ọ̀pọ̀ nínú àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí ni wọ́n máa ń lúgọ sí abẹ́ pé wọ́n ń wá irin wọ́n ń wá àjákù nǹkan onírin láti fi mọ́ jí dúkìá àwọn èèyàn bí àwọn èèyàn yìí ṣe ń gbé ìsasùn onísasùn ni wọ́n ń gbé apẹ̀rin alápẹ̀rin lẹ́yìnkùnlé ni wọ́n ń palẹ̀ oníkan lónìrànràn mọ́kùnlẹ̀ ó fi ara hàn pé ọ̀rọ̀ náà ti wá ń di ọ̀rọ̀ kanlẹ̀ kan bá lé ohun tó bá kan orógùn ó ti ń kan ìgbà kan bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irin ajúwe tí wọ́n ń pè ní signboard onírin ni wọ́n ń kó àwọn nǹkan èlò inú ilé tí àwọn aráàlú gbàgbé síta tàbí tí wọ́n gbàgbé sọ́ọ̀dẹ̀. lóòótọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn community ẹgbẹ́ lárìnlọ́ọ̀dù àti àwọn CDA ni wọ́n ń fi ojoojúmọ́ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ bí a ṣe rí àwọn tó ń gbé pátákó ìkìlọ̀ sí oríta àbáwọlé àdúgbò wọn ni a rí àwọn tó ń lé àwọn aṣarin náà tefetefe ní lọ́gán tó bá ti lè fi ojú gan ni wọn àmọ́ kàkà kí ewé àgbọn dẹ̀ líle ló mọ̀ ń le sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ni àwọn èèyàn yìí ti sọ sí oko gbèsè àti gbọ́ nípa bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irinṣẹ́ àti ohun tí àwọn èèyàn wá tún ṣe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ láti gbọ́ nípa àwọn tó lọ ń yọ àwọn irin àti àwọn nǹkan míì tó jẹ́ ti ìjọba tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ojú ọ̀nà àbí àwọn dúkìá ìjọba míì tó jẹ́ nǹkan onírin àwọn òwòye ni bí ìjọba ò bá gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó lọ́ọ̀rìn lórí àwọn èèyàn yìí bí ìgbà tí àwùjọ wa bá ń fi iná sí orí òrùlé sùn ni o wọ́n ń pe kí ni ká ti pé ẹni tó sọ pé òun ṣa irin àmọ́ tó tún ṣa ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù wọ́n ní èkùrọ́ ni wọ́n wá ń rà báwo lọmọ ẹran ṣe dé gbà o. àwọn ìbéèrè tó ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí a ń nà ń bẹ̀ tájọ mọ́ gbéyẹ̀wò nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí. alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, báwo la ṣe wá gbòdẹ́kun fún iṣẹ́ láabi, ọṣẹ́, ṣùtá àti làlúrí tó máa ń wá láti ọwọ́ àwọn kan lára àwọn tó ń ṣàárín tí à ń pè ní aṣalú àbí aṣabólà ládùúgbò wa. ìbéèrè kejì, ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́? bí wọ́n bá wá ní ẹgbẹ́, irú òfin wo ló yẹ kí ìjọba ó gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn? àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe ẹgbẹ́ àwọn aṣalú, àwọn aṣabólà, àwọn aṣarin tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa rẹ̀ yìí? ìbéèrè kẹta, kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable nípa àwọn èèyàn yìí, nípa ìwà tí wọ́n ti wò sí yín, tí wọ́n gbé nǹkan yín lọ? kí ni ìrírí yín nípa àwọn tó ń ṣarin tán pè ní aṣalú, aṣabólà, àbókọ mí ìtàn fún wọn? ọ̀rọ̀ sùn ojú sùnùkùn la fi wò ó. ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń kan àwùjọ wa ní tipẹ́ tó ti ń wáyé, a sì mọ tẹpẹlẹ mọ́ títí di ìgbà yóò di àfẹ́yìn tẹ́gun fiṣọ ní àwùjọ wa. ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú ilé tẹ́ ń wò wá lórí móhùnmáwòrán, àbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń wò wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára, ẹ̀yin náà lè dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lónìí o. àwọn ojú òpó tí a lò ní 09132599000 09132599000. ojú òpó jì ní 0816-466-4844 0816-466-4844. ẹ mọ̀ nọwọ́ sókè láti inú ilé, ẹ wá kúrò nídìí móhùnmáwòrán yín o, ẹ kúrò níbi tariwo wà. ẹ já bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn honorable tó wà nínú kulu pẹ̀lú wa. honorable Jamiu Semiu, mo ti wọ́wọ́ yín lókè. ẹ yá o.
mo kí abẹnugan lé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i.
ẹ ṣé o.
mo sì kí akójanu lé o, mo kí akọ̀wé lé. ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò olóòní jó dàrú o. lágbára lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́jà lè máa wá o. àsìkò yìí ọlọ́wọ́ jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà ó dáa jù báyìí lọ. orúkọ tèmi ni honorable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìnísà, tí mò ń sojú odò Ọ̀tìn South àti Ọlọ́rundá lápapọ̀ local government, tí mo tún jẹ́ mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ àgbà fúnlé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí. abẹnuganlé, ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ mú wáyé ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì ni, torí wípé wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn, ojú sùnùkùn náà la fi wò. tẹ́ra àwọn aṣáálù yìí wọ́n fi wá lápè púpọ̀. ìrírí tèmi kódà wáyé pé kámẹ́rà lè gbé, ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé àdúgbò wa ibẹ̀ láti rí àwọn aṣáálù yìí.
ẹ máa fẹnu ṣàlàyé.
kódà mo lè fi hàn ilé kí wọ́n rí.
àwọ̀ bí yóò ṣe jáde.
torí wípé àwọn aṣáálù ìfúnra wọn lára wa la gbá wọn mú o. wọ́n lọ káwáyà nílé. nígbà káwáyà tán wọ́n tún gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀. gbogbo ẹ̀ la rí. àwa rí jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn tí wọ́n gbé kọ́rùn. níbo lẹ ti rí làwa dá wọn dúró. nígbà dá wọn dúró níbo dáná níbo lẹ ń gbé kínní lọ. ibi àti ń fi ọ̀rọ̀ wá wọn lẹ́nu, wọ́n ti kó àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan àti sólà àti panel sólà, gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n ti kó. kíní panel sólà òkè wọ́n kó, mo rò pé ní tí ò sí ń lé mọ́ jẹnẹrétọ̀ méjì ni wọ́n gbé, wọ́n ti tú kan. ó dáná níbo lẹ ti kó kínní. ẹ̀wà ò sì gba Haúsá, wọn ò mọ tí wọ́n sọ mọ́. ìgbà tá a wò báyìí wọ́n kàn gbé àwọn méjèèjì kàn gbé ẹrù ọwọ́ wọn kalẹ̀ ni bí wọ́n sì fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́, àti bàtà wọn ń bẹ níbí. fúnra lára mi àti community la gbé lọ sí Ọ̀tẹ̀fún láti lọ sí pé ilé police station Ọ̀tẹ̀fún láti gbé lọ bẹ pé ó dáa náà ntaari rè. tẹ́rí wípé wọ́n ń fi wá lápè púpọ̀, ẹ wò wọ́n ń fi wá lápè gan, ẹ wo jẹnẹrétọ̀ yìí. káwọn àṣàlù wáyà nílé kíká. èmi ò rọ ìjọba nítorí bá lè bá wa ṣe sí i kí wọ́n ṣe sí i. níjó ni mo gbọ́ kan mú ní tí ń sọ fún wa ni wípé òun ní ID card lọ́wọ́. ó dáa fẹ́ ID card rẹ̀ hàn mí, lóòótọ́ fẹ́ ID card hàn mí. ó dáa náà níbo ló ti wá, ó níbi báyìí ló ti wá. ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ ni tí láwọn ń ṣe, ọ̀tọ̀ ni tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ń ṣe láti ké enílé ó pò nílé, láti mọ̀ wọnú ilé nílé, láti mọ̀ káwáyà ẹni wáyà lọ, láti mọ̀ gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ panel solar. ó dáa náà ṣé wọ́n tà fún wọn ni. sẹ́ẹ̀rì ọ̀nà àbáyọ àwa ti ṣe àṣe sáńbọ̀dù tó hàn dáadáa. ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ìtàn wọn ò tún gbọ́. wọn ò gbọ́. ìjọba ó lè bá wa bá wọn wí. torí wípé tíjọba bá ti sọ fún ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ta nǹkan ẹ mọ̀ lọ sí ibùdó ọ̀rọ̀ wọn láti lọ́ mọ̀ ta nǹkan. èmi ò mọ̀ pé bóyá jojúmọ́ ni rírọ̀ ńlẹ̀lẹ̀ ni kò yé mi. ẹni tó kú èmi ò kú omi yóò kú lọ́dọ̀ wa nísìn ẹlòmíì ò tún ti débẹ̀ láàrin ìṣẹ́jú 5. ti ṣe sáńbọ̀dù wọn ò gbọ́ o èmi ò rọ ìjọba àwọn ní lè bá wa tán sọ̀rọ̀ yìí torí wípé tí ẹ bá kún ọ lọ police station wọ́n ní ọ̀gá tó jẹ́ wípé yóò wá gbà wọ́n lẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ní ọ̀gá tí ó wá gbà èmi mú wọn lọ sọ́tẹ̀ fún ìmọ̀ bí wọ́n ṣe yanjú rẹ̀ torí orí jẹnẹrétọ̀ wa gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ rẹ̀ lọ́tẹ̀ fún ní police station ọ̀tẹ̀ fún torí ń gbò ya ta fi sórí platform káàkiri ẹni ó bá ní jẹnẹrétọ̀ yìí kó lọ sọ́tẹ̀ fún ẹni kan sì lọ síbẹ̀ lóòótọ́ ó nínú ilé òní wa lóòótọ́ wọn ti sá lọ ọ̀nà àbáyọ ni wípé ìjọba ló lè bá mójútó wọn torí wípé bí ẹ bá dé police station wọ́n ti ní ọ̀gá tí ó wàá gbà wọ́n lẹ́lẹ̀ tá a lágbára lórí wọn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí jó dàrú o.
àmì ẹ ṣe honourable Lamid Sefiu mo tí wọ́n wọ yín lókè náà ó yá ẹ bá a fún wọn ní gbòǹgbòǹ ó yá o.
my speaker
ẹ ṣe o.
ìjókòó yóò ní bàjẹ́ lágbára lọ́wọ́ ṣé ká sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ àbí a máa parọ́ fúnra wa.
bọ́ọ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀ parọ́ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà ní ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò wà fún.
torí ibi tí anábìwá Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó ní bó ṣe wulẹ̀ kí òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ kúkúrú tó ká gbìyànjú ká máa sọ. èmi ni honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà Balasiti alias Agbọ́mọbí wọn. ṣe rí àti rí gbogbo bí ibikíbi tí wọ́n ti ń sọsẹ́ kò síbi tí wọn ò ti dáwọn àwọn tí wọ́n sá lirin yìí kò síbi tí wọn ò ti sọsẹ́ tá a bá ní pé kí olúkálukú máa sọ tiẹ̀ ilé òkun àsìkò ọ̀lọ́ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà àbáyọ gangan la fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ gangan ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. ẹ wá wo ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ ká wo nǹkan kan ṣe rí àwa tá a jẹ́ mẹ̀kúnnù àwa là ń kọ́ sí problem fúnra wa gangan. ẹ ṣe tẹ ẹ bá rí pé yes pé wọ́n sa irin kan bí eléyìí ṣáàdù ó ti pé yes pé á sin ẹni ìdílé police station tá a bá sì dé police station tí wọn ò ní lọ ọwọ́ agbára lé a lórí ọ̀kan nìyẹn náà ìjọba tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbélé wọn lórí láti lè jáwé pé ní yes pé o ìwọ̀n ò ní wọ ibùdó ẹnìkankan gbogbo sáìtì ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa ṣebí ńgbà tí olúkálukú tó wá kọ́lé sádùúgbò ebi community wọn kóra wọn jọ wọn rẹ́gísítà gbogbo community kọ̀ọ̀kan ló rẹ́gísítà a sì gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń polówó wọ́n ń pariwo lórí rédíò pé yes pé ẹni tí ò bá ní káàdì ìdánimọ̀ tí yóò sì wáṣọ ẹgbẹ́ àṣàlù yẹn tí ò bá ti wáṣọ yẹn kí wọ́n lè kú ládùúgbò ìyẹn ká fẹ́ o ẹ̀yin ìjọba ẹ máa gbọ́ mi dáadáa Agbọ́mọbí wọn mò ń bí yín ni o ìyẹn ká fẹ́ rárá kọ́mọ̀ wọ sáìtì wa ni kan ní junction to junction kọ́mọ̀ wọ sáìtì olúkálukú ló ní junction.
ṣé ẹ wá mọ̀ wípé òfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó fi àyè ńlẹ̀ kí ẹnikẹ́ni gbé ibi tó bá wù ú.
ẹ máa gbọ́ tí nǹkan bá mú padà lọ́wọ́ ṣe rí kíní ibi tó ságo sí nǹkan ọ̀pọ̀ gan-an nǹkan tó gbà lábẹ́ rẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ gan-an àwọn tá ń salu iná wọ́n ń gbabẹ̀ náà jí ọmọ gbé sínú àpò ẹ máa dé o wọ́n ń gba ibẹ̀ náà jí ọmọ gbé sínú àpò kẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í sọsẹ́ àwọn ajínigbé àwọn ajínipa ibẹ̀ náà ni ibẹ̀ yẹn ti ń wọlé sí wa kán ní junction ká mẹ́nìkan pàtó bóyá Hausa ni bóyá Yorùbá ni o junction street ebi junction lọ wọnú ilé tẹlifíṣàn tá a ti sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ká lọ dúró sí junction bẹ̀ ká mọ Hausa bẹ̀ kó forúkọ rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ kó fi fóònù nọ́mbà rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ṣe wá rí nǹkan tí ń dùn mí fún àwọn ìjọba wa ni pé wọ́n mọ tí wọ́n lè ṣe lórí àwọn tí wọ́n ń dà wá láàmú yìí náà wọ́n tán ṣàlù yìí wọ́n mọ public machine wọ́n lọ jí ọ̀nà àbáyọ ni pé yes pé kán lọ dó junction to junction kán lọ mọ kórin bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó tàrin kó kó irin jáde kó lọ tàrin fún yàn kì í ṣe pé nígbà tí ilé bá wá dá ló àwọn sọ pé ní yes kẹ́ni tó gbómi apẹ̀rẹ̀ kaná tí yóò fi tẹ̀bà wọ́n wá lọ ń dami rẹ̀ ni wọ́n lọ ń fa tí wọ́n bá àmọ̀ tí ń bẹnu àpò wọn kò tí ìfẹ́ rí bí àmọ̀ yẹn bí apẹni ṣe fẹ́ strong tó wọ́n bá ti kó bọ̀ báyìí gbogbo ẹ̀ ọ̀parẹ́ ni kò ní ju bí kúkú lọ mọ́. the same thing náà wáyárìn wọ́n tún wá mú onílé wọ́n tún wá mú ẹni tí ṣe wáyárìn inú ilé wọ́n tún wá mú kọlura wọn ọlọ́pàá tún lọ ń gbé nígbà ẹ bá ṣe wáyárìn tàn tẹ́ ẹ lọ tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n lọ ká gbogbo wáyárìn inú ilé ẹni tó ṣe wáyárìn wọn lọ gbé ẹ wò náà tó fi ń sọsẹ́ àwa rẹ̀ ìjọba kán dàkú kán jọ àmì ìdánimọ̀ wọn aṣọ ìdánimọ̀ id card wọn junction to junction ní kán máa dúró sí kán máa wọnú street mọ́ torí wọnú street yẹn ló fún ipò ẹ̀ ló fún alẹ́ di àwa gangan tá a wá jì mẹ́kúrò wà lélẹ́yìí o àwa gangan tá a bá ti wá rí nǹkan tí nǹkan mẹ́ta tí wọ́n ń fẹ́ àwa máa sá àwọn àmọ́ sá pé okọ̀ mi ni wọ́n dà èmi lágbájá lọ́sà agbátẹ̀wé bọ́ọ̀lù joyè kan community ní vice chairman lọ́jẹ́ ní àbí secretary lọ́jẹ́ ní tí wọ́n ti wọ́n múra kankan filẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ làwùlàwẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ kì í ṣe tọ́kàn nìyẹn ẹ jájọ gbárùkù tí a wá ní ká máa pé ní ká máa fojú wọn ra wa nínú community pé yẹsẹ pé ọfẹ tẹ èmi mo ní kọ́ wá ra ni àwọn àmọ́ tún wá máa gbógun ti ra wa bí o ṣe pé kinní yóò padà èyí tó bá kàn mí yóò padà kàn ọ́ eyín ní ká mójútó láàrin wa tá a bá ti mójútó eyín ìjọba díẹ̀ náà ni ti ìjọba ó ṣe fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀ sórí ìjọba ò ríran rínú yàrá wa kò ríran rínú community wa àwa aláwa gbégbèsè àwa pariwo fún ìjọba pé yẹsẹ pé ká máa wọ street mọ́ ká máa dó junction so kẹ́lò káwọn míì náà dá sí i mo dé ìdóná ìjókòó ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní dàrú o.
ẹ ṣeun àjọbẹ̀ jẹ́ ó ṣe díẹ̀ náà ní kinní ọ̀hún ẹ kú gbólóhùn ẹ kú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kú làákàyè Honorable Abusi Naira ó ti pẹ́ tí wọ́n ti ń nawọ́ sókè ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ìkànnì Western Spring Television lẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ ẹ má gbàgbé o bá ṣe ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ lórí móhùnmáwòrán tẹ́ ń wò wá ní ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 náà lẹ tún lè máa wò wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára ní orí YouTube ìyẹn Western Spring Television àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà ni a ṣì ń lò ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wà nínú ilé tẹ́ fẹ́ dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò ìyẹn 0913-259-9000 tàbí 0816-466-4844 0816-466-4844 àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta ti wájú wa ẹ̀já tẹ̀ wájú nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí fún àǹfààní àwọn tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àwọn ìbéèrè tí gbogbo àwọn honorable ń fi ojú sùnùkùn wò alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ báwo la ṣe wá gbòdẹ́kun sí ọṣẹ́ tí àwọn tó ń ṣarin ṣe láwùjọ wa ìkejì ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ bí wọ́n bá ní ẹgbẹ́ irú òfin wo ló yẹ kí ìjọba ó gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe ẹgbẹ́ láti dá wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ à ń ṣe kọ́ńdúkọ́ńdú ìwà mímọ̀ ṣàfọwọ́rá mọ̀ ṣe ìpalára fún àwọn aráàlú. Ìbéèrè kẹta kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable nípa àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ aṣálú aṣarin àbókọ míì tá a bá pè wọ́n aṣabólà gbogbo pátá bá pè wọ́n kí ni ìrírí yín nípa wọn àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí náà ni à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lọ́wọ́ nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ó yá o.
mo kí Mr. Speaker
ẹ ṣé o
ẹ kúṣẹ́ kú ètò ẹ̀ ní dààmú
àmín o
tòní ò tún wá ní jáse mọ́
àmín
èmi ni honorable orúkọ tèmi ni honorable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà mo kí gbogbo àwọn ojúgbà mi tá a jọ wà ní orí ìjókòó ń bì nínú kúlú wa ẹ̀ làákàyè yìí ò ní dàrú ọlọ́mọ fi sọ rẹ̀ sọ ní kọ̀ọ̀kan wa ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹni ká gbé yẹ̀wò yìí wọ́n ní tọ́pọ̀ lọ́ba tó bá débì kan ọ̀pọ̀ ló kọ́kọ́ ta wẹ́wẹ́ báyìí ẹ̀ kó wò pé ṣé kí n pa ni àbí n filẹ̀ lẹ̀ kó mọ bá tiẹ̀ lọ. sẹ́rọ̀rọ̀ àwọn aṣáálú yìí kò yẹ kó jẹ́ bójúbójú fún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa torí kò sádùúgbò tí wọ́n wọ̀. àmọ́ ojú tèmi fi wò ni pé àwa tá a bá wà ládùúgbò kódà kó sẹ́ni tó ra ilẹ̀ sí sáìtì tí ń kọ́lé lọ́wọ́ tí ò tí ì parí ilé rẹ̀ a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ bá a mójútó nǹkan tó bá wà ní sáìtì èmi gangan lára gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ sáìtì káàkiri àwọn rin nítẹ́ẹ̀dì tó jẹ́ pé wẹ́dà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe kalẹ̀ ni tá a fẹ́ fi kún nítẹ́ẹ̀dì tá a kó kalẹ̀ báyìí àwọn aṣáálú wọ́n wọnú gbó wọ́n dẹ̀ kó gborin yẹn lọ ní sáìtì ẹ dákun bó la fẹ́ kọ̀yùn sí irin tí wẹ́dà ti ṣe kalẹ̀ tá a ti rí tó jẹ́ pé kí káfíńtà kan pákó yẹ kákan kìbọnú ẹ̀ ká dẹ̀ kún nítẹ́ẹ̀dì yẹn ni àbárin ní sáìtì mọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń gbàdúgbò yẹn tá a ti lè ti wà ń bẹ̀ bẹ̀tẹ̀ àwọn yẹn wò pé táwọn bá ní pé káwọn dá sí i ó lè di pé wọ́n mọ̀ sọ pé bóyá àwọn làwọn ṣe kinní kankan so olúkálukú kan ń sá fórí ara rẹ̀ ni kò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àjọ mọ́ mójútó gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ládùúgbò wa ni àmọ́ tí ojú tèmi fi wò pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tá a bá fẹ́ kó ṣiṣẹ́ kó fìyẹn ṣiṣẹ́ ó wà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìjọba wa.
ẹ ṣé àwò.
àwọn ìjọba wa wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ ní òfin tí wọ́n fi de àwọn tí wọ́n ń sa kinní káàkiri for example wọ́n ní olórí ọkàn wọn tó balẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ń bá wọn fà á ní àdúgbò báyìí pé wọ́n fẹ́ wọ ibì kan pé wọ́n fẹ́ mọ sa nǹkan bẹ tẹ́ bá fi lè lé ẹ báyìí wọ́n á tún dòdò pọ́n fẹ́ bá ń jà ni. ṣé wọn ò ní nǹkan tó kọ́fà wọn ni wọ́n dúró báyìí àwọn tó yẹ kó máa sá lọ ká máa lé wọn wọ́n á tún wá dúró tí a lọ́rùn. bẹ́ẹ̀ tó wá wà lọ́wọ́ àdúgbò àwọn àdúgbò kan náà wà bá a ṣe ń sọ yìí o wọ́n lè wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o tán bá wọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ ẹmu wọn dìsá ni. àwọn gan mọ̀ wọn lé wọ́n máa ń sọ fúnra wọn.
àwọn oníjà sọ ẹmu èèyàn dìsá.
tán bá sọ ẹmu èèyàn dìsa èèyàn ó ti padà sóko arọ́ nù yín ti ń lọ nù.
lọ́nà àtàwọn baba ńlá wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ti ń lọ nù. so àwọn àdúgbò yẹn àwọn tó ń salu yẹn gangan máa ń sọ fúnra wọn wípé ẹ má lọ sádùúgbò báyìí o wọ́n fi kinní báyẹn ṣe ń bẹ wọ́n lù tí ń bàjẹ́ ń bẹ o so wọn náà ti mọ àwọn àdúgbò kan báwọn so àwọn ìjọba wa ó wà lórí ọwọ́ gọ́fúnà wa kí gọ́fúnà wa pe olórí wọn kán bá wa bọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ kán mọ àdúgbò tí wọ́n mọ̀ wọ̀ kán mọ̀ wọ àdúgbò kan dúró jọ́sàn ẹni tí ó bá tarin kókó rin lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn so tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò níbàjẹ́ o.
àmín ẹ ṣe gan ni àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ọlọ́run wo ló tún kò tí wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ sí ohun tí à ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ kóbìnrin náà sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ àwọn ọkùnrin là ń náwó òkè ọ̀yà o.
mo kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣé o.
a kú ètò ilégbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní bàjẹ́ lórúkọ Jésù èmi ni ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Èkómè láti Àgùnbẹ́léwò àwọn Sabola wọ́n ti ń ṣe tipẹ́ gan-an téèyàn kọ bí ara sí i ẹlòmíì á ní pé òun sa irin káàkiri ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tí ó mọ̀ máa sà dé àwọn ará àdúgbò náà ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún wọn náà àwọn náà máa ń pè wọ́n pé káwọn máa ra irin tó máa ti wá pè pé káwọn ra irin yẹn tán wọ́n kún wá padà ní ọjọ́ kejì wọ́n wá tájẹ́ẹ̀tì gbogbo ibi tí irin wà ní àdúgbò yẹn wọ́n á kó gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ tó dẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ dé ibì kan wà ládùúgbò kan wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú bíbẹ̀ wọ́n ná wọn bí ẹni máa kú ni àtìgbà yẹn wọn ò débẹ̀ yẹn mọ́ nǹkan tí mi kàn fẹ́ sọ ni pé tán bá ní branch tí wọ́n ti máa lọ máa tarin fún wọn kọ́ mọ̀ jẹ́ kán wọ àdúgbò yẹn mọ́ torí pé wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú ní àdúgbò yẹn dèmàdé wa tún ra àwọn ìjọba pé kán jọ pé kán ní ìwé ìdánimọ̀ àti aṣọ tí wọ́n fi máa mọ̀ pé ní àwọn sanṣẹ́ torí pé àwọn míì máa ń wọ aṣọ rúṣurùṣu lẹ́pọ̀ fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú bí ojúgbà mi kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan òótọ́ ni o wọ́n ní pé àwọn ń sa irin wọ́n á gbé ọmọ tuntun ọjọ́ kan tí wọ́n ṣọ tuntun ni wọ́n rí nínú àpò tuntun fi ń salu yẹn wọ́n nẹni ibẹ̀ náà pa kú sí tó Ọlọ́run àrùn wa ló
òfin òde wàá fàyè lẹ̀ ká mọ̀ ṣèdájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara wa.
ibẹ̀ náà pa sí sọ Ọlọ́run àrùn wa lọ lórúkọ Jésù o.
ó dáa ẹ ṣeun ó lágbára nígbà tí a ti gbọ́rọ̀ yìí yẹ̀wò lórí rédíò àìmọye èèyàn méjì ni wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n gbé kẹ̀kẹ́ àwọn àkàndá wọn ìyẹn wheelchair wọ́n ní wọ́n gbé lọ yányán lágbègbè wọn mélòó àwọn tí ò ráyè pè tàbí sọ èrò tiwọn ó dáa ẹ jẹ́ kí a lọ sí òdì kejì bí a bá lọ sí òdì kejì tá a sinmi níwọ̀nba a padà dé sínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ìkànnì Western Spring Television ló ti ń dé sí ojú ìwòran yín bá a bá dé ìjókòó ilé ó tẹ̀ síwájú à ń bọ̀.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò ìgúnnigún.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ni ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúròó wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ̀ka káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Morenikeji. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Susu tó bá wẹ̀ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàpèrè tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ìyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
gbẹ̀bíró kílímọ̀ dàwòrò kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà tiẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálukú bá kọ sí ìpèjà náà lè yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. gbẹ̀bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkó tó béèrè sí wọn. láláì fi kan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà wọn délé àbí gbẹ́rọ ẹ mọ pàdé mú ìwà Afọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago mẹ́jọ tí àkútẹ̀rì ó sì tún wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. gbẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn ní gùn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni oko náà gún la ṣe máa ń péjọ fojú sùnùkùn wo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì bí aago mẹ́ta bá ti lè rókogó sí aago mẹ́rin kù ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ sì máa ń wáyé ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé lálẹ́. gbogbo nǹkan tí yóò jẹ́ kí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó tẹ̀sí apá iwájú lájọ máa ń gbéyẹ̀wò nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń tan móhùnmáwòrán yín àbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára tẹ́ ń wò pé kí ni àwọn honorable ń gbéyẹ̀wò lónìí nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. bí náà ò bá tán láṣọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìtàn lè kan náà ọjọ́ ti pẹ́ tí àwọn èèyàn ti ń kọminú kọmi òde látàrí ọṣẹ́ látàrí ṣùtá àti làlúrí tí àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin tí wọ́n ń pè ní aṣalu tàbí aṣabọ́là ń ṣe ní àwùjọ wa. ó di mímọ̀ fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò wípé ọ̀pọ̀ nínú àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí ni wọ́n máa ń lúgọ sí abẹ́ wípé wọ́n ń ṣa àjákù irin láti fi jí dúkìá àwọn èèyàn. bí àwọn èèyàn yìí ṣe ń gbé ìsásùn onísàásùn lẹ́yìnkùnlé ni wọ́n ń palẹ̀ apẹ̀rin alápẹ̀rin mọ́lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀. bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irin ajúwe sáínbọ̀ọ̀dù ni wọ́n ń kó àwọn nǹkan èlò inú ilé tí àwọn èèyàn gbàgbé síta àbí sẹ́ǹkùnlé. lóòótọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ àwọn olùgbé àdúgbò àwọn community àwọn CDA àti ẹgbẹ́ lárìnlọ́ọ̀dún lọ́tún lósì ni wọ́n ń fi ojoojúmọ́ gbé ìgbésẹ̀. bí a ṣe rí àwọn tó ń gbé pátákó ìkìlọ̀ sí oríta láti fi kìlọ̀ fún àwọn èèyàn náà láti má dé règbèrègbè àdúgbò wọn lárí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé bí wọ́n bá ti fojú gán ní àwọn èèyàn yìí tẹ́fẹ́tẹ́fẹ́ ni wọ́n lé wọn lọ́gán tí wọ́n bá ti rí wọn. àmọ́ kàkà kéwé àgbọ̀ ó dẹ̀ líle ló mọ̀ ń le sí ni ọ̀rọ̀ náà. ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ni àwọn èèyàn yìí ti sọ sí oko gbèsè. a ti gbọ́ nípa bí wọ́n ti ṣe gbé irinṣẹ́ àti àwọn nǹkan èlò táwọn èèyàn wá tún ṣe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ sálọ. bẹ́ẹ̀ la ti gbọ́ nípa àwọn tó lọ ń yọ àwọn irin àti àwọn nǹkan èlò míì tó jẹ́ ti ìjọba yálà tó wà ní ojú pópónà àbí láwọn agbègbè míì láàrin ìlú. àwọn òǹwòye ni bí ìjọba ò bá ti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó lọ́rìn tó gíríkì lórí àwọn èèyàn yìí bí ìgbà tí àwùjọ wa bá ń fi iná sí orí òrùlé sùn ni o. wọ́n ń pe kí ni ká ti pe ẹni tó pe ara rẹ̀ ní aṣarin àbí aṣabólà àbí aṣalu tó ń ṣa ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù tó ń gbé ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù lọ. wọ́n ní èkùrọ́ ló wá ra ọmọ ẹran ṣe dé gbà o. Àwọn ìbéèrè nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, báwo la ṣe lè wá gbòdẹ́kun sí ọṣẹ́ ìpalára láti ọwọ́ àwọn tó ń ṣa irin láwùjọ wa? Ìbéèrè kejì, ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́? Tán bá ní ẹgbẹ́, kí ni òfin tíjọba yẹ kó gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe àwọn èèyàn yìí? Ìbéèrè kẹta, kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable nípa àwọn tó ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí? Àwọn èèyàn ti wà lójú òpó ó yá o, ẹ mọ̀ gbìyànjú ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti fẹ́ nawọ́ sókè látojú òpó ẹ kúrò níbi tàríwó wà kí a lè gbọ́ra wa dáadáa. Àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà ni a ṣì ń lò 09132599000 09132599000 tàbí 08164664844 08164664844. Ẹ kúrò nídìí móhùnmáwòrán yín tẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ nawọ́ sókè ó yá o honourable wa.
Honourable Adam tí mo wá láti.
Honourable Adam kini.
Adam Samad tí mo wá láti Powerline.
Ọ̀dà à ń gbọ́ yín.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń mẹ́nu lù tí à ń sọ. Ṣé rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run ó ní ittaqu fitnatun la tusiba alladhina zalamu minkum khassa. Ọlọ́run ní ẹ páyà fìtínà. Torí bí fìtínà bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kì í sórí ẹ̀yin nìkan òní ó ṣe kíni òní ó mọ. Ṣẹ́rí tèmi kàn fẹ́ bí àwọn ìjọba wa sí òní pé ní kí wọ́n bá sọ fún àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn olórí wọn láti pé tún bá ní àmì ìdánimọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí táwọn èèyàn wá ń sọ bọ̀ látàárọ̀ tún bá ní àmì ìdánimọ̀ and then tolúkálùkù ó ní pé ní ìbò section wo ni wọ́n ti wá ṣe kíni section wo ni wọ́n ti wá ṣiṣẹ́ tó yẹ kí tá a bá fẹ́ wọn ládùúgbò á nìkan ṣe kíni á nìkan wọlé tá a bá ṣe kíni tá a bá fẹ́ wọn á nìkan máa ṣe kíni á nìkan máa lọ. Ìtọ́rọ̀ tí mo ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ní àdúgbò Powerline mi jáde láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ yẹn pé kí n lọ ṣe fún sáré mo wá mú ọ̀dà ìmọ̀sá mu orin kan ìmọ̀sá mu dání mo tún wá gbàgbé mo tún wá wọlé padà mọ́ irin tí mo mú dání kí n tiẹ̀ padà lọ mú ọmọ asálùyẹ ti mú mo sì ní kó wá nìyẹn mo ní zona ọ̀yẹ́ ọjẹ́ jẹ́ Haúsá mọ́ra kí ni n tó mú yìí bó ṣe mú jáde ní àwọn èèyàn wá sáré àwọn èèyàn àwọn òpin àfáà kí ni tí mò ń bá ọkùnrin kí ni mò ń bá jásí mo ní tí mo fi kalẹ̀ lẹ́nu sí kí n wọlé kí n padà yìí ó ṣe kí ni ó dẹ̀ tì mọ́ kọ́dà àwọn èèyàn jáde sí gan ládùúgbò ìjọ yẹn tí wọ́n ṣe kí ni wọ́n sá ní kó máa ṣe kí ni kó máa lọ. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ń bẹ nítorí wọn torí tábà ní àwọn àwo lọ́pọ̀ jù ní wọ́n ti ṣe kí ni àwọn Haúsá ni o. Wọn ò dẹ̀ ní pé wọn ò ní dámúrè pé bóyá ẹnìkan báyìí lọ rán wọn kò sí sáìtì kò síbi tí wọn ò lè wọ̀ ó ní pé ní tábà ní kún àwọn ìjọba wa náà láàṣì kí wọ́n ṣe kí ni òun òun làárọ̀ láti pè ní ibi tí wọ́n ń ta kíní yẹn ibi tí àwọn tí wọ́n ra kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní láti bá wọn ṣe meeting tó bá ti bá wọn ṣe meeting wọ́n ké gbogbo irú nǹkan báyìí tíjọba náà bá níbi tí wọ́n pè irú nǹkan báyìí o ọ́fíìsì bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ rà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ lò pé ọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba lẹ́tì máa ṣe kíni lẹ́tì máa rà tí ì ṣe pé wọ́n kàn máa wọnú sáìtì lọ tí wọ́n bá lè bá ṣerú òfin báyìí tí wọ́n ní máa fi wọ torí ìwọ́nú sáìtì wọn wọnú sáìtì ń pa kò sẹ́ni tí ò máa pa la torí wọ́n ṣe kíni wọ́n fi ń gbé nǹkan ọlọ́run sì ní ká kéèyàn bẹ̀rù fìtínà tí fìtínà bá dé kò ní mọ lórí ẹni tí ó dá fìtínà ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ gbogbo wa ní ọjọ́ ṣe kíni ní ọjọ́ kan ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní oníbàjẹ́ o.
Àmì ẹ ṣeun wa ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ honourable wa sheik wa àmọ̀rírè yín o. Nígbà tí honourable Jamiu Semiu sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ǹkan wọ́n mẹ́nu bà ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àdúgbò wọn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí àwọn gangan tí àwọn fọwọ́ ara wọn ya àwòrán náà ẹ jẹ́ ká wo fọ́nrán tí wọ́n mẹ́nu bà ká wo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Ó yá o.
Àwọn búlà tí ó wọ àdúgbò lọ́sẹ̀ tá a dá dúró so àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n kó ta rí gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn nìbọ̀ nígbà tá a dá wọn dúró níbi tá a ti ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n sá lọ wọ́n jùlẹ̀ wọ́n sá lọ bọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tiẹ̀ lé wọn àwọn ibi tí wọ́n ti ń sá lọ wọ́n bọ́ bàtà wọn kalẹ̀ lẹ̀ so wọ́n bọ́ bàtà wọn kalẹ̀ lẹ̀ so àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n kó nì tabarẹ tí wọ́n bọ́ sílẹ̀ bóyá wọ́n bá gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ àbí kòkó rìn bóyá kí alága ní gbolé wọ́n iṣẹ́ ní lórí kọ́dẹ̀ síwádìí tọ́rọ́ lè wáyà panel solar so gbogbo àwọn kan tó kù kòkó rìn pẹ̀lú jẹnẹrétọ̀ ńlá kódà wọ́n yọ jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn á fi ṣe nù so tabarẹ ní jẹnẹrétọ̀ ìkòkó so ó dàbí wọ́n wà lára ìkòkó yẹn Saki Josephine in.
tọ́ gbogbo wa náà láti rí nǹkan tó wà ní fọ́nrán ọ̀hún ẹ̀yin náà rí ṣé ìkòkò tuntun lè yàn án tà ṣé ìkòkò tuntun lè yàn án tà ìbéèrè tó yẹ kí a kọ́kọ́ bira wa gan-an nu ohun tó wà lẹ́yìn ọ̀fà ojú òjé lọ nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àwọn ìbéèrè wa òun náà látún padà sórí rẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó lé tòní tó ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ wípé ṣáàtì ẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ́ gan tán bá ní ẹgbẹ́ kí ló yẹ kí ìjọba ó mú sàlóògùn òfin wo ìlànà wo ló yẹ kán gbé kalẹ̀ fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ yìí àti wípé kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable báwo la ṣe dẹ́kun irúfẹ́ àwọn ìwà yìí kó mọ̀ dé pé olè ọ̀wà kó wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ó yá honorable wo ni ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ sí ohun tá à ń gbéyẹ̀wò.
èmi ni honorable Karim Wasiu kọ́mrẹ́ fòtò láti ìlú Ẹdẹ mo kí abẹnuganlé mo sì kí akọ̀wé lé mo kí akújánu mo kí gbogbo ọmọlé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó ní kò ní dìbàjẹ́.
àmín o.
mo ní ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ni adásí lónìí ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo ní experience tó pọ̀ lórí rẹ̀ ni àkàwọn ra brief ẹ̀ díẹ̀ láwọn tí mo ní. àwọn salutawi ó yẹ kíjọba bàǹdì wọn ní mọ́ káàkiri àdúgbò nǹkan wọ́gi lé torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé olè náà wọ́n ti sásá bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn tó jẹ́ pé olè náà fi ń jà.
ẹ tó yẹ kí n tún fi nǹkan kan gbáǹdì o torí tá a bá ń sunkún àmọ́ ríran tá a bá ní kíjọba ó fi òfin dè fún kó fi òfin dè àwọn èèyàn yìí ẹ má gbàgbé ibi tó máa ń kó àwọn irin sí tí wọ́n ti lọ lóòdù rẹ̀ sínú ọkọ̀ àwọn tó gbélé tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀ wọ́n fowó rẹ̀ǹtì níbi tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ o wọ́n sanwó orí o ọkọ̀ tí ó gbé olóye owó tí ó san o àwọn tó wà lójú ọ̀nà ó gbowó o àti wípé tá a bá ní ká fòfin dè wọ́n ṣé ìdọ̀tí ò tún ní máa pọ̀ láwùjọ wa ẹja tún fojú sùnùkùn wò ẹ mọ̀ bọ́rọ̀ yìí.
ṣe ìdíjọba lè ṣe ẹni tó bá mọ̀ kóun ní tóun bá fẹ́ tàbá fún ara ẹ̀kọ́ lọ gbé bá wọn ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn kí wọ́n máa jẹ́ pé àwọn tán kiri káwọn torí ní àdúgbò mi jọ kan ní family house ìyá àgbà wa apẹ̀rin tí mọ̀mọ́ táwí fi dáná tó kó sí ẹ̀yìn ilé bí àwọn aṣáájú ẹ̀ ṣe débẹ̀ ni wọ́n bá kó sínú ó pààkì ẹ̀ ó kó sínú ọ̀rá ó ti wọn lọ ìyá wọn yọjú ó sá yọjú lójú wíńdò níyà ẹ̀ ti rí i pé ẹni tí kó ìtò ń kó sẹ́yìn kínní bí ẹ̀ ṣe ní adádúró nu ìgbà tá a dá dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tá a tùnú báàgì tó gbé lọ àwọn apẹ̀rin yẹn la kó jáde nínú ẹ̀ tẹ́pẹ́ àwọn èèyàn ó lé lórí gan apàdà nìkan filẹ̀ nìkan máa lọ ṣé ẹ mọ̀ ẹ wò yín báwọn ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì náà tún ní ọjọ́ kan àwọn ọlọ́pàá gàgà àwọn náà pè mí ní Ẹdẹ wọ́n ní máa kan ó ní àwọn aṣáálú wọ́n mú àwọn aṣáálú kan nínú kọ́pàǹdì iléeṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ ni àwọn tó máa ṣe oil ni wọ́n ní díẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń tú àwọn ẹ́jìnì yẹn tó ń tú lọ tí mo mọ àwọn tó ń tú ẹ́jìnì ibẹ̀ lọ wọ́n ní ìjọ́ tó wà á bà wọ́n mọ́kàn kan aṣáálú níbẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti kàn níbẹ̀ báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà pe àwọn ọlọ́pàá pé ọwọ́ ti ba aṣáálú kan wọ́n mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ọlọ́pàá ké sèmi náà pé tẹ̀lé àwọn ká lọ adé ibẹ̀ a rí àwọn irin tí wọ́n tú tó ti kó sínú àwọn ọ̀rá rẹ̀ tó ti lòdù ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé owó ò bá bà ní níjọ́ náà èèyàn lè mọ tó ti ń tú àwọn irin ibẹ̀ lọ èèyàn lè mọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n gbà tọwọ́ bà àwọn ọlọ́pàá gbé wọ́n mú lọ ilé ẹjọ́ o ṣùgbọ́n gbà tán mú lọ ilé ẹjọ́ òun náà padà gba lọ́ọ̀yà wọ́n padà fílẹ̀ káyìn náà ni sẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ báwọn wọ́n padà fílẹ̀ káyìn náà ni pé àwọn ìjọba wa tán bá báǹdì tán kiri káwọn kíkiri ká tán dọ́gbọ́n kiri káwọn ní nfa tán fi mólè mọ́ tí ó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ yùn yóò dínkù mo wá gbé òṣùbà fún ìkànnì iléeṣẹ́ yìí torí ìkànnì alálùbáríkà ni àwọn ayé ń gbọ́ gidi gan nínú program tá a ti lánàá mo tiẹ̀ rí bá a ṣe parí program tán ní àná ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tàná báyìí mo lọ pàdé ẹnìkan ní ọjà tìmí ní Ẹdẹ North kóòtù kan dé wà ń bẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo rí àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọ́n bá ní comrade mo ní kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n ní rédíò rave gẹ́gẹ́ là ń gbọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ la gbọ́ wọ́n ní agbọ́ gbogbo ọ̀tẹ́ ń gbé yẹ̀wò wọ́n ní ìjẹun wọ́n ní kí n ká lọ mo bá dénú kóòtù irú àwọn aṣáálú ẹ̀ kéèsì ẹ̀ náà gbọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní kí n bá fi lè mọ̀ wọ́n ní ìkànnì iléeṣẹ́ àwọn ń gbọ́ gan ni gbogbo ètò tí ń jáde ń bì wọ́n ní kò sí ìtàwọn èègbọ́ ni pé mo wá ṣe ládùúrà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń tọkùn àtàwọn tá à ń dá ṣètò náà ní sísọ o ayé òsì ní sí àgbọ̀ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọ kò ní dìbàjẹ́ àgbo ètò.
àmín Honorable Jamiu Semi ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn honorable tí ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ tán ó yá o.
Honourable Abdulkareem Muritado lórúkọ tí èmi ń jẹ́. Mo kí Honourable Speaker wa. Mo dẹ̀ kí akójànú ilé.
Akójànú ajánásì ìjókòó lé náà.
Akójànú ilé ajánásì àti akójànú ilé àti àwọn ojúgbà mi lápapọ̀. Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò kò ní bàjẹ́, èyí ò ní jáse mọ́. Nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn asárìn, wọ́n ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ sunukun, ojú sunukun la fi ń wò. Ní tèmi fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn ìjọba ó ṣe nípa wọn ni wípé kí wọ́n ṣòfin wípé along the road ni kó ti máa sa irin wọn. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ lọ bá wọn láti ta irin fún wọn kó lọ tà fún ẹ kó mọ̀ wọnú kọ́mpáàdì mọ́. Along the road ni wọ́n ti máa sá. Tí wọ́n bá ṣe ń sà along the road irú àwọn èso nǹkan kan tí ń kó táyà gan nǹkan kan yẹn yóò dínkù yóò dínkù àǹfààní ibẹ̀ tó ní advantage ibẹ̀ nìyẹn. Àmọ́ disadvantage ibẹ̀ ni pé kí wọ́n máa kó nǹkan wa ó ní ọ̀dà. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà kí wọ́n dẹ̀ ní uniform tí wọ́n máa lò láti fi dá wọn mọ̀. Wọ́n ló orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni. Tí wọ́n bá ti lè ní uniform tí wọ́n kọ company wọn tí wọ́n kọ́ síbi ẹ̀yìn uniform yẹn. Tí nǹkan wa bá nù tá a bá ṣe ẹ̀ mọ́ a mọ̀ ibi tá a wà wọn sí a mọ̀ ibi tá a mọ̀ ọ́ lọ. Ní tèmi fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn ìjọba ó ṣe nìyẹn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà ìrírí mi tèmi wá rí ní agboolé wa. Ó ṣẹlẹ̀ pé asárìn kan wá síbẹ̀ ló bá wọnú ilé ló bá ń lọ kó àwọn irinṣẹ́ bíríkìlì àwa kan nípa àjọ jẹ́ ọmọ ilé kan náà ní bá ń kó irinṣẹ́ bíríkìlì àwọn kíní sọ́fẹ̀ nǹkan kan ní bá ń kó sínú ọ̀rá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣe ká mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn wọ́n wá dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara rẹ̀ ó lù lálùbá mi.
Ìjọba sì ní a mọ̀ máa dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara wa.
Lọ́ba lù nígbà wàá lù tán.
Mo fọwọ́ àtọmọdé lẹ́nu ẹnìkan nawọ́ sókè láti inú ilé. Hello. Ẹ káàsán. Ètò nìyẹn à ń gbọ́ yìí. Àmì o. Ṣẹ́yìn ń gbọ́ wa.
Adékúnlé Aríkéwìyà láti àfihàn ẹ̀sẹ̀ nílùú Òṣogbo. Ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀sẹ̀ ní ká dá sí ní ọ̀rọ̀ gidi máa ní. Àfi bí ẹni pé nìkan lẹ gbé tòtè ní kalẹ̀ fún ni. Bí ọdún bóyá bí láàtẹ̀yìn.
À ń gbọ́ yìí, ṣẹ́yìn ń gbọ́ wa. Honourable Aríkéwìyà.
Mọ́rin títẹ̀ mi ìyàn láàyò.
Ẹ padà tó ọ̀rọ̀ yín yẹn sọ.
Wọ́n wá bá ọmọ tó bá fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù. Àwọn aṣáájú yẹn, ọmọ mọ́là yẹn, wọ́n á fi tírọ́ọ̀kì wá, wọ́n á ní kán ta nǹkan bá wọn. Nǹkan tó ọmọ mi ti tà fún wọn, kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré. Ẹ bá yọrí pé ọmọ yẹ ọmọ kékeré ni wọ́n mú dáhùn sọmọ.
Iṣẹ́ wo lẹ̀yin ṣe Honourable wa? Iṣẹ́ wo lẹ̀yin ṣe torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ò bá mọ̀?
Iṣẹ́ ajóre mọ́rin níṣẹ́ mi ṣe wẹ́dà níṣẹ́ mi wẹ́dà mo yàn láàyò nínú housing rògbì housing estate rògbì.
Ó rà ń gbọ́.
Níbi iṣẹ́ mi wà níbi iṣẹ́ mi wà.
Tọ̀ ẹ sanwó ìpolówó papọ̀.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà tí ìbá ti sí nílé tó wọ́n á fi study time kí ni sílé wọ́n tó wọn fi méjì mẹ́ta báyẹn kò í ṣe nìkan kì í ṣe èèyàn méjì tán máa wá lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ báyẹn. Ọmọ tó bá fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn á lọ bá wọn pé ní ọ̀fẹ́ ra nǹkan kan. Ibò wọn táwọn bá sọ pé kò sí ọ̀kan àbí tán bá ra kó nǹkan kékeré tó wà ń ta fún wọn gan. Wọ́n á tún mọ tọ́ka sí nǹkan míì nínú workshop. Débi pé àwọn ọmọ yẹn á dẹ̀ ta fún wọn. So kì í sáwọ́ pé kì í ṣe kẹta. Àwọn á sì kan ní láti ẹ̀yẹn ọwọ́ mẹ́tẹ̀ wọn. So even mo wá pé dùgbẹ̀. So wọ́n ní kí n wá bí màá ti gbé nìyẹn wá. So mo tá gbé truck yẹ mo tún gbé truck mo tún náwó mo tún charter mọ́tò tí mo gbé truck yẹ lọ sí dùgbẹ̀ police station. So at the end of the day wọ́n sọ pé ní irinṣẹ́ tí mo rà ní wọ́n mo sọ bí 80,000 naira. So ọmọ yẹn láti ta fún ọmọ yẹn lọ́gbà láti ta fún mọ́là yẹn ní 800 naira. Ọmọ yẹn dẹ̀ sọ pé ní ẹni tó ń ta kíní yẹn fún ní àná lélẹ́yìí. So àwọn ọlọ́pàá láti mọ̀ sọ fún mi pé ní ọmọ mi ló jẹ̀bi wípé ní kò sí tó kan àwọn aládùúgbò àwọn aṣáájú ẹ pé ní ọmọ mi ló tajà fún wọn pé sépà tó tajà fún wọn sí kò gbowó ni. So I was so surprised lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tá a wà yìí kí a mólè pé ẹ dákun ẹ túgbà wa bó ti jẹ́ ni wọ́n á tún mọ yí mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Mo fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú ní ìsìn pé tẹ bá mú ọmọ sáyẹ́ǹsì wọ́n ní collection níbi pé even àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn kan tó mọ̀ ọ̀gá wọn. Ó jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ yẹn náà dárúkọ ọ̀gá wọn pé ní Sálísù pé ọmọ Sálísù ni wọ́n fi ní kankan so kò sí nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe fún wọn. Jẹ́bi pé tẹ bá lẹ mú ọdẹ tí wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ gan tẹ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ kan wá tún fi sí station wálé ni. So ó yà mí lọ́dún tí mo sọ yìí ní láti ẹ̀ tí mo sọ yìí ó yà mí lọ́dún ní pé ní ọlọ́mọdé yóò béèrè ìtìjú ni. gbogbo nǹkan mi tí wọ́n kótà tí wọ́n wá gbà lọ́nà ìgbìmọ̀ ìkọ́rọ́ yín àti bá lọ gítà lẹ́yìn gan ó fẹ́ wọ 200,000 ó tiẹ̀ lé 200,000.
láyé ìgbà náà.
tó tí mo fi rò pé tí jọ́sùn máa gbẹ́sì máa bójú máa bójú fáwọn gbogbo ẹ̀ tó wọ́n padà yí mi mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ nígbà tí mo dé station o tó ọ̀tí náà ó dàbí abẹnú gan yíwọ̀n mo fi tọ́ ìrìn létí gan nígbà náà lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
so níṣẹ́ báyìí sin àwa kan rọ àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ ká jẹ́ tojú ti yọ sápàrọ̀ fẹ́ rìn náà. wọ́n á pòsì
ojú òpó òun kò fẹ́ jágere mọ́ ṣùgbọ́n a ti di kókó ọ̀rọ̀ yín mú ẹ ti gúnlẹ̀ dáadáa ẹ ti fakùn mọ́ òkun ọ̀rọ̀ yọ ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa tó ń bọ̀rọ̀ lọ ẹ má bínú bóyá ẹ tẹ̀ wájú.
nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń bá bọ̀ ẹni bá lọ lọ́ba kú nígbà tí táwọn ọlọ́pàá nígbà sáàdì pọ̀ ọ̀nà àṣàbólà yẹn ọ̀nà lálùbami àti ọ̀ràn lọ́dá kò tó 10 minutes sí táìmù yẹn báwọn ọlọ́pàá ṣe dé nìyẹn ẹ bá ní wípé bó ló ṣe lè dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara rẹ̀ wọ́n ní nítorí kó ṣe ni pé kó mú wá sí police station pé n tó ń bá lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni wọ́n lọ́wọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ìnà onítọ́ bá ṣe léṣe bá ń kọ́ ẹ bá ní pé ká lọ station ṣáà yarí kalẹ̀ ó lòun lọ station ẹni tó wá jẹ́gbọ́n rẹ̀ ń lọ́ wá tẹ̀lé lọ sí station pé kí wọ́n lọ ṣàlàyé pé àwọn bá nǹkan lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tẹni ẹ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tì sẹ́yìn kìnìún
lẹ́ni tó lọ ṣàlàyé
wọ́n bá tì mẹ́yìn káńtà níta pè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n làrónù jọ́ kejì mọ̀lẹ́ni ẹ̀mọ̀ tó kù ńbẹ̀ pẹ̀lú owó àgbà tá a lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ Sẹ́ríkì gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí wọ́n sọ wípé wọ́n lé bàbá ń gbẹ̀jọ́ àgbà tá a lọ sọ́dọ̀ Sẹ́ríkì tá a lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀ ní Sẹ́ríkì tó sọ pé kí wọ́n fi ilẹ̀ pẹ̀lú owó gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìmọ̀ràn tèmi káwọn ìjọba kí wọ́n sọ pé kí wọ́n máa káàkiri ojú ọ̀nà kí wọ́n máa wọnú compound iléègbé máa jọrò ní bàjẹ́ o.
àmín ẹ̀yin ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa àsìkò tí ń kọ́ wọn kankan mọ́ra a wà fún yín ọgbọ̀n ìṣẹ́jú àyá 30 seconds ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan kan tó di pé àgbà àbá ó yà o.
Comrade Jamiu Semiu ni Honourable Jamiu Semiu ni láti ìlú Nisa tẹ́ rí àfikún tèmi kàn fẹ́ fi sí ni wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí n tèmi lérò ni wípé àwọn ìjọba ló yẹ wọn bá mójútó ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé àwọn ọmọ yẹn kéré ọmọ 10 years 15 years kó lọ mọ ṣàlù kó lọ mọ gbowó àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò lọ sí skul mọ́ kọ́mọ kéékèèké kí wọ́n lọ mọ ṣàlù kó lọ mọ ṣàlù nígbà tí wọ́n bá ti ń rí owó wọn ò láǹfààní àti lọ skul mọ́ èmi ó kọ̀ràn wọn kí wọ́n jẹ́ kí éèjì ó mọ̀ wà fẹ́ni tí ó bá ṣe irú nǹkan báyẹn tó ti yé yín báyẹn àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké wọn ò lọ skul mọ́ o ṣàlù ni o.
ẹ ṣe ẹ bá fún Honourable Lami Sefiu láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀
Speaker èmi Honourable Lami Sefiu ọlọ́jà bàlá sí jalè aṣàgbọ́n mi máa ṣe ìjókòó wa tó kẹ̀kan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí o. ìrísí tó ti sẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò lè lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ bá wa gbé olórí wọn wá ẹ̀yin gangan lára àwa agbẹnugan àwa tí a jẹ́ kínní ìjókòó afẹ́ rí wọn afẹ́ rí wọn lè gbìmọ̀ àjọ o torí because wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe bí ọ̀gá mi ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń gbọ́ wa challenges táwọn gan mọ́ rí gbòòrò gan táyé pé ní ètò nǹkan kan báyìí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń gbòòrò ẹ bá wa sọ fún Mr. Speaker kan gbé jáde sórí afẹ́fẹ́ kan ká ṣe báyìí ẹ bá wa gbé wọn wá o so ètò ìfẹ́ fi kún nìyẹn.
ọjọ́ tá a bá gbé wọn wá á tún gbé aṣojú ìjọba náà wá àwọn ojú ajé kò ní sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ká máa fi àsìkò yìí rọ àwọn olórí ẹ̀sìn wa ká máa fi Honourable wa ṣe ìtọ́kasí fún àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn yòókù ẹ bá a máa gbé jáde nínú wáàsí àmọ́ kí wọ́n á máa jọ́sìn lábẹ́ yín táwọn ò bá tiẹ̀ mọ̀ tí wọ́n bá lè jọ́sìn lọ́dọ̀ tí ẹ bá sọ fáwọn Sẹ́ríkì wọn lédè tí wọ́n gbọ́ irú àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ká dẹ́kun rẹ̀ àwùjọ wa yóò dáa yóò dùn gbé ara yóò sì túbà fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin olùgbọ́ wa àti olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ibikíbi tẹ́ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò òun náà ni ẹ̀ ń wò lọ́wọ́ wa nílé gba ọ̀rọ̀ kankan mọ́ torí àsìkò wa ẹ jẹ́ kí Honourable wa kan dá àbá láti so ìjókòó lérò lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí Honourable mi bá wa kéjì àbá náà báwo láti ṣe báyìí Honourable wa Comrade ó yá ẹ bá wa dábàá.
Honourable Karim Wasiu Comrade for the látẹ̀dẹ̀ mo dábàá ká mú ìgbìyànjú ọdún mi wá sí òpin.
ó dà ẹ ṣe kí Honourable Abusi Naira.
Mr. Ka ẹ kú ètò ẹ ní dààmú tòní ò wá ní dàsè mọ́ èmi ni Honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà mo kéjì àbá ká mú ìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní wá sópin.
ó dáa ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín àmọrírì yín fún àsìkò tí gbogbo yín fẹ́lẹ̀ láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nù ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjò pẹ̀lú bójú ọjọ́ tẹ̀ ṣe rí tó fẹ́ dagẹ́gẹ́ díẹ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí tí gbogbo nǹkan ò bára dọ́gba tẹ̀ tún gbìyànjú láti wá adúpẹ́ o lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn aláṣẹ ìkànnì yìí àmọrírì yín àmọrírì àsìkò tẹ̀ fílẹ̀ pọ́lọ́ ló fi àsìkò tíṣẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ̀ ẹ wá síbi lọ́nà àti jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà kó dáa àti jẹ́ kí ìpínlẹ̀ wa kó dùn gbé. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo àwọn amójú ẹ̀rọ, àwọn ayàwòrán tá a jọ ṣe nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó fi wá sí àṣeyọrí ní ọjọ́ tòní. Ọpẹ́ ẹ̀mí pàtàkì lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ olóòtú àgbà ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò Fẹ́mi Adéfìlà. Èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé. Lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu Honourable Karim Wasiu láti ìlú Ẹdẹ tí Honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbàkejì Àbánà ni mo ń so ìjókòó ìlérò títí di ọjọ́ Ẹtì ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀.
Ìtún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìríra ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu mọ́tilẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti ṣe móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè.
Bẹ́ẹ̀gùn bá dá mọ́ lákọrin ó gé síwájú ṣẹ̀ṣàkì síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbòòrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Ohùn Àbẹ́ Unlimited pẹ̀lú mi ọmọ yín olùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Sùlíyà tẹ̀tún sí mo rẹ́ kejì ẹ lè pè mí Sùsù tó bá wẹ̀ lómi àsọ pé ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ bá kó sí ìtò òní jẹyìn ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbé ètò Ohùn Àbẹ́ Unlimited lórí ìpínlẹ̀ níbi kan ní 190 ibẹ̀ náà Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Ohùn Àbẹ́ Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́rọ̀ yẹn.
òpónà ṣọ́ra rẹ̀ wá sóde lójúmọ́ títún ní lọ́jọ́ Jímọ̀ Jímọ̀ olóyin ní oyin adùn kò ní wọn lọ́ọ̀dẹ tèmi àtẹ̀yìn mú kíyìn ò pé kú ojúmọ́.
lọ́dọ̀ tèmi náà ní mo kí n kú ojúmọ́ mo kí n kú ojúmọ́ mo kí n kú ojúmọ́ mọ́ àtòtò àrèrè.
kò ṣe máa gbọ́ ìròyìn.
kò ṣe máa gbọ́ ìròyìn.
àtòtò àrèrè níjẹ́bẹ̀ o.
Joshua Adénípẹ̀kun ló kọ tèmi ìwé ìròyìn bíi méjì mo kó wa láàárọ̀ yìí o ìwé ìròyìn Punch Home Day Trust.
ó yá o ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí máa bá a ṣe máa ń ṣe wípé a kọ́ fún yín ní àwọn àkọlé ìròyìn yẹn náà àwọn àkọlé ìròyìn lákọ̀ọ́ jù sí tàbí tó kọjú àwọn àkọlé ìròyìn sẹ́yìn bá ti gbá mú lápá bẹ̀yẹn tí ń ṣe ìtọ́wò tẹ́ fi mọ dídùn ọbẹ̀ ọ̀hún tẹ́ fi mọ̀ pé a kó àwọn èròjà ọbẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ojúlówó dúró re sínú àwọn ọbẹ̀ ọ̀hún tó sì dùn dáadáa lójúmọ́ òní àwa lọ sókè lọ́wọ́ a lọ ṣẹ́mi mú tá a bá padà dé àwọn bọ́sùn gan lẹ́lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ ó yẹ ẹjọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí àárọ̀ sìkò mùsùlùkùn mẹ́lẹ̀ ìròyìn Punch ní mo ti kọ́kọ́ mú àkọlé yìí tó jáde lójúmọ́ òní níbi tó ti Àtíkù ti bẹnu àtẹ́lu ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin ó ní sọ òkúrọ̀ síwọ̀n ó ní pẹ́sẹ́ yìí mọ tó kọ̀ àìsà tí ohun tó jẹ́ kẹ́ ṣe lélẹ́yìí bí wọ́n kọ̀ láti mú àbá kan wọlé ìyẹn tó ń pè fún sáà kan ṣoṣo ọlọ́dún mẹ́fà fún àwọn ààrẹ àti àwọn gómìnà Punch ló kọ ìròyìn yẹn jáde.
lọ́dọ̀ mi nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust gbogbo ètò ẹ̀yáwó tó ń ṣe ló ń kó orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti máa lúwẹ̀ẹ́ nínú agbami gbèsè ní o kò sí ìrànlọ́wọ́ kan báyìí tí ètò ẹ̀yáwó tó ń ṣe tí ó ṣe fún ètò ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí Àtíkù Abubakar ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ báwọn fún ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu.
ó lọ lórí ìròyìn ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu tó kà tán Joshua eléyìí náà ààrẹ Tinubu ló ti sọ̀rọ̀ ó ní pé bí nǹkan ó ti san mọ́ náà tí ìgbà yóò sì rọrùn fún àwọn ọmọ tí mo ń ṣe lórí Nàìjíríà lé lórí òun ní ìṣàkóso mímú ní àfojúsùn ààrẹ Tinubu ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ní fún tó jẹ́ olóyè àgbà àjọ IMF Vanguard ló fa ìròyìn wá sóde lójúmọ́ títún ní.
àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ń dúró gbágbágbá de ètò ìdìbò ọdún 2027 láti fìbò lé ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu kò lọ́fíìsì látàrí bí nǹkan ti ṣe rí tètò ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí di tamọ́tíyé olóyè Bọ̀dé George ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó dáa kọ́lọ́wọ́ bòkè kókó ṣàánú wa níbi ò ní pa wá torí bí nǹkan ṣe lásìkò yìí ó kọjá kà sí ara ẹ̀ka kan nínú àjọ ìṣọ̀kan àgbáyé nítorí sọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ àti iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn ni wọ́n ti ní nínú àfojúsùn tí àwọn ṣe o bó máa fi máa di ọdún tí ń bọ̀ 2025 o ìyá ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó tó mílíọ̀nù 23 kan ni wọn ò ní àǹfààní sí oúnjẹ tó jẹun kìí ebi ò ní pa wá ò Punch ló kọ ìròyìn ẹ̀.
ilé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà buwọ́lu ètò ẹ̀yáwó ní bílíọ̀nù $2.2 eléyìí tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu tọ́ tọ́bẹ̀ gègé ló sọ wá o síwájú àwọn aṣòfin pé kí wọ́n jẹun lóhùn tẹ̀.
ó náà Joshua ò gbàgbé àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké àwọn ọmọ òṣìwìnrin tí wọ́n kó lọ ilé ẹjọ́ pé ẹ̀yin àti ẹ̀yin fẹ́ mọ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ mọ dìtẹ̀gbá ìjọba tí adájọ́ wá wò pé àwọn eléyìí tí wọ́n wí bí ẹni tí ó ń jẹ gẹ́gẹ́ tí wọ́n sì ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ dákúnlé ẹjọ́ fáwọn ìpàdé tí wọ́n ní àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọmọ lọlé wọn ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Kano wọ́n ti wá fà wọ́n lé àwọn òbí wọn lọ́wọ́ orin káàbọ̀ sí dáadáa lóde àti ìrètí ìrẹ́ o ṣùgbọ́n ṣe ti bàbá kérésì lásìkò ìtàwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n lọ bá àwọn òbí wọn ní Kano ó ti padà sí gudugudu méjìlá mẹ́fà Vanguard ló fa ìròyìn ẹ̀.
ẹ ṣọ́ra fáwọn tí ń fẹ́rú pera wọn lọ́mọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníròyìn ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn ẹgbẹ́ kan tí ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀kú lè jọba ẹgbẹ́ aráàlú lọ́jàwé àkìwọ́wọ́ fún àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó dà wọ́n eléyìí wọ́n ní bí ó bá jẹ́ òṣàká kó jẹ́ òṣàká bó bá jẹ́ òṣoko kó jẹ́ òṣoko òṣàká òṣoko ló kò yá ọmọ nìyẹn. wọ́n ti fún àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́ta ní gbèdéke pé ẹjẹ́ àmọ́bi tẹ́ ẹ tò sí gangan lórí ìdásílẹ̀ ìjọba àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ káàkiri ibo gan lẹ́tò sí ẹjẹ́ àmọ́ ṣùgbọ́n lásìkò yìí àti fún yín ní gbèdéke tá a máa retí ìdáhùn yẹn The Nation òun ló kọ ìròyìn jáde lójúmọ́ òní.
lórí ipá yìí lẹ balẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ wa jẹ́ ẹ̀yin lẹ ráwọn tọ́ọ̀gì ẹ̀yin ní àwakọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ní ìpínlẹ̀ Edo wọ́n ju ògúlùtù ọ̀rọ̀ òkú àlùbá ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n sọ síra wọn.
ó dá lórí àwọn ikọ̀ agbésùnmọ̀mí tí wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lásìkò yìí tí wọ́n pè ní Lukarawa ẹ̀yìn iléeṣẹ́ ológun ilẹ̀ wọ́n ti wá fàrídájọ́ ilẹ̀ fún àwọn aṣòfin wọ́n ní Lukarawa kọ́ tábìlì kòǹgà ní wọ́n ní sára àwọn ọ̀yún àtẹ̀rí wọn bá lásìkò yìí wọn ò lè gbérí o ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ológun ni wọ́n jẹ́jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
wọ́n lọ ń ṣàánú o alájàpá aṣú ni mo rí rí o alájàpá ohun èrè oko òkìnàkìnà kan rèé tí tójú ẹlẹ́dìẹ kì í lọ́dọ̀ tèmi o alájàpá èèyàn ní í ṣe ìrààyàn tààyàn ó tún ń fa ọmọ ṣòwò ẹrú iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá Imo ọwọ́ wọn ti tẹ̀ ẹ́ o ọgbà rẹ̀ ní ọdọ̀ làwọn ọmọ méjì kéékèèké tó ń bẹ lákàtà rẹ̀.
ó dẹ̀ ìròyìn ìrọ̀lẹ́ ayé náà lélẹ́yìn ẹ wá wo bàbá kan kó tó ṣe kí n tiẹ̀ pé bàbá ṣá ẹ̀yìn bàbá náà nítorí òun fádà ọmọ náà bàbá kan ẹni ọdún méjìléláàádọ́ta ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló gbàbálẹ̀ ọmọ tó bínú ara rẹ̀ tó sì tún fún lóyún ìrọ̀lẹ́ ayé ni lóòótọ́ The Nation ló kọ ìròyìn yẹn lápá bí ṣó lákọọ́lẹ̀ àbí kan sẹ́mi mu náà Joshua ó yá ọjà lọ sókè lọ́hùn ká ló ṣe mi mu tá a bá padà dé àwa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ni máa tí àwọn ènìyàn dọ̀bálẹ̀ tó a sì máa ń wọn nípa tiẹ̀ ẹ̀kú kalẹ̀. káàbọ̀ padà àtótó arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
àtótó arére ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
bóyá Joshua ajá nìṣó ńlẹ̀ torí pé ibi iṣẹ́ máa ṣe ń kàn.
àgbà ọ̀lẹ
ni. ṣé ọkọ̀ gbé látọ̀dọ̀ àbí kí n nà ń bẹ̀ lápá bí.
láti inú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ni tí ó ti fi gbàkan rí jẹ́ igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nígbọ̀n rí Haji Atiku Abubakar ló bẹnu àtẹ́lu iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu wípé ìgbésẹ̀ bí wọ́n ti ṣe gùn lé ìgbésẹ̀ láti lọ yá owó tó tó bílíọ̀nù $2 l'Atiku Abubakar ló ṣe láàyè wípé kò ní ìrànlọ́wọ́ kan tó ṣe fọ́nrán ajé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà o bí kò ṣe láti rí dájú wípé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tún lù ẹ́ nínú alágbálómi gbèsè lọ́hùn. Atiku Abubakar ó tẹ̀síwájú nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó jẹ́ olùdíje sípò ààrẹ lẹ̀ yìí lábẹ́ àṣegbè òṣèlú People's Democratic Party PDP nínú ètò gbogbogbò tó wáyé kọjá lọ́dún 2023. Atiku sọ wípé tó bá tiẹ̀ wá ṣe wípé wọ́n lóòótọ́ ọ̀nà pẹ̀lú owó tó fẹ́ lọ yá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó ti gòkè àgbà nípa ṣíṣe àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe láàrin ìlú. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn kan tí wọ́n ń torí rẹ̀ yá owó ló jẹ́ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ owó náà ń ṣe ni wọ́n wùyẹ́ ni wọ́n ń fò lọ tẹ́nìkan ò sì mọbi tí wọ́n fò lọ. Atiku Abubakar nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan tó ń fúnra lára rẹ̀ tó fi léde tó sì buwọ́lù níbẹ̀ ló ti sọ̀kò àlùbá ló ti bu ẹnu àtẹ́lù iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà fún bó ti ṣe ń gùn lé ìgbésẹ̀ àti máa yá owó onílẹ́nu lọ́lọ́ yìí. Báńkì Àgbáyé níbi àtẹ̀jáde kan tí wọ́n gbélé ìwádìí ètò ìṣúná tí wọ́n ṣe lórí àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè ló fi hàn wípé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti kéde rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè tó ṣepò kẹta jùlọ, orílẹ̀-èdè tó jẹ gbèsè jùlọ jákèjádò ilẹ̀ àgbáyé tẹ́rìmọ́ sílẹ̀ owó sẹ́kẹ̀ndúgbẹ́ gbèsè pìtìmù sọ́run rẹ̀ tí ò tí ì san. Orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló ṣepò kẹta. Atiku Abubakar kò ṣàìbẹnu àtẹ́lu iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà wípé kí ni wọ́n ń lo wọ́n fún gan pẹ̀lú bọ́rọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ti ṣe doríkodò bí ọ̀pẹ tí náà mú tó takú bí ọkọ̀ gbégi lódò tí òrókò lọ. Ó ní gbogbo nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórílẹ̀-èdè yìí kì í wọ́n ṣe ètò ẹ̀yáwó ní nǹkan tọ́kàn o tó bá tiẹ̀ wá sí pé wọ́n lo ètò ẹ̀yáwó ọ̀hún láti fi ṣàgbékalẹ̀ àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe ni orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti dáa jù báyìí lọ o. Inú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹwù sọ́wọ́ wájú o. Atiku bẹnu àtẹ́lu iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ lẹ̀ yìí lórí ètò ẹ̀yáwó léyìí tó sọ wípé ètò ẹ̀yáwó yìí kò ní ìrànlọ́wọ́ kan tí ó ṣe fọ́rọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà o bí kò ṣe láti máa tún kó sínú oko gbèsè máa lúwẹ̀ẹ́ nínú alágbálúgbú omi gbèsè. Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́wò kẹ́sẹ̀rí ìròyìn sọ́wọ́ wájú.
ó jẹ́ kí mi yá sínú ìròyìn Punch tó jáde lójúmọ́ ni ìròyìn Atiku tó mú tán yẹn náà lèmi náà fẹ́ mú ó bẹnu àtẹ́lu àwọn kan lápá bíníò ṣùgbọ́n lọ́dọ̀ tèmi ń bí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin òun ni Atiku ló bẹnu àtẹ́lu pé sẹ́yìn mọ́ tó kọ́ iṣẹ́ sẹ́yìn mọ ohun tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ mọ́ ṣàlóògùn sẹ́yìn mọ ohun tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ mọ́ ṣe báyìí àbádòfin kan èyí tó pè fún sáà kan ṣoṣo fún àwọn ààrẹ àti àwọn gómìnà níbi tí wọ́n ti wá lọ ọdún 6 tẹ́ wá pé àbáyé ẹ lọ dànù jàre kì í sàbátà lè tẹ́wọ́ gbà wọlé lọ́dọ̀ tí a ń bí Àtíkù ní ẹ̀mọ̀nẹ́sìtìní ẹ̀mọ̀ tó kàn nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni tó jẹ́ adíje dupò ààrẹ nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP nínú ìdìbò ọdún tó kọjá Atiku Abubakar lọ́nà òde yìí wọn ló ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló bẹnu àtẹ́lu ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin látàrí pé bí wọn ò ti tẹ́wọ́ gba àbá kan èyí tó ń pè fún sáà kan ṣoṣo ìyún láti máa lọ ọlọ́dún 6 fún àwọn ààrẹ àti àwọn gómìnà ìrètí nàìjíríà àbá náà lẹ́ni tó jẹ́ aṣòfin ẹ̀yìn láti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Imo tó pé dìde pé yes sir Mr. Speaker mo nawọ́ sókè mo fẹ́ gbé àbá kan o mo sì fẹ́ dá àbá kan wípé kí àwọn ààrẹ àti àwọn gómìnà kí wọ́n máa lo ọdún 6 sáà kan ṣoṣo láì ní máa lo sáà méjì mọ́ pẹ̀lú bó ti nawọ́ sókè pé Mr. Speaker sir àyè báyìí submit the bill láwọn 23 míì náà bá tẹ̀lé pé àwa náà àyè báyìí support the motion ẹni pé mo kéjì àbá èyí tí aṣòfin yìí tí ó gbé dìde nínú ìjókòó lè tó wáyé ẹ̀yìn ní ọjọ́bọ̀ ti tọ́ọ̀sì àná Àtíkù tí èèyàn bá gbàgbé nínú oṣù kẹwàá ọdún tó kọjá òun ló kọ lẹ́tà gbọ̀ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ́nra kan lọ sí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àgbà yìí tó ń pè fún àtúntò níbi ìwé òfin Nàìjíríà láti mú dájú wípé a lo sáà kan ṣoṣo tí ó sì máa jẹ́ ọlọ́dún 6 fún àwọn ààrẹ àti àwọn gómìnà nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tó fi síta ẹni tó jẹ́ olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì sí Àtíkù lórí ìròyìn ohun tó porúkọ rẹ̀ ní Paul Ibe òun ló ń bá àwọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ pé sẹ́rí tá a bá fẹ́ sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ètò yìí gangan ìlànà yìí gangan sẹ́rí àbá yìí gangan bá a bá lè lò tá a sì mú un ṣẹ náà máa jẹ́ kí àwọn ààrẹ àtàwọn gómìnà tí wọ́n máa sọ ohun tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe kí wọ́n sì lè gbádùn ìṣàkóso gangan yálà bí wọ́n ti máa ronú bí wọ́n ti wọlé fún sáà ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ó ní pé gangan ló jẹ́ ká mójútó kì í ṣe ká máa kóró àbábá ìdánù àwọn àbá tí yóò lè mú lọ síwájú bá ìṣàkóso àti ìṣèjọba Nàìjíríà sóhun gan ló yẹ kí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú-ṣòfin sóhun ẹ̀kọ́ máa kó dànù ní ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọ́n gbé ó jọ ìgbésẹ̀ ẹni tí ó mọ nǹkan tí ń ṣe Àtíkù wọn ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló bẹnu àtẹ́lu ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú-ṣòfin Punch ló kọ ìròyìn yẹn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀rí ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀.
Daily Trust ni mo gbé níwájú mi ní o látàrí bí nǹkan ti ṣe rí lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà látàrí bí ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ti ṣe rí tamọ́tíye léyìí tí tolórí tẹlẹ̀mú ilẹ̀ yìí tó ń ké tára ń ta gbogbo èèyàn torí ń ta gbogbo èèyàn léyìí tí ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí doríkodò bí ọ̀pẹ tinamu ìkankankankan látinú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú People's Democratic Party PDP ẹni tó ti fi gbàkan jẹ́ igbákejì alága ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nígbà kan rí olóyè Bọ̀dé George ló ti bẹnu àtẹ́lu ìṣèjọba tí ń bẹ lórí àlééfà níbi tó ti sọ wípé látàrí bó orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti ṣe rí lágbọn ètò ọrọ̀ ajé ń ṣe làwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ń dúró ni wọ́n ń dẹsẹ̀ dúró gbágbágbá de ètò ìdìbò gbogbogbò tí ó wáyé lọ́dún 2027 níbi tí wọ́n ti láǹfààní láti fìbò lé ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu kò ní orí àlééfà tí wọ́n lé ààrẹ kò ní Aso Rock tí í ṣe ibùjókòó agbára orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó ń lu Àbújá tí í ṣolú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà olóyè Bọ̀dé George ló sísọ lójú wéégún ọ̀rọ̀ yìí làákò tó ń bá àwọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ níbi ìpàdé ètò àwọn oníròyìn tí ó ṣe láti sàmì ayẹyẹ àjọ̀dún oríkádún ọdún 19 tó pé lórí òkè erùpẹ̀ lẹ́yìn tó wáyé lánàá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó Bọ̀dé George ó ṣàpèjúwe níbi tó ti tẹ̀ wájú náà ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ wípé ó ṣe pàtàkì láwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP àtàwọn àgbààgbà kí wọ́n foríkò sọ́dún ó láti rí dájú pé ìṣọ̀kan padà sínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ó ní bí nǹkan ti ń lọ nú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú yìí ó lẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ló jẹ́ pé àlàáfíà ti jìnnà sí ó ṣàpèjúwe rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí aláìsàn tó wà lórí ibùsùn ilé ìwòsàn bí wọ́n ti ń fìtì omi náà mọ́ lára ni wọ́n ń fìtì ẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ́ lára ni wọ́n ń lo oògùn fún tára rẹ̀ ò sì yá ó ní pẹ̀lú wípé àwọn àgbààgbà ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP wọ́n ti panupọ̀ láti ṣe ìpàdé kan ní ọjọ́ 28 oṣù tá a wà yìí nílùú Àbújá ó ní kí wọ́n lo àkókò náà láti rí dájú wípé wọ́n pe àlàáfíà padà wá jọba sínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ó ní kọ̀ wá tán bẹ̀ ìpàdé ìta gbangba National Convention tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ọ̀hún kí wọ́n rí dájú wípé wọ́n fi ṣàtúntò yẹ nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú náà lójú náà ti rí dájú wípé kọ́ba lè gbẹ́yẹ lọ́dún 2027 ní ètò ìdìbò gbogbogbò míì tí ó wáyé ní òun láwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti ń dẹsẹ̀ dúró dè wọ́n o wọ́n dúró kétò ìdìbò gbogbogbò wáyé kí wọ́n lé ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu kò nípò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní bàbá wo bí wọ́n ti ń tukọ̀ ṣàkóso orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kò sí ìgbádùn kankan tí ń kó bá àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà o bí kò ṣe ìnira 5G 4G tó jẹ́ pé peléke jùlọ ní o ní ìṣèjọba tí ń bẹ lórí àlééfà báyìí ní kó bá ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó ní àwọn àjà òṣèkúṣẹyẹ tó jẹ́ pé apá àwọn gùn ju tán lọ ẹsẹ̀ kanú PDP ẹsẹ̀ kanú APC ó ní gbogbo wọn làwọn fà tó ti gbòǹgbò nú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ọ̀hún táwọn sì rí dájú wípé àlàáfíà jọba sínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ó ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbà ẹgbẹ́ tóun ò tí ì tọ́ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú míì wò yàtọ̀ sẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP tóun sì lóyà sẹ́gbẹ́ òun mọ̀ ń pè ó fún àtúntò tó gbọ̀ngbọ̀n nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú alátakò tó wọ̀n dé jùlọ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà mọ́ tó tẹnumọ́ wípé bí nǹkan ti ṣe rí lágbọ̀n ètò ọrọ̀ ajé àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ń dẹ̀sẹ̀ dúró dé ètò ìdìbò gbogbogbò tọ́wọ́ tí ó wáyé lọ́dún 2027 láti rí dájú wípé wọ́n lé ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu kúrò lórí àlééfà lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ ṣe rí ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí nìkẹ́ ò sọ̀wọ́ wájú.
ó dáa jẹ́ kí mi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí mú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard tó jáde lójúmọ́ òní lórí ìròyìn tó kan ààrẹ Tinubu náà níbi tí a ti rí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu tó sọ pé sẹ́rí ìgbáyégbádùn àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ìyọrùn àwọn tí ò rọ́wọ́ orí àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí mò ń ṣe ìṣàkóso lé lórí òun jẹ́ àfojúsùn ṣe ìjọba mi. ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu mi ó ń ṣe ẹ̀ ṣàlàyé fún ẹni tó jẹ́ olóyè àgbà àjọ ayánilówó lágbàáyé IMF. ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu òun ló ń tẹnumọ́ ìpinnu ìṣàkóso rẹ̀ láti mú ìgbà tó rọrùn bá àwọn tí ó rọ́wọ́ orí àwọn tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún láwùjọ kí ìgbà ikú balẹ̀ rọrùn fún wọn àti láti mú ètò tó jíire bá ọrọ̀ ajé ilẹ̀ yìí. nígbà tí ààrẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ààrẹ ní pé òun mọ bí nǹkan ti lásìkò yìí òun sì mọ bí ilé koko lórí àwọn ìlànà àti àwọn òfin tóun gbé dìde gbé jáde bó ti rí náà ọmọ Nàìjíríà ṣùgbọ́n títa ríro báyìí náà ni wọ́n pé à ń kọ́là tó bá padà jiná tán ni ó padà máa di oge o. ó ní pé káwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà kọ́ mú sùúrù kí wọ́n sì ṣe sùúrù tó gbọ̀ngbọ̀n dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n òun náà sì ń gbé àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn ètò tí ó fi mú nǹkan ọrùn yàtọ̀ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ iye ètò tí ń wáyé lónú àwọn ìnira tó fẹ́ ṣeé ṣe kí àwọn ìlànà yìí kò máa wáyé. ó ní ẹni tó bá máa jó inú àpáta kò ní í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní í wẹnu àáké o. ó ní pé sùúrù náà ni a mú ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ ló wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ olóyè àgbà àjọ IMF ìyẹn Kristalina Georgieva lórí àtìlẹ́yìn tí àjọ nílò lágbàáyé IMF tí wọ́n ṣe fún ìṣàkóso rẹ̀. ó ní mo dúpẹ́ mo sì mọ̀ lóore. wọ́n ní tí a bá ṣe lóore ṣe bí ọpẹ́ báyìí náà ní àádù. ó ní gbogbo àtìlẹ́yìn tí àjọ IMF ń ṣe fún ìṣàkóso mi gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo dúpẹ́ lórí o. ó ní ètò ọrọ̀ ajé tí wọ́n gbìyànjú láti gbé sókè láti ìgbà bó ti fẹ̀gbọ́n wọlé nílẹ̀ yìí. ó ní àtìlẹ́yìn tí ẹ̀ ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ ń ṣe fún mi ó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo mọ rírì rẹ̀ tí mo sì ń dúpẹ́ lórí rẹ̀. ó ní pé ṣàkóso mi ò ní já ọmọ Nàìjíríà nítàn mọ́ níṣẹ́ wọn tẹ̀síwẹ̀ láti gba ìrọ̀rùn tó bá wọn. ó ní bá ọmọ Nàìjíríà bí wọ́n bá dẹjú wọn máa rí mú. ó ní pé tí a bá sì sunkún wọn sì mọ ríran pẹ̀lú. ó ní gbogbo àwọn ìgbìyànjú mi tí mo ń ṣe yìí ó ti ń so èso rere ní Nàìjíríà ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ò rí torí pé ó ń ta mí ó ro mí ní gbogbo èèyàn ké káàkiri ṣùgbọ́n ó ní òun gbọ́ ọyẹ́ ó sì yó òun dáadáa láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa yọ òun láwò. ó wá tẹ̀síwájú ó ní pé títa ríro báyìí òun ni à ń kọlà o ẹja ṣe sùúrù sí i. bákan náà ló tún rọ àjọ IMF pé ó kù báyìí náà ni ìbọn ro kò tí ì tàn àtìlẹ́yìn tẹ̀ ń ṣe fún wa a nílò rẹ̀ ní ìtẹ̀síwájú sí i. ẹ mọ̀ tẹ̀síwájú láti máa ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún wa kí nǹkan kó ba lè sọmọ náà fún ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí mò ń ṣe ìṣàkóso lórí. Vanguard ń lọkọ ìròyìn lójúmọ́ òní ẹ̀ka kẹsẹ̀rí ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Daily Trust tí mo gbá mú mi ò tí ì gbé sílẹ̀ o ojú ewé mi ni mo wá ṣe sí i. ilé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ní ìròyìn fi ni wípé wọ́n ti buwọ́lu àbádòfin kan eléyìí tí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu kọ síwájú àwọn aṣòfin náà wípé kí wọ́n buwọ́lu ìgbésẹ̀ àti rèégùn lé ètò ẹ̀yáwó tuntun míì. ètò ẹ̀yáwó tuntun ní bílíọ̀nù méjì ó lé belenja dọ́là $2.2 billion eléyìí tí iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó bẹ gègé lọ́wẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ sí àwọn aṣòfin wípé kí wọ́n buwọ́lu kó sì dòun. ìròyìn ti wá fi yé ni wípé ilé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè yìí lánàá mọ̀ ní níbi ìjókòó tó wáyé wọ́n ti wá buwọ́lu ètò ẹ̀yáwó òun o kórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kógun lé ètò ẹ̀yáwó míì. ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ló wáyé látàrí àbádòfin kan eléyìí tí gbìmọ̀ tẹ́kótó ilé aṣòfin lẹ̀ yìí tó mójútó gbèsè abẹ́lé àti gbèsè òde eléyìí tí sẹ́nitọ̀ Aliyu Mugataka Wamako tí ó jẹ́ alága fún tí ń sojú àríwá Sákọ́tò nílé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àgbà orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. wọ́n pé pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó wá rí báyìí gbèsè orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló ti tó tírílíọ̀nù mẹ́rìndínlógóje náírà 136 trillion naira tó jẹ́ àpapọ̀ gbèsè tí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ti jẹ sọ́hùn. bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbàgbé ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ló bẹ gègé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ sílé àwọn aṣòfin méjèèjì nílé ìtàtí ilé aṣòfin àgbà àti ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí lọ́jọ́ ìṣẹ́gun ọ̀sẹ̀ tá a wà nínú rẹ̀ yìí níbi tó ti bẹ gègé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ sí wọn o wípé kí wọ́n dákun dábọ̀ kí wọ́n ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àbádòfin ìgbésẹ̀ àti rèé yáwó ń ta láti rówó gbọ́ bùkátà lára àbá ètò ìṣúná ilẹ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí tọdún 2024 àti láti lè rí díẹ̀ lára owó ọ̀hún kí wọ́n lè rí fi ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà nígbà tí àwọn abẹnugan méjèèjì èèyàn ní abẹnugan lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àgbáyé sẹ́nitọ̀ Godswill Akpabio àti honourable Tajudeen Abbas tó ń jẹ́ abẹnugan fún lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣojúṣòfin nínú lẹ́tà ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tí wọ́n kà sétí gbọ́ àwọn aṣòfin wọn níbi ìjókòó ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tó wáyé níbẹ̀ làwọn aṣòfin ti gùnlé ìgbésẹ̀ náà àmọ́ báyìí wọ́n pé kinní ọ̀hún ti dùn tán o àná làwọn aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n buwọ́ lù ú báyìí wọ́n ní pẹ̀lú bí nǹkan ti wá rí ààrẹ ti lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti èégún lé ètò ẹ̀yáwó òní $2.2 billion gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ báyìí wọ́n ní owó ọ̀hún wọ́n rí ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe wọ́n rí díẹ̀ bù lára rẹ̀ kí wọ́n fi gbọ́ bùkátà ètò àbá ètò òṣùná ọdún 2024 bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ wò ó síwájú sí Daily Trust tọ́jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka akagbádùn rẹ̀ ń bẹ̀.
ó náà èmi ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ti kọjá sínú ìròyìn Punch tó jáde lójúmọ́ ní àdúrà lélẹ́yìn ṣe pé ọlọ́run ọba òkè dákunjọ́ ò máa fi ebi pa wá torí ìròyìn eléyìí ìròyìn ebi ni ó mú lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ka kan ìyẹn lábẹ́ àjọ ìṣọ̀kan àgbáyé tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ àti iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn ni wọ́n ti sọ wípé nígbà tá a wo sàkún ọ̀rọ̀ bí nǹkan ti ń lọ lásìkò yìí bí ó bá fi dún ọdún tí ń bọ̀ ìyẹn ọdún 2025 wọ́n ní àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà èyí tó tó mílíọ̀nù 23 ó lé lẹ́yẹ̀ kan ni wọ́n máa wà nínú ebi ọ̀pàgbà àfọwọ́mẹ́kẹ̀ àti ebi ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọdé máa wò pàkópàkó máa wò kòíkòí nínú ọdún tí ń bọ̀ tí àbá tètè wá àtúnṣe èyí tó lọ́ọ̀rìn yíyan sí ìgbésẹ̀ yìí lọ́gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n wá ní lọ́dọ̀ títọ́rọ̀ ti wà o àwa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mọ̀ pé àwọn ohun èlò oko yíyan fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ èyí tó tó 1,151 in 49,000 lápá ìlà oòrùn àríwá ilẹ̀ yìí nígbà tí wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ níbi ìṣúṣọ́ ojú ètò náà ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Adamawa ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọ̀gá ikọ̀ náà èyí tó porúkọ rẹ̀ ní Lọ́kọ̀lẹ́gàmọ́ngà òun ló ní wípé iṣẹ́ rí àwọn tiwa o àwa gbé ìgbésẹ̀ yìí kí nǹkan bá lè sánmọ́ná fún àwọn Nàìjíríà torí ńgbà tá a wo sàkún sọ́tún tá a wo sàkún ọ̀rọ̀ sósìn ó ní ebi là ń wò lọ́ọ̀kan yìí o kó tó di pé àwọn oníṣòwò ó máa wò pakopako kó tó di pé àwọn kan ó máa wò kọ̀ìkọ̀ì ó ní pé ẹja tètè mọ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó lọ́rìn àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tó tọ́ lórí àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí torí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ti ń ṣe ìpalára fún wa o látàrí àyípadà ojú ọjọ́ àti àwọn ẹ̀kún omi tí ń bá àwọn apá àbọ̀n fínra ó ní pé a gbọ́dọ̀ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ èyí tó lákàkì lórí ẹ̀ ó ní wípé bí ọdún tí ń bọ̀ tá a bá tètè mójútó láàrin oṣù kẹfà sí oṣù kẹjọ ó nípa àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tẹ́bi ó mọ̀ pa tí wọ́n ní oúnjẹ gidi jẹ wọ́n ti wọ mílíọ̀nù 23 ó lé lẹ́yẹ̀ kan kí nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ mọ́ bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kọ́ mọ́ bá wáyé torí pé ń bọ̀ àwọn ládẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ wọ́n ní ojú báyìí náà látún mú tò làwọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ní ìbáṣepọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ ti Adamawa iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba tó ń rí sí iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn àti àwọn ohun àmúyẹ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni àwọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ yìí kalẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn tọ́rọ̀ kan gbogbo láwùjọ àwọn tó níjàbọ̀jọ̀ lápá tí wọ́n sì lè dáṣà mú kíọ̀kíọ̀ kí nǹkan kó bá lè sọmọnà lásìkò yìí pàápàá jùlọ lápá ìlà oòrùn ti àríwá orílẹ̀-èdè ti Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní a ò lè máa wo kí nǹkan máa tẹ̀síwájú kó mọ síbẹ̀ kó mọ rí báyìí o a gbọ́dọ̀ mú àmójútó tó tó àti ohun tó yẹ wọ́n ní lára àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ láti rí àwọn irúgbìn àwọn ìrẹsì ètò kìlógíráàmù 10 tí wọ́n fún wọn bákan náà àwọn irúgbìn àwọn ẹ̀fọ́ ewédú nǹkan kan káwọn Joshua ó lè máa rọ́bẹ̀ jẹun lé wọn Joshua sì fẹ́ràn ewédú dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀ bá Joshua ńgbà tó ń jẹ àmàlà àti ewédú ń jẹ kan ẹ mọ̀ kó fẹ́ràn ewédú ó ní káwọn Joshua ó lè máa tẹ̀síwájú láti máa rí ewédú jẹ ńlá sí gbọ́ àwọn ètò wọ̀nyí kí nǹkan kó bá lè máa tẹ̀síwájú torí pé bí oúnjẹ bá ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́ńkọ́ ìṣẹ́ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti bù ṣe ni Punch ń lọ kọ ìròyìn ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀gbọ́rọ̀ ni wọ́n kọ́ ò ẹ ṣeré ẹ̀ lápá abẹ́ òun.
lọ́dọ̀ mi ní mo lọ sínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust
ó yá nìṣúlẹ̀
tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ìròyìn yìí mà ká àwọn oníròyìn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú àwa oníròyìn ẹgbẹ́ kan tí ọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀kúlé ìjọba tó jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ aráàlú orúkọ rẹ̀ jẹ́ the One Nigerian Movement ló ti jáwé akíwọ́ fún àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà níbi tó ti sí wọn nígbẹ́rẹ́ ìpàkọ́ wípé kí wọ́n dákun dábọ̀ wó kí wọ́n ṣọ́ra fáwọn kan tí ń fẹ́rú pera wọn lọ́mọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníròyìn àtajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn wọ́n láwọn èèyàn yìí ló jẹ́ wípé bí wọ́n ti ń fẹ́rú pera wọn lọ́mọ kò sí láríjà mi bí kò sí láti máa gba owó lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn láti máa fi ẹ̀bà lẹ́kọ́bọ̀ lójúmọ́ pè ní dọ́là fún wọn wọ́n wà ń pera wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníròyìn tó jẹ́ pé ó wà lẹ́ka ìfimúfilẹ̀ jẹ́ investigative journalist. Ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀hún ló ṣàpèjúwe ẹnìkan eléyìí torúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Jackson Ude gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó jẹ́ pé kò ní ìrírí nípasẹ̀ ìròyìn. Wọ́n ní ẹni tí mo dá ọkọ̀ yìí ní fẹ́rú pera rẹ̀ lọ́mọ wípé òun ni olùrànlọ́wọ́ pàtàkì fún ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí nígbà kan rí ọmọwé Goodluck Jonathan gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùrànlọ́wọ́ lórí ètò ìròyìn àti àlàkalẹ̀ gbogbo. Wọ́n nígbà táwọn wá dọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀ làwọn wá sọ fún Jackson Ude wípé ǹlẹ́ o lẹ́tà tí wọ́n fi yàn ọ́ pò láti ọwọ́ akọ̀wé ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nígbà náà lọ́hùn-ún ọ̀yá rèé mú wá nù lé. Wọ́n ní Jackson Ude ọ̀mọ̀ríwé fi ilẹ̀ o ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀hún nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan eléyìí tí ẹni tí ó jẹ́ adarí àpapọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ náà Ahmed Sadiq Muguro àti ẹni tí ó jẹ́ akọ̀wé ẹgbẹ́ náà Babatunde Aliyu tí wọ́n buwọ́lù níbẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti ń sọ wípé Jackson Ude yìí ní ń fẹ́rú pera rẹ̀ lọ́mọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbà oníròyìn. Ẹgbẹ́ òun ọ̀sà ìwà jáwé àkíwọ́wọ́ ṣe kìlọ̀ fáwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti wà nítojú tìyẹ́ tápàrọ̀ fi ń rìnà kí wọ́n ṣọ́ra fún àwọn ẹlòmíì tí ọmọ fẹ́rú pera wọn lọ́mọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí oníròyìn ìfimúfilẹ̀ investigative journalist àti àwọn oníròyìn míì pẹ̀lú àlàyé wípé iṣẹ́ ìròyìn kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kan téèyàn kan lè máa fẹ́rú pera rẹ̀ lọ́mọ láì ní ìrírí tó kún tó àbí ìwé ẹ̀rí máa jẹ́mìísó nídìí iṣẹ́ ìròyìn. ìyẹn bá fẹ́ ṣẹ̀rí ìròyìn ọ̀hún síwájú sí tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú àwa oníròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́ ò sọ wá.
Ó dá èmi ò tí ì kúrò nínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard ni mo fẹ́ mú ilé Punch mo ti kúrò lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ti padà sínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard. Joshua sọ tẹ̀lé mi àbó tẹ̀lé mi torí mi fẹ́ gbé bọ́dì tán ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Kano. Tó o bá gbàgbé lórí àwọn ìwọ́de tó wáyé ní àwọn bí oṣù kan sẹ́yìn látàrí pé ẹ fòpin sí ìjọba tí kò jíire, ẹ fòpin sí ìjọba tí mẹ́hẹ̀, ẹ fòpin sí ìjọba tí ò ṣe dáadáa tí wọ́n wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n pa àwọn ọmọ ṣínwín tó kàn ọmọ kéékèèké ó yí rọ́ọ̀rọ̀ ó di ilé ẹjọ́ pé ẹ wá bá wa ṣe ìdájọ́ àwọn ọmọ yìí lórí ẹ̀sùn pé kíni wọ́n láwọn ọmọ tẹ́ ń wò yìí ògbóǹtarìgì tí wọ́n fẹ́ dìtẹ̀ gbàjọba ni wọ́n fẹ́ dìtẹ̀ gbàjọba lábẹ́ ìṣàkóso ààrẹ Tinubu ní ẹjọ́ bá wọ́n pé àwọn eléyìí náà lẹ́pọ́n fẹ́ dìtẹ̀ gbàjọba ọbẹ̀ kò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ délẹ̀ lábá rí bíi mẹ́rin ni wọn lọ́ba fẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n ń dákú ó sì ń wò bí ọmọ tí wọ́n ń fọwọ́ nù là àdàbà sáwọn eléyìí náà ó ní àdàbà pé tẹ́ra àwọn ọmọ yìí ẹ kó wọn lọ bá wọn òbí wọn ẹ fi wọn sílẹ̀ ẹ dá wọn sílẹ̀ mo dáríjì wọn. ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Kano ti wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti wá kọ́ ọmọ yìí lọ sábẹ́ àwọn òbí wọn níbi tí wọ́n ti ń kọrin káàbọ̀ ṣe dáadáa lóde àti ìrètí rẹ o káàbọ̀ ṣe dáadáa lóde ṣùgbọ́n bàbá kérésì kọ́ ni wọ́n ń kọrin lẹ́yìn fún àwọn ọmọ àti àwọn òbí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n kọ orin yìí fún àwọn ọmọ wọn tí wọ́n padà rí láti bí ọjọ́ bíi mélòó kan sẹ́yìn. Ẹni tó jẹ́ gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Kano Abba Yusufu lánàá òde yìí ni ó ti sọ pé àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké òun èyí tó tó mẹ́rìndínlọ́gọ́rin ní àwọn ti dá padà lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn òbí wọn lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n fẹ̀sùn kàn wọ́n pé wọ́n ń bẹ nínú àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ dìtẹ̀ gba ìjọba mọ́ ààrẹ Tinubu lọ́wọ́. Ẹni tó wá jẹ́ olórí káfàtà fún gbogbo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Kano yan Shehu Sagagi ni ó fa àwọn ọmọ yìí lé àwọn òbí wọn lọ́wọ́ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n ti lọ ṣe ìtọ́jú wọn ní ilé ìwòsàn tí wọ́n pè ní Muhammadu Buhari ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Kano látàrí bí wọ́n ti fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ ní ìlú ti Abuja. Ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gómìnà Yusuf wá ṣe ìkìlọ̀ wípé ètò yín mélòó tẹ́ rí ìpínlẹ̀ Kano àti àkóso orílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà àwọn ò fààyè gba àwọn kan kí wọ́n máa da àlàáfíà orílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà rú o. Ẹni tí irúfẹ́ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ tá a sì ká mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́ yóò fi imú àti ojú yóò fi kó ata òfin torí pé ààrẹ Tinubu olójú àánú ni bàbá rere bàbá dáadáa ni láti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a fi yọ̀ǹda àwọn ọmọ yìí. Ó ní wípé eléyìí náà ó jí wa fún pé ètò ẹ̀kọ́ a gbọ́dọ̀ mú lọ́kùnkúndùn torí bí àwọn àyè bá ń bẹ nílé ẹ̀kọ́ ni wọn ò ní máa ráyè láti máa rìn kiri máa pẹ̀lú máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wọn báwọn ṣe ìwọ́de. Ó ní pé ètò ẹ̀kọ́ jẹ́ kan pàtàkì nínú àfojúsùn ìṣàkóso òun ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì kan pàápàá ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta gan pàápàá torí pé ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe pàtàkì ètò ẹ̀kọ́ sì ṣe kókó ọmọ tá a bá kọ́ sọ́bọ̀ ni wọ́n pé yóò gbé ilé tí a bá padà kọ́tà. Ó ní pé ẹ̀gbọ́n ìkìlọ̀ o àwọn ò ní fàyè gbà kí àwọn ọmọ kankan kí wọ́n máa da àlàáfíà ró. Ẹnìkan tó jẹ́ olórí àwọn agbẹjọ́rò lórí ọ̀rọ̀ náà Amsa Nuhu ló sọ wípé sẹ́ẹ̀rí tá a bá fẹ́ sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ́de kì í ṣe ohun tó burú ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti wá di wípé a ti ń da àwọn dúkìá ìjọba jẹ́ àbí dúkìá aráàlú jẹ́ ó ti padà di ọ̀ràn o ìwọ́de kì í ṣe ọ̀ràn ṣùgbọ́n ká máa ba àlàáfíà jẹ́ ká máa da àlàáfíà rú ká máa ba àwọn dúkìá jẹ́ ó ti padà di ọ̀ràn báwọn ó ní pé sẹ́ẹ̀rí èèyàn ọmọ wéwèwé tẹ́ pẹ̀lú báwọn tẹ́ pẹ̀lú ọ̀bọ jáwùrà yìí ẹ̀ jáwọ́ nínú àpọ̀n tí ó yọ ẹ̀ ṣeun tó jẹ́ kẹ́sì kẹ́ ẹ̀ yọ ọmọ gidi fún àwọn òbí yìí ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọmọdé wọ̀nyí nígbà tí òun wá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ Abba Usmanu kì í ṣe Usmanu tèmi ọmọ òun ni o kì í ṣe mi o ló pé ṣe rí aláwọ̀ aláìsẹ̀ ni wọ́n pààrọ̀ ọmọ wa o àwa ò sí inú wọn o pẹ̀lú báwọn kó gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ yìí o wọn ò rí gbàlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa wọn ò sì rí gi lọ́wọ́ wa oníṣẹ́ ni wọ́n pààrọ̀ ọmọ wa tí wọ́n sì kó wa mọ́ rógà o ó ní pé àmọ́ kankan nípa rẹ̀ ọ̀kan lára àwọn òbí tó gbẹnu àwọn òbí tó kù sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n pè ní Nura Ahmadi òun ló ti wá sọ pé ìjọba àpapọ̀ ẹ̀kàrẹ̀láì ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Kánò ẹ̀kàrẹ̀láì gbogbo ẹ̀yin àwòrán tẹ́ ẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ padà fún àwọn ọmọ yìí níyànda ẹ̀kàrẹ̀láì adúpẹ́ àmọ́ lórí pé ẹ̀tẹ̀dá àwọn wa padà fún wa ẹ ṣeun àdúpẹ́ ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin Vanguard ló fa ìròyìn wá sóde lójúmọ́ tẹ́ tò ní ẹ ṣèrí ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
àtòótò arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
àtòótò arére ni.
gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo wá pé ìròyìn ọ̀tán àwọn ọlọ́rin o ẹ̀já wa kan sódì kejì lọ́hùn káṣẹ́ mi mo bá a bá dé àtútù lẹ̀ fún yín pẹ́rẹ́pẹ́rẹ́ ìròyìn tó kù ní o à ń bọ̀ láìpẹ́.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yà ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049 ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà ilé tó ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ń na àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn aráàlú lára gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ tí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀ orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:00 ọ̀sán.
gbogbo bí wọ́n dòrò tó ọ̀dùn dìbò sí bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí láti lè jẹ́ kó ní kálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni láfún ẹni àti ìtúndálù bá sí ìpèníjà òun ìdílé yóò sọ bí ilé yóò ṣe yẹ kánú káfíkùn lukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́kàn òjọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́ máa Fọlábí ó ti mọ tàkó tó béèrè sí wọn láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ilé tí làwọn àdúrà jẹ́ ká mọ̀ ní wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn fi dàrú sínú ògbó méjì Fọlábí lórí èyí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àgbàgbé òwúrọ̀ àtúntẹ̀rẹ̀ ló sì mú láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ nìkan ní mú òràn Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime bírò ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Èkó Lagos Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìmú nírù ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀ ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìn gbẹ̀ndẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó àríjó ṣe bí ọba Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí Èkó arómisá lẹ́gbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀.
káàbọ̀ padà àtótó arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ òròyìn.
ó yá ó pé ibi abáàrò kò tì sí ibẹ̀ náà là ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fi àbọ̀ sí i. ó yá já tẹ̀síwájú náà àwọn ìròyìn tá à ń mú wá fún yín lọ́kọ́ tó di pé a lọ sókè lọ́hùn Joshua ó yá gbéra tán.
ìwé ìròyìn Punch ni mo tún gbé níwájú mi láàárọ̀ yìí ìpínlẹ̀ Èdó sì ni mo mórí lọ o níbi tí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú People's Democratic Party àtẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú All Progressives Congress APC tí wọ́n ti sọ̀kò àlùbásúra wọn wọ́n ju ògúlùtù ọ̀rọ̀ lúra wọn lórí ta ló balẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ wa jẹ́ èmi kọ́ ẹ̀yin ni ẹni tí ó jẹ́ akọ̀wé ìtòròyìn fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èdó oyún ni Honourable Chris Ikari ló fẹ̀sùn kàn wípé àwọn gidi gan kó àwọn tọ́ọ̀gì òṣèlú tí wọ́n jọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ló ya wọlé ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n sì bá onírúurú nǹkan jẹ wọ́n kó àwọn nǹkan sálọ eléyìí tó tó ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ mílíọ̀nù náírà ó sọ wípé bí wọ́n ti bà wíńdò jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n bà ilẹ̀kùn jẹ́ o àtún gbogbo tí wọ́n máa ń lò lọ́fíìsì níbi tó ti sọ wípé onírúurú àwọn nǹkan tí ń lò náà làwọn gidi kó ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ọ̀hún ni wọ́n kó sá lọ nẹ̀yí kárí ó bẹnu àtẹ́lu ìgbésẹ̀ náà níbi tó ti sọ wípé òun ṣe lẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú APC mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ṣerúfẹ́ ìgbésẹ̀ ọ̀hún láti gbomi tútù sẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP lọ́kàn lórí èròǹgbà rẹ̀ láti gbà á padà ní o ohun tí wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ lọ láàkó ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tó wáyé kọjá eléyìí tó ti mórí lélé kóòtù lélé ẹjọ́ níwájú ìgbìmọ̀ tí ń gbẹ̀sùn awuyewuye tó sí yọ lẹ́yìn ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tó wáyé kọjá ní ìpínlẹ̀ náà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ òun ní ṣe lẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú APC mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ń ṣerúfẹ́ ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ó jẹun tó bani lọ́kàn jẹ́ pé inú ìṣèjọba àwarawa ó ti di bá mi ṣe Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ìsọ̀rọ̀ gbèsè ìsokùnsó ní ìgbésẹ̀ gangan nígbà tó náà ó dá lóhùn ẹni tó jẹ́ akọ̀wé ètò ìròyìn fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó èèyàn ní Peter Uwadie Ìgbínigì ó ṣàpèjúwe ẹ̀sùn ọ̀hún gẹ́gẹ́ bí eléyìí tí ò lẹ́sẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ lásánlàsàn ó ṣàpèjúwe ẹ̀sùn tẹ́gbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP fi kẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC gẹ́gẹ́ bí àdápa irọ́ tí wọ́n pọ́n lẹ́gbìnrín gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti ṣe sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ó ṣàpèjúwe ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP wípé ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ọ̀hún ló jẹ́ wípé òkété rẹ̀ ó gbàgbé ìbùsí ó dégbà látẹ ó káwọ́ lérí gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti ṣe sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ó ní kẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP kí wọ́n rèé tọ́jú ilé wọn tí ń ya kí wọ́n rèé jí ní o pẹ̀lú àlàyé wípé gbogbo kò bá ò lé tí ń lọ́nú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ọ̀hún àwọn ni wọ́n dìde ìjà síra wọn o ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC kọ́ ló wà nídìí ọ̀rọ̀ wọn Punch ló gbé jáde láàárọ̀ yìí.
ọ̀nà èmi ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ti bọ́ sínú ìwé ìròyìn The Nation òwe ọ̀rọ̀ ló pamọ́ àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́ta kan o ó ní bó bá jẹ́ Ọ̀ṣàká jẹ́ Ọ̀ṣàká bó bá jẹ́ Òṣogbo jẹ́ Òṣogbo Ọ̀ṣàká Òṣogbo ìyá ọmọdé èèyàn wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta wọ̀nyí ẹjẹ́ àmọ́bi tẹ́ ẹ tò sí gángan o lórí ìdásílẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ ni ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ àti wá fún yín ní gbèdéke ọ̀sẹ̀ kan péré láti mọ ibi tẹ́ ẹ tò sí gángan àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́ta ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni wọ́n ti fún ní gbèdéke ọ̀sẹ̀ kan pé ẹjẹ́ àmọ́bi tẹ́ ẹ tò sí o lórí ìdásílẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ tó ń mójútó ìdásílẹ̀ ajé lóde ti Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ pa àṣẹ yìí jáde lánàá òde yìí níbi ìpàdé ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrìndínláàdọ́jọ irú rẹ̀ tí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ní wípé ṣe rí ìdí tá a fi ṣe àbá ìdí tá a fi gbé àṣẹ yìí jáde ó jàre ó ní pé ní oṣù tó ń bọ̀ ni a fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá á dá àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ àbí àní dá àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ a sì ti ní àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́tàlélọ́gbọ̀n tí wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ jáde ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́ta kan ni wọn ò tí ì sọ ibi tí wọ́n tó sọ gangan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí o ìpàdé àwọn àgbààgbà yìí tí ń ṣe àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí ń rí sí ọrọ̀ ajé papọ̀ nílẹ̀ yìí ìtìgbàkejì ààrẹ tó jẹ́ alága wọn ni wọ́n wà lábẹ́ ìmọ̀ àgbà rẹ̀ lámọ̀ràn lórí ọrọ̀ ajé ni wọ́n pé sẹ́rí agbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ètò yìí kí nǹkan kó bá lè tẹ̀ síwájú ní nígbà tí wọ́n fi ìjábọ̀ léde lẹ́yìn ìpàdé ńlá náà òde yìí ẹni tó jẹ́ gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ ti Bayelsa Dóyè Dìrì òun ló ń sọ wípé àwọn ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ yìí a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ ibi tá a fẹ́ yà sí gangan a sì ti ní àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ 23 tí wọ́n ti sọ ibi tí wọ́n tò sí ṣùgbọ́n sì kó àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ 3 tí wọn ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ lábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ láti rí ìpínlẹ̀ ti Adamawa ìpínlẹ̀ Kebbi láti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Kwara tí wọn ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ibi tí wọ́n tó sọ gan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí wọ́n ní a sì gbọ́dọ̀ nílò ìsọ̀rọ̀ wọn a lè mọ nǹkan tó kàn gangan tí nǹkan fi lè mọ tẹ̀ síwájú kí nǹkan lè mọ lọ bó ti jẹ́ ó lọ bákan náà ni ìgbìmọ̀ náà tún gbé ìgbìmọ̀ kan kalẹ̀ èyí tí máa rújú tó ọ̀rọ̀ bí iná agbára náà bá ti ń dákú dájí láwọn ọjọ́ bíi mẹ́ta yìí tó wá di bí àbíkú tí padà sọ ológun di èké wọ́n ní a ti yọ ìgbìmọ̀ jáde lórí ẹ̀ tí yóò ṣe àmójútó rẹ̀ tí ó tún kọ́ máa lọ bó ti jẹ́ kó lọ tí a sì máa rí iná lò ní Nàìjíríà tí ó sì máa wà bó ti jẹ́ kó wá sí lára àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n yàn láti rí gómìnà Dikko Rada ti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Katsina Inuwa Yahaya ti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Gombe Adémọ́lá Adélékè ti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Wambi ní Ọ̀ṣun Hope Uzodinma ti Imo Caleb Mutwange ti ìpínlẹ̀ ti Plateau àwọn tó kù láàrin mínísítà fún ètò òṣùná Nwale Edun bákan náà látúrú sẹ́nitọ́ Àtíkù Bàgùdù tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà Adébáyọ̀ Adélabú tó jẹ́ olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì sí ààrẹ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ṣàyípadà ojú ọjọ́ àti ìgbìmọ̀ ìṣàkóso bákan látúrú ẹni tó jẹ́ olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì sí ààrẹ lórí agbára fúnra rẹ̀ ẹkùn ti Niger Delta gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n kó papọ̀ síbi ìgbìmọ̀ yìí kí nǹkan lè máa tẹ̀síwájú ní ti Nàìjíríà ní òun lẹ́ka ti ọrọ̀ ajé àti iná ọba tí ń kó papọ̀ lásìkò yìí tí sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ dákú lónìí dákú lọ́la Nation ló kọ ìròyìn ẹ̀ka ń bẹ̀.
jẹ́ n sáré mú eléyìí wá kí n fífa ata lójú ọlọ́ọ̀. iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ Imo ló ti kéde wípé òun ti fi páńpẹ́ ọba gbé ọmọbìnrin kan nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ẹni ọdún mẹ́rìndínlógójì yìí tí mo wá dárúkọ yìí alájàpá ni o òun yìí ṣalájàpá aṣu kì í ṣalájàpá èrè oko alájàpá ọmọ kéékèèké ni kára ọmọ káta ọmọ òun ni ó jẹ́ wípé ó ti gbóyín gbórígì nínú rẹ̀ o tí sì ń fọmọ ṣòwò ẹrú gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti gbé jáde ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ọlọ́pàá ni wọ́n dòlà àwọn ọmọ méjì sankosanko lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀ ó sọ wípé àwọn ọmọ yìí ni òun jí gbé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Anambra nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan tí agbẹnusọ fún iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ìpínlẹ̀ Imo ASP Henry Okoye tó fi ta níbẹ̀ ló ti sọ wípé ìfipáńpẹ́ ọba gbéni ló wáyé lẹ́yìn ìfimúfilẹ̀ abẹnú eléyìí tí ó wáyé ní 20 oṣù kọkànlá ọdún 2024 ní Amajeke ní Owerri gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti sọ òun ní àwọn ọmọ méjì tí wọ́n dóòlà ń báyìí ni wọ́n ti dá padà sọ́dọ̀ àwọn òbí wọn o kí wọ́n máa lọ lé láyọ̀ àti àlàáfíà àmọ́ agbẹnusọ fún iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá sọ wípé obìnrin ọmọ kà bòròbòrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn onílòótọ́ òwò ìfiniṣòwò ẹrú kára ọmọ káta ọmọ lòún yàn láàyò ó lòún ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú àwọn kan nílùú Ọ̀nìṣà àwọn tó ń wá iṣẹ́ nílùú Ọ̀nìṣà pẹ̀lú wọn yìí àwọn ní ọmọ jí ọmọ gbé bí wọ́n bá ti jí àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké gbé lòun ọ̀tá fóun lòun náà lòún sọ sókè lòun ó sì mọ́ sí oníbàwọn ṣe jọ ń ṣòwò rèé o àwọn ṣe jọ ń ṣòwò àwọn jọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ni nínú òwò ọmọ kéékèèké títà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti sọ wọ́n ní wádìí ti ń lọ